United States of America really, really needed me. And I made sure all my Marines were prepared. We're prepared to do our duty when it mattered most. As it relates to this pandemic, I have to say the American people are ready. Look around. Makes you proud. Are we not a unified people? Are we a tribal people? There's a lot of conversation about that and among political circles. Spend some time in my neighborhood. Spend some time back home in Indiana right now. Maybe it took some separation, some social distancing. Maybe it took some time away from work, some time away from social gatherings. Maybe it took cancellation, unfortunately, of March Madness, NCAA tournament, to remind us all that we're deeply connected with one another, and we long for those connections, regardless of political philosophy, regardless of the fact that we have an election going on. That's not what is real important to regular people. Americans are coming together. They're ready for this emergency. And this is indeed an emergency, make no mistake. Look across the country, all the National Guards that are being mobilized. This is an emergency that the people of my home state have been responding favorably to. The Senate needs to as well. Folks in my neighborhood are putting bags of groceries on people's doorsteps that are unable to go out and get groceries themselves. I know this from my own family. They're calling senior citizens they know that they think are probably lonely at this time. They're coming together. Back in Evansville, one of my friends, JP, he's a business owner. He's very active in the community. We're on the phone the other day. I think like other members, I've had countless phone calls in the last week or so. Business owners, not-for-profit leaders, healthcare providers, rank and file citizens. And this active citizen, this community leader, JP in Evansville, says that he was on the phone with the mayor, local business leaders, local healthcare leaders, and a bunch of others from southern Indiana, and they were all on the same page. They figured out how to come together, how to solve local problems together. They were all ready to tackle this because they sense what we should all sense. The sooner you can tackle these challenges, the sooner the pain will end. The sooner we will reduce anxiety among our neighbors. They're all determined to work together. In fact, he said he had not seen such unity within the community of Evansville, Indiana, since 9/11. It says a lot. Well, the Senate must be ready. This package, the CARES Act, was negotiated in a bipartisan way. To Democrats, to Republicans in consultation for each of the various working groups. They put together a package. It all came together. It was introduced. It was all bipartisan until it came time to vote on a procedural vote yesterday. You know, this virus may seem to many small because it's impacted a small percentage of our population directly. But I have to say, its impact is growing rapidly. The longer it takes us to come together, the more damage is going to be done. This is an emergency. It is time. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle to take yes for an answer. Let's not play games. So what does this bill do? Nothing controversial. Provides additional assistance for healthcare needs. This is a pandemic. We need more masks. We need more PPE. Our hospitals are swamped. They can't conduct elective surgeries anymore. Their finances are out of whack. We need to help them out. What else does it do? It helps individual Americans. Folks are resource constrained right now. They can't go to work. So $1,200, at least for starts, per American, $2,400 per married couple, additional $500 if you have dependents. That's really going to make a difference in Hoosiers' lives. We need to make sure that people have jobs to go back to once we get through this as well. And that's why this legislation is designed to provide much needed liquidity for these businesses. They still have debts to pay. They still got debts. They want to make payroll. I can't tell you. I mean, I've talked to so many small businessmen in tears. I've talked to leaders of our largest corporations as well, and I'll tell you, I talked to a lady who didn't think things looked really good. We didn't have a whole lot of time to respond to this. Meeting payroll, paying for rent, paying your interest, paying your mortgage. These are the essentials, folks. And this is not 2008. That was a horrible crisis. But we are coming off the best economy, arguably, in 5 decades. And because the economy was so good, people were optimistic about the future. And through no fault of their own, businessmen did sort of the rational thing. They invested in the future, the property, the plant, the equipment that's required to grow. They're working on taking market share. All of those who believe in the free enterprise system can associate ourselves with what they were trying to accomplish. 2008, a little different. The economy was lethargic. The bottom fell out of the economy. But in sort of an ironic twist, when the economy's down, people are paying down their debts. They're bolstering that that balance sheet. They're maintaining some liquid assets in anticipation of further tough times. We don't have that benefit right now. We can measure the prospects of our employers in days. For many of them, it's too late. The United States Senate needs to treat this like an emergency because it is an emergency. So what else does this legislation do? Well, there's a category, let me just group together, let me call it, I think, incontrovertibly, emergency funding. $20 billion for veterans health care, $11 billion for vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics, and other preparedness needs, masks, gloves, ventilators. $75 billion for hospitals, $4.5 billion for the Centers for Disease Control, $12 billion for America's military as it helps us respond to this pandemic, and so on. That's what the bill's all about. That's what we're fighting about. So what happened? How did things go off track? Well, and it may surprise some folks, but I've got a very positive relationship with the Democratic leader. We just happen to have a lot of principal disagreements. And at the very end of a bipartisan process, when he and other members of his caucus try and insert provision pertaining to the Green New Deal and other far-left priorities into this package, then that, of course, disrupts our emergency response. So now we have Speaker Pelosi seemingly hijacking the process. That's right, she's over in the House of Representatives. She's not even part of this body, and her folks are all home. The House isn't in session. But Speaker Pelosi wanted to remain relevant. She decided she wanted to get some TV time, I suppose, and so her proposal involves we can have an honest debate about whether it's appropriate to federalize the voting system, to mandate, early voting, same-day voter registration. That's something that should be debated in the United States Senate because I know it's a priority of so many of my colleagues. Again, elements of the Green New Deal. We can debate whether or not there has to be a full offset of airline emissions by 2025. Some other time. We can debate whether or not greenhouse gas statistics for individual flights should be widely available. Let's work on that separately after we help the American people. Let's not work on pet priorities. We can debate permanent paid leave. Permanent paid leave granted by the federal government some other time. This is a pandemic. It's an economic emergency, a public health emergency. The American people want a response. They don't want us to focus on this right now. Made a lot of phone calls in recent days back home. None of this is possible without the wherewithal, without the hard work of sturdy Americans, without great American innovation. None of the resources that are required to actually sustain our government, to feed our families. People need places to work. Here's what's happening in Indiana, a little snapshot. The RV industry, the global headquarters of the recreational vehicle industries, Elkhart, Indiana. We're seeing RV companies temporarily shutting down in Indiana, and I know we're seeing it across the country. The hotel industry. Today, the two largest hospitals in Indianapolis had to shut their doors. I'm not just talking about buildings shutting their doors. This closure is going to mean the loss of employment for about 780 full-time workers. Think of all the family members that depend on those workers. This is...
All right, guys, just going to take a quick second to do our hourly update. It is 3 p.m. here Pacific time in Arizona, and it is 6 p.m. if you are on the East Coast. So just wanted to say thanks for being here with us on News Now. We are part of Fox 10 Phoenix. We do stream not only on coronavirusnow.com, but we also stream on YouTube. That is on our Fox 10 YouTube page, Fox 10 Phoenix. So as you can see, we currently have the number up for the total in the world. So over 372,000. Let's just focus here on the U.S. here for a minute. So it's being reported that there are more than 41,000 cases of coronavirus here in our United States. As you can see, as we take a look here at the Johns Hopkins University app, interactive map. And as you can see, we do have cases spread throughout every single state here in the U.S. And unfortunately, we are reporting more than 579 deaths across the United States. Now, one thing that we were talking about in the newsroom was our population size here in Arizona and the number of cases, but also the population size, the state sizes across the U.S. and our numbers versus other countries that have a smaller space, more people living on top of each other. So it was kind of surprising to see that we surpassed a country like Spain, which obviously has a smaller amount of space for people to be living in. We're a little bit more spread out here in the U.S., depending on which city you're living in. So again, we are the third top country for the most cases. As you can see, Italy still holding second place, even though they surpassed the number of deaths that China had. And China is obviously where that outbreak had started. So you can see their number of cases has kind of capped off there around that 80,000, 81,000 mark. So again, here in the United States, though, we do have 40, it looks like it's been updated up here, more than 42,800 cases. So let's just refresh that page here for a second. All that does too, I just wanted to remind you that coronavirusnow.com pulls a whole bunch of those top stories from all of our Fox sister stations. So you can go there anytime, any day. We are going to be streaming on that site our videos 24/7. So we are now a 24/7 streaming source for you. We do have top headlines out of the United States, like 2 have been confirmed with COVID-19 coronavirus. Pardon me, at the U.S. Army Fort Jackson, that's in South Carolina. We do also have New York that is hiring TLC licensed drivers to help deliver items such as food to elderly people, to help reimburse those driving expenses. And even celebrities are getting very involved with, coronavirus. We've heard that Tom Hanks and his wife Rita have updated saying that they have been doing better even after being diagnosed down in Australia with coronavirus. And so we have been keeping our eyes on all the top headlines for you. We're going to continue to stream them for you right here on News Now and, of course, on coronavirusnow.com. One last headline I wanted to point out is one that a lot of people are concerned about. They're concerned about masks and ventilators, and New York City Mayor de Blasio says 400 ventilators will be sent from federal government stockpiled to the city, since they do see a growing number in New York City of coronavirus, and they are leading the number of deaths, with 98 deaths being reported just from New York City, New York. So we're going to continue to keep you updated right here on News Now, again, with all the latest numbers, giving you hourly updates, and then, of course, giving you the latest information that's happening from coast to coast. Still waiting, let me just give you a look here, still waiting on the coronavirus task force. They were supposed to come out and give us a briefing more than a half hour ago. So as you can see, we are still waiting for the team out here give their latest updates on what's going to be happening with the response to coronavirus here in the United States. So until we do see those officials step the stadium, or not the stadium, the stage, and stepping up to the podium, we're going to continue to listen into our senators as they debate this response bill for coronavirus.
Senators, Republicans, and Democrats alike, stand up, speak out, send emails, tell your neighbors. It's time for this body to move. It's time for us to deal with this crisis once for all. We'll make America great again from the bottom up. Doesn't have to take that long. We can bounce back. The longer we wait, the harder it will be. Let's do our jobs. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, we're getting a lot of redundancy around here, but it's worth it. You know, I've been sitting here for several hours now, listening to my colleagues. I don't recall in the 25 years I've been here of seeing this happening over and over again, and everything that is said is so significant. Because, you know, when the senator from Alaska talked about the fact that we're all in this together, you know, we are. And things were going well for a while. I'm actually I think you end with a little bit of an optimism right now, and I may be the only one doing that, because I think something's going to happen tonight. I think it has to happen tonight. We don't have the luxury of waiting. Now, I've seen a crisis like this. We're not used to dealing with crises. Gosh, we've been through wars. We've been through things that we've considered to be a crisis. This is a different dimension. We're talking about people, you know, who are dying. You know, the coronavirus, you know, we all know where it came from. Wuhan in China. It's caused global panic. And by the way, they call it a pandemic. There's a reason for that, because this isn't something just happening in the United States of America. This is happening all over the world, everywhere. No one's immune. It's something that we don't have a cure for right now. You know, when the senator from Indiana kept using the word emergency, this is an emergency. It's an emergency unlike any that we've seen so far. I mean, it's something that's highly contagious, something that we can't do anything about. No one is immune. As of Sunday, according to the World Health Organization, there are 292,000 cases globally and almost 13,000 deaths. Let me put that in a different perspective, because I have had the honor in the last several days, and I'm talking about including the weekend, of talking to people in Oklahoma, and I think this morning we talked to every single radio, television, and newspaper in the state. And always my speech is out to make sure everyone understands why this is not anything that we've done before, why it's so significant, because the contagious, and I explained to people, if you take today's the 23rd, let's take the 22nd and the 21st. If you go back to
All right, guys, as you can see, we are going to get this White House coronavirus task force press briefing underway right here for you on News Now.
Very organized pattern.
Very nice. Great.
It's almost like a crystal.
I know.
It's a modified Fibonacci sequence.
Well, thank you very much. And I see we have fewer people because of the virus problem. And we appreciate you being here. And this is getting to be more and more social distancing, and that's fine. So it should be, and it's too bad. We extend our best wishes to the person affected, and we feel sure that he or she will be better very soon. And thank you for being here. America continues to mobilize every segment of our society to turn the tide in the battle against the virus. I want Americans.
All right, guys, just to say thank you for being here with us on Fox News. This is the president with the coronavirus task force.
Normal life will return and our economy will rebound very, very strongly. Americans must remain united in purpose and focused on victory. To every single American, please know that the sacrifice you're making at this time is saving lives, many, many lives. It's very important that we totally protect our Asian American community in the United States and all around the world. They're amazing people, and the spreading of the virus is not their fault in any way, shape, or form. They're working closely with us to get rid of it. We will prevail together. It's very important. From the beginning, we have been working closely with our nation's best scientists and medical professionals, and we will continue to do so until we have defeated the virus. Our public health experts, who are terrific, are studying the variation in the disease across the country, and we will be using data to recommend new protocols, allow local economies to cautiously resume their activity at the appropriate time. We also have a large team working on what the next steps will be once the medical community gives a region the okay, meaning the okay to get going, to get back. Let's go to work. Our country wasn't built to be shut down. This is not a country that was built for this. It was not built to be shut down. My administration continues to work with Democrats and Republicans to reach an agreement on an urgent relief bill for the millions of American workers and small businesses and large businesses who were badly affected by the medical difficulty that we've had. If you had a viable business in January, we are committed to ensuring the same is true in the coming weeks. In fact, we want to make it even better than it was before, and we're doing things to help in that regard. America will again and soon be open for business, very soon, a lot sooner than 3 or 4 months that somebody was suggesting. A lot sooner. We cannot let the cure be worse than the problem itself. We're not going to let the cure be worse than the problem. At the end of a 15-day period, we'll make a decision as to which way we want to go, where we want to go, the timing, and essentially we're referring to the timing of the opening, essentially the opening of our country, because we have it pretty well shut down in order to get rid of this invisible enemy. 2 weeks ago, we moved at record speed to pass paid sick leave and paid family medical leave and approve $8 billion, including money for the development of treatments and vaccines. And we're doing tremendous work on both fronts. The vaccines are coming along very quickly. Now Congress must demonstrate the same bipartisanship again and join together to pass the Senate bill as written and avoid playing any more partisan games. They have to get together and just stop with the partisan politics. And I think that's happening. I got a call a little while ago. I guess they're getting closer to go quickly. And it must go quickly. It's not really a choice. They don't have a choice. They have to make a deal. This should not be a time for political agendas, but rather one for focusing solely and squarely on the needs of the American people. We are going to save American workers, and we're going to save them quickly. And we're going to save our great American companies, both small and large. This was a medical problem. We are not going to let it turn into a long-lasting financial problem. It started out as a purely medical problem, and it's not going to go beyond that. We're just not going to allow that to happen. Our country was at its strongest financial point. We've never had an economy like we had just a few weeks ago, and then it got hit with something that nobody could have ever thought possible. And we are fixing it. I want to just thank the American people for what they've been through and what they're doing. Our country will be stronger than ever before, and we fully anticipate that, and it won't be that long. Let me provide you with an update on critical supplies. FEMA is distributing 8 million N95 respirator masks and 13.3 million surgical masks across the country right now. Focusing on the areas with the greatest need, we've shipped 73 pallets of personal protective equipment to New York City and 36 pallets to the state of Washington. In the past 96 hours, FEMA has also received donations of approximately 6.5 million masks. We're having millions and millions of masks made as we speak. and other personal protective equipment, which we will be distributing to medical hotspots. We're focused on some of the hotspots. Across the nation, we're seeing an outpouring of creativity and innovative ideas widely shared between the federal health leaders, governors, and mayors, the scientific community, and members of the private sector. Really working together. Everybody's working together. I'm pleased to report that clinical trials in New York will begin existing for existing drugs that may prove effective against the virus. At my direction, the federal government is working to help obtain large quantities of chloroquine. And you can look from any standpoint tomorrow in New York. We think tomorrow pretty early, the hydroxychloroquine and the Z-Pack, I think, is a combination, probably is looking very, very good, and it's going to be distributed. We have 10,000 units going, and it'll be distributed tomorrow. It'll be available, and is now. They already have it. They're going to distribute it tomorrow morning to a lot of people in New York City and New York. We're studying it very closely, watching it very closely. You probably saw a couple of articles today came out where a gentleman, they thought he was not going to make it. He said goodbye to his family, and they had given him the drug just a little while before, but he thought it was over. His family thought he was going to die. And a number of hours later, he woke up, felt good. Then he woke up again, and he felt really good, and he's in good shape. And he's very happy for this particular that we got approved in record. And there's never been anything even close to it. And I want to thank the FDA, which has been incredible. And man, these drugs, not also and New York. We're studying it very closely, watching it very closely. You probably saw a couple of articles today came out where a gentleman, they thought he was not going to make it. He said goodbye to his family. They had given him the drug just a little while before, but he thought it was over. His family thought he was going to die. And a number of hours later, he woke up, felt good. Then he woke up again, and he felt really good. And he's in good shape. And he's very happy for this particular drug that we got approved in record-setting time. There's never been anything even close to it. And I want to thank the FDA, which has been incredible, and Dr. Hahn, Stephen Hahn, highly respected man, but they're doing everything possible to increase production and available supply of these drugs, not only this drug, but also others that are coming. Remdesivir is coming from Regeneron. A couple of others are also under study. But the one that I'm very excited about right now is the one we just mentioned, and I think there's a real chance. I mean, again, we don't know, but there's a real chance that it could have a tremendous impact. It would be a gift from God if that worked. It would be a big game changer. So we'll see. But distribution starts tomorrow morning early in New York, and I think a lot of people are going to be, hopefully they will be very happy with the result, but we're all going to be watching closely. It's something we have to try. It's been very, very successful in malaria, very, very successful. And countries with malaria have had a interesting thing happen. They take this particular drug. It's a very powerful drug, and there is very little semblance of the virus in those countries. And there are those that say because this drug is very prevalent because of the malaria. So we'll see what happens. I'm also announcing that we're postponing the deadline for compliance with real ID requirements at a time when we're asking Americans to maintain social distancing. We do want to require people to go with their local DMV. We will be announcing the new deadline very soon. It's going to be announced in a very short moment. Overnight, we successfully brought home 103 American citizens after they had been stranded for 10 days in Brazil. Following a cruise, we want to thank the Brazilian government and their great president. Most of those returned were senior citizens. My administration, in cooperation with Governor Greg Abbott of Texas and the private sector, coordinated their safe return to the United States. So thank you to Governor Abbott. Terrific guy, terrific man. Earlier today, I signed an executive order invoking presidential authority under Section 4512 of the Defense Production Act to prohibit the hoarding of vital medical equipment and supplies such as hand sanitizers, face masks, and personal protective equipment. We have a lot of face masks, a lot of equipment just coming in, and we have some people hoarding. And Attorney General Barr is going to be speaking about that in a second. We want to prevent price gouging, and critical health and medical resources are going to be protected in every form. Under this directive, the Secretary of Health and Human Services is authorized to designate essential health and medical supplies as scarce. So he'll designate certain supplies and medical elements as scarce. And that means it will be a crime to stockpile these items in excessive quantities, which is happening to a relatively small degree, we think, but nevertheless it's happening. We can't let it happen. And we can't let them resell them at excessive prices, which some people are doing. Very simply, we will not allow anyone to exploit the suffering of American citizens for their own profit. So we're going to be watching that with our great Attorney General very closely. The Department of Justice will be aggressively prosecuting fraudulent schemes related to the pandemic. Yesterday, federal prosecutors took action in their first case, shutting down a website selling a totally fake vaccine, if you can believe that one. As president, I will always protect Americans from being exploited. Thankfully, all throughout the country, we're witnessing extraordinary acts of compassion, benevolence, and unity. Construction companies are donating masks by the hundreds of thousands. Manufacturing workers are transforming their assembly lines. Citizens are volunteering to deliver food and medicine to the elderly. We're truly seeing America at its best. We're really seeing things that people never thought even could happen. Frankly, we never thought this could happen. But the way most Americans are working toward getting it solved and just doing what they have to do to make this go away has been incredible. It's been incredible. I want to take a moment to thank the everyday heroes who are making our vast effort against the virus possible. And thank you to the healthcare workers and the first responders. These are very brave people. Thanks also to the hardworking men and women of Federal Express, UPS, the United States Postal Service, and the truckers who are maintaining our supply chains and supply lines. We thank you very much. Great job. We also want to give our regards and thanks to everyone at our grocery stores working the night shift so that shelves can be restocked, and the restaurant workers and delivery drivers keeping our families fed. So many of these restaurants, it's incredible. They're doing service where people come and they pick it up, delivery. I mean, it's been incredible what they've been doing. Totally different business than they were in, other than they cook food. Other than that, it's like a totally different business. Most of all, I want to thank the American people for rising to the challenge and showing incredible courage, determination, patience, grace, and grit. From New York to Seattle and everywhere in between, your acts of selflessness and sacrifice and ingenuity are a powerful testament to the American character. It's really being shown. It's really showing up at a level that people are really respecting. All over the world, they're respecting. And the world has problems. We're at 148 countries now. 148 countries are affected by the invisible scourge. And all of the uplifting reflections of the American spirit are out there for everyone to see. Together, we will care for our fellow citizens, and we will win this war, and we'll win it much sooner than people think. and we'll be back in business as a country pretty soon. You'll be hearing about that also pretty soon. Now I'd like to ask Attorney General Bill Barr to say a few words, and we'll take questions in a little while. Thank you.
Let me start by thanking you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, for your decisive leadership in this unprecedented battle to save American lives. At the Department of Justice, we're working hard to protect the health and safety of our personnel while at the same time keeping our enforcement efforts at full throttle. So I'd like to thank all of my colleagues in law enforcement, not just those at the federal level, but of all our state and local partners, the police officers, the sheriff's deputies who are protecting and serving their communities, often at great risk to themselves. What I'd like to do here is start with a few remarks about the order that the president mentioned to ensure the availability of critical medical and health supplies from hoarding and price gouging. On March 18th, the president issued Executive Order 13909 invoking the Defense Production Act with respect to the health and medical resources needed to respond to the spread of COVID-19, including PPE and ventilators. We have started to see some evidence of potential hoarding and price gouging. And so earlier today, the president signed a second executive order providing the authority to address, if it becomes necessary, hoarding that threatens the supply of those necessary health and medical resources. Under Section 102 of the Defense Production Act, the president is authorized to prohibit the hoarding of needed resources by designating those materials as scarce or as materials whose supply would be threatened by persons accumulating excessive amounts. Once specific materials are so designated, persons are prohibited from accumulating those items in excess of reasonable personal or business needs, or for the purpose of selling them in excess of prevailing market prices. It is a crime to engage in prohibited activity. In today's executive order, the president is delegating to the Secretary of HHS this authority to protect against hoarding by designating these critical items. Now, no items have been designated yet, and the Department of Justice is going to be working with HHS to identify cases where hoarding may be the supply of health and medical resources needed to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, we convened our first task force meeting, a national task force that will be working on these supply chain issues and specifically on the problem of hoarding and price gouging. And we are designating in each of our 93 United States Attorney's offices a lead prosecutor who will be responsible in that district for pursuing these cases. I also want to say that we have not waited for this order to be signed. As we have received evidence recently, we have already initiated investigations of activities that are disrupting the supply chain and suggestive of not talking about consumers or businesses stockpiling supplies for their own operations. We're talking about people hoarding these goods and materials on an industrial scale for the purpose of manipulating the market and ultimately deriving windfall profits. If you have a big supply of toilet paper in your house, this is not something you have to worry about. But if you are sitting on a warehouse with masks, surgical masks, you will be hearing a knock on your door. So with that, Mr. President, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. Deborah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. To start, I want to really thank all the ministers of health around the world have been sending us their data despite the fight that they're in themselves, particularly our European colleagues. They continue to send us primarily their mortality data, which is really very critical because when you're in the midst of this level of fight that many of the European countries are, following mortality data will give you the best insight right now on how the epidemic is proceeding in those countries because they really can't be testing at the level to really understand.
All right, everybody, if you'd like to continue to listen to this daily White House Coronavirus Task Force briefing, please join us on coronavirusnow.com.
Succumb to the virus in Europe. There was the one 14-year-old in China. So we still see that there is less severity in children. And so that should be reassuring to the moms and dads out there. To Generation Z and to my millennial colleagues who have been really at the forefront of many of these responses, less than 1% of all the mortality is less than 50. And so this is, I think, also a very important point. That doesn't mean that individuals won't have severe disease. So still 99% of all the mortality coming out of Europe in general is over 50 and pre-existing conditions. The pre-existing condition piece still holds in Italy, with the majority of the mortality having 3 or more pre-existing conditions. I think this is reassuring to all of us, but it doesn't change the need to continue to protect the elderly. And in order to protect the elderly, we all need to continue to do the president's directives and guidance for the next week of the 15-day challenge. Finally, I wanted to really close by thanking the laboratory personnel that have been at the front lines. 250,000 tests run in the last 7 days. This happened because these large commercial laboratories are doing round-the-clock runs. And remember, all of them are being exposed to the virus in the same way from the swabs. Yet tirelessly, they have worked on and on to get those results available. They are still getting more tests than they can run per day. That's because we were primarily expanded into what we call the Roche high-throughput tri-core machine. Those results have been getting to the clients, and we've asked them to prioritize hospitalized patients. There was a breakthrough today, and I think you'll see this from the FDA, for all of those of you who are waiting for self-swabbing options. Those are going to be available in sometime this week to be able to individuals do their own tests. That said, remember, these platforms are keeping up with those who need to be diagnosed in the hospitals and those who come to the emergency room quite ill, so that hospital beds can be freed up for those that don't have COVID. So that will be critical, that if you don't need a test, if it doesn't change your clinical course, do not come in to be tested. And I think that mortality data that I gave you should be very reassuring to all of you. Finally, to conclude, New York City. The area of New Jersey, New York City, and parts of Long Island have an attack rate close to 1 in 1,000. This is 5 times what the other areas are seeing. Through the high throughput lab investigations, we're finding that 28% of the submitted specimens are positive from that area, where it's less than 8% in the rest of the country. So to all of my friends and colleagues in New York, this is the group that needs to absolutely social distance and self-isolate at this time. Clearly, the virus had been to have this level of penetrance into the general community.
Thank you very much, Deborah.
Thank you, Mr. President. The White House Coronavirus Task Force met today, but we also convened at the President's conference call with the nation's governors, and we focused on efforts at mitigation, at testing, and supplies. We discussed the President's recent approval of disaster declarations for Washington and California and New York. But we also assured governors who've submitted major disaster declarations that we will be reviewing them in an expeditious manner to ensure the full resources the federal government are brought to bear. The President wanted us to make it clear that the federal government will do whatever it takes to support an effort that is locally executed, state managed, federally supported. We have reiterated that to our governors today, listened to them about their specific needs, and frankly, made it clear to them that while the president has published the 15 days to slow the spread for every American, and millions of Americans are addressing these common sense guidelines to prevent the spread of the coronavirus in the days ahead. We made it clear to the governors that this president and this administration fully supports decisions that governors are making in communities, states that are particularly impacted by the spread of coronavirus, and we are grateful for their efforts. We also spoke to the governors about the importance of the legislation that is currently being negotiated on Capitol Hill. And asked them to encourage members of the House and the Senate to move very quickly. The bill is currently being negotiated. The president said that he believes will be resolved soon, and we're encouraged by it. We'll speed direct payments to families. The average family of 4 will receive $3,000 directly. There'll be payroll subsidies for small businesses around America, keep people on the payroll while they might be required to stay home, unemployment insurance benefits, assistance to hospitals and major industries. And we continue to urge the Congress to act and ask the governors to engage their delegations. On the subject of testing, we reiterated our thanks to states across the country that are rapidly expanding testing at drive-through sites and at community sites. As Dr. Birx just reflected, because of the unprecedented public and private partnership that the president initiated with our commercial labs, we stand here today with 313,000 tests having been completed, with the test results delivered to Americans, and somewhat more than 41,000 have contracted coronavirus. But this state-run effort is continuing to receive the full support of our team at FEMA and at the U.S. Public Health Service. We're deploying personnel, we're deploying resources, and testing is literally expanding around the country by the hour. As Dr. Birx also mentioned, the FDA has been in the process of reviewing less invasive methods of testing. The president and I both reflected on the fact that we have been tested, and we've been working with the FDA to make it possible for self-collected nasal swabs, where individuals could, at the end of their nasal passage, collect a sample. And I'm pleased to report that self-collected swabs can now be collected in clinics and at drive-through testing sites. This will expedite the testing process, of course, but it will also reduce the risk to healthcare providers for exposure to the coronavirus, and it will minimize the drain on personal protective equipment. With the current test that goes pretty significantly up the nasal passage, people have to wear gear and then change out the gear. And this new self-administered test will actually not require the drain on personal protective equipment, and it's all a part of our effort, as Admiral Polovchek will discuss in just a few moments, to meet the supply needs that we have across the country, but to meet them with efforts at conservation as well. On the subject of testing, it's important to remember, as the old book says, it is not the healthy who need a doctor, but the sick. And so if you don't have symptoms, you don't need to get a coronavirus test. We encourage every American to adhere to that so that the testing resources are available for people that are symptomatics. We also will be issuing today from Health and Human Services new guidance to direct all commercial labs to prioritize testing for hospitalized patients. And that guidance is going out tonight. We also reminded the governors today that all state laboratories, all hospital laboratories, are now required by law to report results of coronavirus tests to the CDC. On the subject of supplies, in our meeting today at FEMA, we received a report of the new Supply Chain Stabilization Task Force. Rear Admiral John Polovchek is leading that up at FEMA. and the task force is working to identify medical supplies that exist in the marketplace today, to evaluate the national stockpile, and also working with industries around the country to produce even more of the critical medical supplies. And as the president said, businesses across America are stepping up, maybe as ever before in our history. 3M, in fact, has diverted 500,000 N95 masks from commercial customers, and they're being delivered today to New York and Seattle. Facebook, their emergency reserve of over 700,000 N95 masks to healthcare workers. And these are just a few examples of the generosity of businesses. We're also seeing companies step forward to repurpose their manufacturing facilities to create ventilators, to create equipment. And I know I speak for the president when I say how grateful and proud we are for that. We also discussed with the governors a read-through on the availability of ventilators. We call on the governors to survey all outpatient surgical centers and hospital operating rooms, because surgical ventilators that anesthesiologists use, because of an FDA decision rendered this last weekend, those can be easily converted now to ventilators that can be used for people struggling with severe illness from the coronavirus. And so we called on our governors in conversations with state leaders to survey all of their surgical centers and hospital operating rooms to identify that equipment, and with the new FDA guidelines, they'll be able to convert those to help meet the needs of ventilators across the country. We are now 8 days to the president's 15 days to slow the spread. The American people are rising to the challenge. We're doing this. But in the days that remain between now and the end of the 15 days, we're going to need every American to take this seriously. Listen to your state and local health authorities, where there may be additional and stronger guidance in areas where the coronavirus spread has been more severe. But for every American, know that the part that you do, that your family does, that you do in your community to put in practice these principles of social distancing, using a drive-through at the local restaurant, will make an enormous difference in lowering the trajectory of the coronavirus spreading across our country. It's going to take all of us, but with the ongoing cooperation of the American people, with compassion, with the ingenuity of American industry, with dedicated leadership at the state and federal level, I know that we can slow the spread, we can protect our most vulnerable, and we will heal our land.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Vice President. So I'm Rear Admiral John Polovchek. I'm the Supply Chain Task Force Lead at FEMA. My task is to increase the supply of critical medical supplies, which include personal protective equipment and ventilators, items like that. I just want to take a few moments to explain the organization that we've stood up this week, these last few days, and our approach. So we have a chart behind me. I have two focus leads, one on personal protective equipment, medical supplies, and a focus lead on ventilators. Operating under 4 lines of effort. First line of effort you see is preservation. And the leaders tonight have talked about that, ability to make our stuff last longer. Acceleration. We have a team of people that are searching the globe for personal protective equipment, figuring out where it is, figuring out if we need to buy it or just transport it and get it here faster. We have a line of effort called reallocation. We're working with our industry partners to illuminate the supply chain. There are many vendors, many distributors, all on separate systems. Nobody has one site picture for that supply chain. We've brought our industry partners in. We're weaving that together to make better allocation decisions and understand where it is and where it needs to go. We have a line called expansion. You've heard some of that today. If those that have wanted to convert plants, those that want to get into the business, we have the tools to help them to go do that. So 2 focus areas right now, PPE and
ventilators, 4 lines of effort working the problem of the task to get more here and increase the supplies.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could, reporting that the total deaths today crossed 100 for the first time. This morning, your Surgeon General on the Today Show said he wanted Americans to understand that this is going to get really bad. Do you share that prognosis?
Of course I do. It's going to be bad, and we have a lot of people dying from the flu, as you know. We have a very bad flu season on top of everything else. It's very bad. It looks like it could be over 50,000. And certainly this is going to be bad, and we're trying to make it so that it's much, much less bad. And that's what we're doing. I think we're doing a very good job of it. If you look at other countries, what they've been through, and you look at the kind of numbers and compare them to ours, which is a much larger country than most, the numbers are pretty amazing. And it started with the fact that we stopped people from coming in from a highly affected area and infected area. And that was a good thing to do. So yeah, it's bad, and it's going to, obviously the numbers are going to increase with time, and then they're going to start to decrease. And we're going to be opening our country business, because our country was meant to be open and working with others, but especially for our workers. And the engine for that whole system is we have to have companies. And these companies are loved by our workers because they're paying big salaries and big dollars to our workers. And we're going to get it all going again very soon. Hopefully, very, very soon, please.
Sir, I'm just trying to reconcile the two things that you just said. One, that things are going to be very, very bad. And two, that you want to get the country open back up as quickly as possible. So I guess my question is, if in a week, Dr. Birx or Dr. Fauci are telling you we need to continue these measures for the health of the vulnerable populations of the country, are you going to say, I'm sorry, the economy is too important?
Well, you'll see what happens. I understand the question very well. It's a good question, but we can do two things at one time. I will say this. Our country's learned a lot. We've learned about social distancing. We've learned about the hands. We've learned about staying away, at least during the time that this is even a little bit around. This disease or whatever you want to call it, many different names. You can go up many different names with the virus while it's around. And we can start thinking about, as an example, parts of our country are very lightly affected, very small numbers. And, you know, you look at a state great governor, Pete Ricketts in Nebraska. You look at the kind of numbers they have out there. They have one of the great hospitals there too, relative to what we're talking about. But you look at Nebraska, you look at Idaho, you look at Iowa, you look at many. I could name many countries that are handling it very, very well, and that are not affected to the same extent, or frankly, not even nearly to the extent of New York, which is really, I'm dealing with Governor Cuomo, and we're dealing very well together. We'll be sending that ship up, by the way, as you know. We have a ship going to Los Angeles. We'll also be, the ship is coming out of a very large repair. It's all ready to go, and very, very soon will be. And over the next 3 or 4 weeks, that'll be coming up to New York. We'll go to New York Harbor, and it'll be fully supplied. So they're working on that right now.
And maybe Dr. Birx speaks to this. You share the president's optimism that in a week we might have a situation where we can say, you know, there's a few hot spots, but much of the country.
Well, I didn't say in a week, but I said soon. It's going to be soon. It's not going to be 3 or 4 months, as some people were saying, and a lot of people thought originally, but I would certainly let you answer.
And are you worried that some of the cities and states that haven't had the infection yet are lagging indicators, and that we're going to start seeing cases?
So you raised two important issues. One, I think you all know a lot of our tests have had to go to hospitals at this time so that we can diagnose people who are at risk, to give them options to get these new therapeutic options. None of these therapeutic options are available if you don't know your diagnosis. So we've been very much focused on that. With adding Abbott, Thermo Fisher, Hologic, and now Cepheid platforms. Cepheid is that new platform that is point of care, but slower. So, you've got to match the throughput, the need, what kind of equipment you have. Now that we have all those platforms moving simultaneously, we can go back to doing case finding and surveillance in the areas that have the most lower numbers, as well as doing mitigation more aggressively in the places that have higher numbers. We went out with a very blunt force. I mean, we have to all be honest. We had to do that because we weren't sure where the virus was and where it is going. I think over this week, we concentrated on figuring out exactly where the virus is and making projections about where it's going and the impact of our mitigation pieces. We learned this in tackling epidemics around the world. You have to focus the resources and the intervention and the structural prevention interventions in the areas where the virus is circulating. Otherwise, people never understand why you're doing this and they don't have any virus. So it has to be very tailored geographically, and it may have to also be very tailored by age group, really understanding who's at the greatest risks and understanding how to protect them.
But there's data showing within 3 months, as the president said, we won't need broad to follow these broad guidelines that he's
The only data that we all have, and I think you all know what it is, the two areas that have moved through their curve is China and South Korea. So those are the two countries that we're learning from. Those were 8 to 10 week curves. Each state in each hotspot in the United States is going to be its own curve because the seeds came in different times. So Washington State is on their curve. They're about 2 weeks ahead of New York. And so each of these have to be done in a very granular way to really understand where we are. And it's the charge that the president has given us is to use all of our data analytics and all of our data inputs to really define those issues about where the virus is, where is it going, and what predictions we can make about where we are in that bell-shaped curve.
I think that's a great definition, and I will say we're going to be watching our senior citizens very closely. We're going to be watching certain hotspots like New York, and with New York you have areas which are troubling, and we'll be working with the governor and the mayor and everybody else on those spots. But at the same time, at a certain point, we have to get open, and we have to be we have to get moving. We don't want to lose these companies. We don't want to lose these workers. We want to take care of our workers. So we'll be doing something, I think, relatively quickly, but we've learned a lot during this period. This was a very necessary period. Tremendous information gained, but we can do two things at one time. And again, I say we have a very active flu season, more active than most. It's looking like it's heading to 50,000 or more deaths, not cases, 50,000 deaths, which is, that's a lot. And you look at automobile accidents, which are far greater than any numbers we're talking about. That doesn't mean we're going to tell everybody no more driving of cars. So we have to do things to get our country open. But this has been an incredible period of learning, and we'll have announcements over the next fairly short period as to the timing. John, please.
I want to ask about these guidelines on testing. Obviously, Senator Rand Paul has tested positive for coronavirus, but he was not in contact with anybody who was known positive, and he didn't have any major symptoms. Under your guidelines, under the guidelines that have been outlined here, he would not have gotten a test. He got one anyway. So what do you say to him? He's pointed out that if he hadn't gone basically in defiance of these guidelines and got tested, he might still be showing up to the Senate right now and infect the whole U.S. Senate.
So that's why this was important. That's why this recommendation to the American people was important. Because we have been saying that there is a level of asymptomatic or mild spread. And that's why each person has to be responsible. Each person has to be responsible in the way that they decrease their interaction with others, the 6 feet. You're all very social distance, so thank you. But also assuming that everyone that you're interacting with could be positive. And that gets into the hand washing piece, and that gets into the other piece we talked about is surfaces. I think until we really figure out the respiratory transmission versus the surface transmission, and this hard surface transmission, not fabric will be really critical, because that is a way the virus could spread on subways or metros, where people would be holding on to things that other people had recently held on to. So that's the real question.
But if we can just keep with the example of Rand Paul, and obviously there are other people that would be in a similar situation, but just keep with this one example. If he hadn't gotten that test, he would still be showing up to the Senate every day, to his place of work.
If he had been following these guidelines, he wouldn't have been infecting others because of the social distancing, washing your hands, doing everything that we talked about. So we've talked about also how people make choices because of their jobs, that they have to come in. You'll notice I was not here over the weekend.
Whatever.
I think this is the part that we really need to take personal responsibility for. Saturday, had a little low-grade fever.
That's all you do.
So, actually, probably a GI thing. But you know, I'm meticulous. I'm a physician. I looked it up. I ended up piggy banking. I'm from Walter Reed, so I got a test late Saturday night, and I'm negative. I stayed home another day just to make sure. That's how we protect one another. So, you know, unless everybody's taking their temperature every day, we can't say that he had no symptoms. These are the kinds of things that we have to do for one another. This is the personal responsibility that I'm talking about, that we all have to practice.
And Mr. President, when you say you don't want the cure to be worse than the problem itself, so are you saying that if we kept these measures that we're doing now in place for a couple of months,
well, they will be in place. At some point, we're going to open up our country, and it's going to be fairly soon.
Weeks or months?
I'm not looking at months. I can tell you right now, we're going to be opening up our country, and we're going to be watching certain areas, and we're going to be practicing everything that Deborah's referring to right here. I mean, we're going to be watching this very closely, but you can't keep it closed for the next, for years. Okay, this is going away. We're going to win the battle, but we also have. You have tremendous responsibility. We have jobs. We have people get tremendous anxiety and depression, and you have suicides over things like this. When you have terrible economies, you have death, probably, and I mean definitely would be in far greater numbers than the numbers that we're talking about with regard to the virus. So we have an obligation. We have a double obligation. We have a great country. There's no country like it in the world, and there's no economy like it in the world. I mean, we were just blazing. We were coming out with numbers that some numbers weren't even reported because it was already this had happened. They were meaningless. I got numbers about myself that were meaningless because by the time the numbers came in, it's a whole different world with it. But I will tell you that we can do both things, John. We can do them both at the same time. I mean, that's okay. What we have gone through is a tremendous learning process. And we've also solved a lot of problems, but we've gone through a tremendous learning situation now. We're building hospitals in New York. We're building hospitals in California. We're building hospitals in the state of Washington. We've been in touch with the governors. Today I spoke with a man that I happen to like. I spoke with Phil in New Jersey, and we're going to be doing something very meaningful in New Jersey. We're doing something. I spoke with J.B. Pritzker, called me today. We're going to be helping them out in Illinois. We're doing a lot of things in Florida. We're doing a lot of things. And between FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers and the Admiral and your group, in terms of the purchasing, that's what he does. He purchases. He's supposed to be great. I'll tell you in about 2 days. But he's going to do a fantastic job. So we have an incredibly talented group of people. But yeah, we'll be doing 2 things and 3 things at one time. Well, at the same time, though, we're going to be watching very closely the hotspots. We're going to be taking care and watching very closely our senior citizens, especially those with a problem or an illness. We're going to be watching them very, very closely. And we can do that and have an open economy, have an open country. And we have to do that because that causes other problems. And maybe it causes much bigger problems than the problem we're talking about now. You understand? Jeff, please.
Mr. President, following up on that same topic and on your tweet, do you think that the cure so far has been worse than the problem?
I think the cure has been very tough. This has been a very tough. This was an operation. This was somebody going to a doctor and saying, "You need an operation," and we've had an operation. We've learned a lot, and we fixed a lot of problems. One of the things we fixed is, if you look at the obsolete system that this administration inherited, it wasn't meant for this. It was a whole group of people, and for that, it was very good and very obsolete. We now have a testing program now that will hopefully be able to be used for many years into the future. Should we have another event like this? I don't think you'll have another event like this. This is very unique. You look back into time, you look back decades and decades. We can name them all, even if you go back 10 years. You know, you go back to 09, but that wasn't like this, as it turned out. But they lost a lot of people. We were early, Jeff, because of the fact that we closed early. That was a big move. Please, Kristen. Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Sir. You had said previously, I think from this podium, that the virus could still be with us through July or August. By suggesting now that the government might change these standards or these recommendations.
Well, it's not change. We're doing things. Yeah, this was a learning experience for the people of the country.
I'm just wondering if any time frame has changed for you. The July-August time frame of when you think the virus will be under control.
Well, I think we've learned a lot. I think that there's so much discipline now that we never had. Nobody ever said, don't shake hands. I did actually before I became a politician. Once I became a politician, then it's hard getting used to not doing it, because you do it with everybody, with literally thousands of people a week. You're shaking hands with big groups of people, we've learned a lot. There's a great discipline that this whole country has learned, having to do with distancing, having to do with shaking hands. I think a lot of it's going to stay long after the virus is gone. I really think it's probably good practice anyway, but I think it's going to stay long after the virus is gone. But we have to open our country, because that causes problems that, in my opinion, could be far bigger problems. Far bigger. Look, this is a severe medical situation that could cause problems far beyond the medical, and then increase the medical problems to things that have nothing to do with this original medical problem. We can't let that happen to our country. We have the greatest country in the world. I'm not going to let that happen. But this 2 weeks that we have spent has been an incredible learning period and process. Please, Kristen.
Two questions for you. One, you said it's likely going to be weeks, not months, before you suggest easing these guidelines that you put out. Have any of the doctors on your team told you that's the right path to pursue?
We spoke to them today, and I was telling them that we have two things to look for. Don't forget the doctors. If it were up to the doctors, they may say, let's keep it shut down. Let's shut down the entire world, because, again, you're up to almost 150 countries. So let's shut down the entire world. And when we shut it down, that would be wonderful. And let's keep it shut for a couple of years. You can't do that. And you can't do that with a country, especially the number one economy anywhere in the world, by far. Number one economy in the world. Can't do that. Because, well, it causes bigger problems than the original. That's why I talk about the cure being worse than the problem. We can't have the cure be worse than the problem. But what we have done, so this is not retracing, this isn't anything. We've done it really well, because this 2 week period has been good. And I'm not saying it ends at that time. We have another 7 days or so. I'm not saying it ends at that time. But I am saying, sir, it's been like this incredible learning process. That's going to go into the future. That's going to go even as we open up our country. And we're going to be watching New York, and we're going to be watching California. We're going to be watching the state of Washington and other places. Illinois is becoming a hotspot. And we can do both. Now, we may quarantine. We will be quarantining many people in these areas. There are other areas that just aren't affected, or they're affected very little. And why would we close down 100% of the country? There are areas within New York where New York will be open, but there are areas within New York. Remember this, New York has the New York Stock Exchange. It has NASDAQ. It has the exchanges. To close the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ and with all of the great work they're doing, they've gone largely to computer. You look at the floor; it's incredible what they can do, but it's fully open. But we don't want to be doing that. But we can do. What I'm saying basically is that we can do two things simultaneously. And we've had this incredible learning period. Plus, people have been in a period, and they won't be calling, oh, gee, because I've got many, many people that now come to me and say, we get it. We think we can really do it now and do it while we're open. So at some point, we'll be setting some guidelines. We'll be setting some datelines. And we'll be announcing them in the not-too-distant future.
Any of the doctors on your team endorsed easing the federal guidelines?
Not endorsed. We talked together, and I think they're okay with it, and I'm okay with it. But this could be a much bigger problem. This could create a much bigger problem than the problem that you start off with. Now, other nations are going to have to do what they're going to do, but they'll probably do something very similar. But in our case, much more so than anyone else because of the magnitude of our economy, the tremendous size of what we've built and what we have, and the jobs involved. You know, you have almost 160 million jobs in this country now, the most ever by far the most ever. The number of jobs, almost 160 million. So we can't turn that off and think it's going to be wonderful. There'll be tremendous repercussions. There will be a tremendous death from that. Death. You know, you're talking about death. Probably more death from that than anything that we're talking about with respect to the virus.
Death if we continue with these strict guidelines than if we ease them?
No, I think we're going to do them both. I think that's what I'm saying. I think we can do them both. Now, we haven't announced a date, but we're getting fairly close to coming up with a date, and it's a much shorter period of time than I've been hearing the news report. And I think everybody should be happy with that. But great knowledge was gained. Please.
I had two questions for you, Mr. President. My second one is on what your economic advisor, Larry Kudlow, said today. He was talking about this, and he said that there are going to have to be some difficult trade-offs if you do ease these guidelines because he wants the economy.
You mean with the Democrats?
No. He was talking about how you said, you know, the cure should be worse than the problem, and he was talking about reopening the businesses, getting the economy going back and going again. What are those difficult trade-offs?
Well, it is true. I mean, if he said, I didn't hear him say that, but if he said difficult trade-off, sure, it's less convenient. Before you walk and you hop in the subway and you grab the handle and you go down to wherever you're going on Wall Street and you do all sorts of things and you go in and you open the doors going into your great buildings or into the exchanges, and now you think about doing it a different way. No, there are many trade-offs. It's a different life, and maybe it'll remain that way, frankly, after the invisible scourge is gone. Maybe it's going to stay that way. Not a bad thing to stay that way, but no, there are trade-offs. There's no question about that. But I actually think I think in the end we're going to end up being bigger, better, and stronger. We have learned a lot. Please.
We're seeing an increase of cases in Latin America, in the Middle East, in some places in Asia. Are you considering a new round of travel ban?
No, we're not really. Something like that could happen, I guess, but we're not really. They thought we were going to have bans within the United States. We didn't do that. We're not going to have that. Hopefully that'll take care of itself. No, in Latin America, there's been an uptick. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, just quickly, a second question. What prompted you to say at the beginning of your comments that you're going to take care of the Asian Americans? Has there been something in particular that was...
Because it seems that there could be a little bit of nasty language toward the Asian Americans in our country, and I don't like that at all. These are incredible people. They love our country, and I'm not going to let it happen. So I just wanted to make that point. Because they're blaming China. People are blaming China, and they are making statements to great American citizens that happen to be of Asian heritage, and I'm not going to let that happen. Please.
You say you want to reopen the country, but most schools across the country are closed. 2 states now are closed for the rest of the school year. How are parents supposed to go back to work and educate their children right now?
The governors of the various states will have a lot of leeway. If we open up, and when we open up, the governors in certain states, for instance, you go to some of the states I just mentioned, those schools are going to be open. In many cases, they're open now, but the schools are going to be open. In other cases, Governor Cuomo, Gavin Newsom of California, certain governors are going to have a decision to make. Now, they may make a decision to keep them open in a certain part of New York and maybe in Westchester County or wherever it may be, they'll keep them closed. But they're going to have leeway. We're giving the governors a lot of leeway.
Do you agree with the decision to close it several months out at this point? These governors are expecting a peak in the next couple of months and have made a decision for
The governors are going to make those decisions. That's going to be up to the governors. And they're very capable. They'll be able to make the decisions. Please.
Sir, will you explain why a $2 trillion economic stimulus is needed if you are going to reopen the country in a period of weeks, not months?
Because the virus has had a big impact on our country. So we're going to give a stimulus so that the workers can live their life. It was not their fault. It wasn't the workers' fault. And we are going to give a kick so that it's a kick. And this way, we think the workers can get a fair start. The small businesses we're taking very good care of. We want to take care of these small businesses. They really are the engine of this country. A lot of people don't know that. You know, everyone thinks of these great, big, beautiful businesses, who, by the way, have been very badly hurt also. But the small businesses have really historically been the engine, and they still are the engine of the country. And you'd be amazed. The workers love those businesses, and the workers contact us, and they want us to help those businesses because that's where they've made their living. That's where they've been paid a lot of money over the years. And, you've been seeing what's happened over the last 3 years where salaries and wages have gone up very substantially for those workers. And then we got caught by this sudden craziness coming into our country and coming all over the world. So we need to make sure that the companies are strong and that the workers are strong. And that's what we're doing. And, hopefully the Republicans and Democrats are going to be able to make a deal, and they're actually fairly close, but we'll see what happens. Please.
But does it still need to be $2 trillion is my question. Can it be
Well, one of the things you're going to have to save companies that have been shattered. You're going to have to save various, a lot of the companies yourselves. We have a company that was, I think, the greatest company in the world, named Boeing. Boeing's going to need some help. Now, Boeing had some difficulty before. That's unlike others. We have other companies that didn't have a problem coming in. Boeing had the obvious problem that everybody knows about from a little more than a year ago, a double problem, and it was a big one. And then on top of it, as they're getting ready to really show their stuff, on top of it, we all get hit by this. And obviously, the airlines are going to have a problem, but the airlines aren't going to be buying from Boeing or from anybody else right now because of this difficulty. So we have to work with the airlines. We have to work with the cruise lines. We have to work with the companies like a Boeing, because Boeing's potentially, again, a great company. It had a very rough period of 13 months, a very rough period, a horrible period, an unbelievable period. If you would have told me this would have happened to Boeing, I wouldn't have believed it, because to me it was, truly one of the truly great, probably almost 1 point of GDP, if you can think of that. It's hard to believe that a company could have that kind of an impact. But Boeing, we have to work with it for two reasons. Number one, it's a great company that we have to save. Number two, it produces unbelievable numbers of jobs. And so, the numbers have to be reflective of that kind of a thing. Please, you know what I'm going to do? We have wonderful people behind us that are working very hard, and we want Bill to get back to the Department of Justice, and we want the Admiral to start going and doing the job, and the same thing with Deb. If anybody would have any questions, maybe I'll ask Mike to stay around, but if anybody would have any questions for the group, and otherwise I'll let them go back to work, please.
We just clarify, Dr. Birch, we seem to be talking about different geographical slopes on this. The curve would be changing. And yet you just said that 20% numbers coming out of New York gives an indication that we don't quite know when the seeds, to use your metaphor, were planted. So how confident are you on the start dates of each curve for each of the geographical areas that the president seems to be indicating we'll be adjusting the policy for?
So that's a very good question. So what we do know is now we can backtrack from people who get very seriously ill to when they probably got infected versus when they were exposed. And so when you start backing out each of those pieces, when you start seeing hospitalized patients, you know that the virus has probably been there for 3 to 4 weeks, substantially circulating within the population. So that's what we're looking for. Now, as all of our testing is improved, and we want to really applaud the group who has worked on it. If you look at the pandemic flu preparedness, All of this was built on a flu platform. It was never, ever thought that you'd have a simultaneous respiratory disease hitting at exactly the same time as your flu hits in the country. And so when you're doing all of your flu surveillance, you could had small cases of these pneumonias and flu-like illnesses characterized as the flu-like illness for the last 4 to 6 weeks. And so that's really a caution to all of us. And so when we get through all of this, we'll be looking at each of the pandemic preparedness plans. Along the way, I was saying, we know Washington State is a little bit ahead of New York because of the hospitalization records. What we will get to as a country with the amount of testing that will be available is being able to do what the president talked about simultaneously doing containment contract tracing at the same time you're doing mitigation. And I think right now we put everything into mitigation. Yet if we geographically get specific data by zip codes and counties, we'll be able to approach this in a very laser focused way, making sure that what we're doing in each of those areas is absolutely appropriate for where they are in their own little bell-shaped curve.
Dr. Burks,
When will the government roll out the antibody test so people can know possibly if they've been exposed?
So several of them have come to the FDA, I believe. Obviously, that's something I'm very interested in for 2 reasons. One, it will give us a retrospective on where these infections were, who was actually infected, and how really asymptomatic versus mild versus all of that comes into the spectrum. Secondly, by people who have high titers of those antibodies, those can become our solution with plasmapheresis for those in need and the making of hyperimmune globulin. So knowing who they are becomes really critical. But I think we're still a couple of weeks out. I have to go back and talk to the FDA where each of these are, because this is what saved us with when you do flu swabs, when you do strep throat swab, and now where you could do an HIV test. So these are the kinds of tests that we know will be critical in the future. I wanted to say one other thing, because you see a lot of numbers out there about 70% of the population is going to get infected or 60% of the population based on those models. Understand that the way you get to that number is you do nothing and it goes through 3 cycles. So they're talking about this cycle that we're currently in, another cycle in 2021, and a third cycle in 21-22 in order to get that level of population infected. And you know we will have vaccines most likely by the 21-22 season. And we're going to hopefully have therapeutics in the fall of the next season. So the reason we're so much focused on blunting the curve for this piece is if the virus comes back, we'll have much more facility both for diagnosis, testing, monoclonal antibodies, treatments, and then the vaccine.
And Dr. Burks, a question about the serology blood tests, which some people have said hold some real promise here. When will those be FDA approved and when will they be widely available?
So that's what she was just asking about. So these IgGs and IgM, both point of care, I can tell you it would be no problem making ELISA today. But then you're drawing blood, you're processing blood, you're running plates. That's what we did in the past. We really want a finger prick type assay where you can just put a finger prick on and get your IgG and IgM. So that's what we're working on right now.
Realistically, how long until that's approved and available to you?
I can't answer because I have to look at where each of the companies are that are in their development processes.
That sounds like a while then.
Well, there's some that are developed now that they were using in Singapore. So we're looking at those to see how those work.
Should be fairly quick.
So we're looking at those, but you know, we're very quality oriented because we want to make sure we don't give people false negatives or false positives.
I have a question for you. We have a lot of very angry media all around this room, and they want one of these seats. But because of social distancing, we are keeping them empty, and they are keeping them empty. Will there ever be a time when all of those really angry people who don't like me much to start off with, but now they really don't like me, will there ever be a time when these seats are full to the brim like it used to be, where people are almost sitting on each other's lap. And this whole row over here is packed. And now they're outside wanting to get in, and they're very jealous of all of these reporters. Will we ever have that again? Or is that something that will be, it'll look like this forever?
So we're learning a lot about social distancing and respiratory diseases. And I think those are the discussions we have to have in the future. It was what you were talking about, changing our whole behavior patterns of what we touch and being conscious of that. I remember when I was worried Saturday morning, I was trying to think, what all did I touch on Friday? Did I touch a doorknob? Did I do this? Did I do that? Did I not wash my hands? I mean, you go through this whole piece. Did I touch my face by accident? So I think this awareness that we all now have that we didn't have before, where we would have turned that doorknob because we were in such a hurry. Now I think all of us think twice. I think all of you think twice.
But when the virus is gone, will the people be allowed to sit next to each other again, in your opinion, in a tight room?
I don't know. You'll have to look and see if we have a new respiratory piece. Certainly, this is the way we set up every clinic all around the world when we're worried about TB and TB transmission.
I'm wondering if you could comment on the new measures that Britain has put into place. Also, Germany has said they don't want crowds of less than 2 people, except for families, which is a pretty restrictive number. Does that inform your thinking as you are coming up with advice for this next period for the president and the vice president?
The president and vice president have asked us to look at every single scenario in every single country. Because the more data we have, the more our decisions can be completely data informed and really understanding what impact that has. I mean, we're interested right now. I mean, Italy obviously waited until about March 7th. The virus had been circulating for almost 4 weeks before actually going into that methodology. But for the first time, it looks like their mortality rates are starting to decline, which would be an illustration that things that they did 2 and 3 weeks ago may actually have an impact. Those are the kinds of data we're looking at very carefully, as well as very careful data within the United States of exactly where the virus is, what's the attack rate, has it moved out of its more confined geography, and really looking at each of those pieces of information. It's a lot of data to go through.
What do you think of Germany and Britain's moves?
Well, I think if you remember just a week ago, Britain had a very different approach. So everybody is adapting to their data. I haven't looked at the data that informed that decision, so I can't really comment on how they got to that decision there or in Germany.
Just to be clear, do you agree with the president's push to reopen the country? He said some of his doctors that he's talking to about this, he says, I think they're okay with it. Are you okay with that?
What the president has asked us to do is to assemble all the data and give him our best medical recommendation based on the data. That's what he's asked us to do. And so that's what we'll be doing this week. We were going to have to do it this week anyway, because we had to make a decision come Monday about the 15 days to reduce social spread. So this is consistent with our mandate to really use every piece of information that we can in order to give the president our opinion that's backed up by data, not our perception, but our opinion that's backed up by data.
So the data now, you think you could in a week? Like, would your assessment be right now?
The data pieces in now, and that's really critical. I will never speculate on data. I will have to see the data in order to really understand it.
And I think a big factor is the mortality rate. We're talking about the mortality rate. When we first started, people were thinking about 3 and 4%, and now we're talking about a much lower number than that. I think it's a number that will be a lot different than people thought.
The mortality rate is driven almost exclusively, as we have talked about, by people with pre-existing conditions and older. So that has become, from the very beginning, that was our emphasis. When we started 2 or 3 weeks ago talking with one another, our focus has been on how do we protect those with pre-existing conditions and the elderly. And I think these steps were about protecting with pre-existing conditions. So the whole key to changing the mortality rates is not just the hospital care, but preventing them from going into the hospital to begin with because you don't want them to be infected.
It's much lower than we originally thought. I mean, frankly,
yes,
it's a lot lower.
Well, you know what the estimate in Wuhan was originally? It was over 3%. When they look outside of Wuhan, it was about 0.7%. It depends very much. In South Korea, it was about 0.7, 0.8%. But I don't want, that's like a tyranny of averages. So, you know, that's not having, that's probably missing 50, 60% of the data because no one was testing asymptomatics. Remember, in every country, you had to be symptomatic to get a test. So we're making case fatality rates when we're missing a significant part of the data. So if anything, it will go lower, but I don't want people, that should not be reassuring because the death rates escalate with age and pre-existing conditions. So I really want to be clear that although it may be very low if you're under 40 or very low if you're under 50 and very low if you're under 70, there is an inflection curve. The average age of the person who's dying in Italy is in the mid-80s. So there is really a significant issue in our older generation that we feel strongly about protecting.
Dr. Lee, it's just very interesting, the whole thing. It's an incredible subject. When somebody is very sick, they go to a doctor, go to a hospital, they record it, they're very sick, and then they live or they don't live, see what happens. But when somebody isn't very sick at all, I've heard people that they don't even know they had it, and they're healing. Then I've heard people, they have like a cold or they have a running nose, or even people that stay home and they think they have the flu, or in some cases they think they have a really bad case of the flu. But all of those people, that vast majority of, beyond vast majority of people, they're not reporting. They're not calling the doctor. They're not calling him. They're just getting better. So you would think it would have to be because the people that are sick are going to a doctor or they're going someplace and they're going to say, make me better. The people that are just short of that, and people that aren't even, many people where they literally don't even know that they have it. So now you're building up the number of cases that we talked about before, and yet, so you don't know you don't know how many they are. You don't know the vast number. What you do know is all the people that are really sick, because all of the people that are really sick are going to a doctor in some form, and the doctor is reporting it in all cases. So,
but that's why your question about the antibody test is so critical, because that will give us really a much better baseline to really understand.
So Mr. President, when you talk about how it could be a much bigger problem, you said there's several stages on whether or not we keep these guidelines in place. You talk about higher death. Are you talking about suicide? Like, help us understand.
I'm talking about many forms.
Is the risk here a depression? Is that what you're getting at?
We're talking about tremendous. Look, number one, it's the country itself. You're talking about tremendous disruption economically. But you're talking about massive depression, massive numbers of suicide.
Economic depression.
No, I'm not talking about economic, although you could be talking about that too.
So
what I'm talking about is
depression.
People suffering massive depression because they had a fantastic job and now they have no idea, what's going on. Now, here's the good news. If they get the bill passed, we're taking care of those people. We're going to really take good care of those people beyond what any country has done for people. But never been anything like this. No, I'm talking about where people suffer massive depression, where people commit suicide, where tremendous death happens. Now, in addition to that, we're talking about economic, where you really hurt a country. It could take years and years to recover. And the longer you stay out, the harder it is to recover. I happen to think that you're going to have, they call it the V. I think you're going to have a very big bounce, very big bounce back. I think it's going to be very big. We'll see. Well, I think the bill should pass. It should pass quickly. Take care of our workers, take care of the companies that pay those workers, help those companies over this rough patch. But the longer it takes, the harder it is to come back. I'd like to be able to bounce back to where we were. And ultimately, I think we're going to be even further than that. But I'm just saying that the what's happening when I say the cure, and the cure could be worse than the problem itself, right? That's what I can't let that happen. We can't let that happen. We've learned so much, and so many good things are going to happen. for our country. We can't let this continue to go on. So what we're doing is we're meeting with the doctors, Dr. Fauci, Dr. Birx, and others, and we've already started the discussion. And I can say that, you know, I'm a student like your students. We're all learning this together. I learned a lot from Deborah. I learned a lot from Tony. I learned a lot from a lot of people that this has been their life's work. I learned a lot. We're going to come up with a date, and we're going to do two things. We can do two things at one time. At the same time, we're going to be very vigilant. We're going to be so vigilant in terms of all of the things that we have to do that we've been talking about for the last 2 weeks ad nauseum. And I think it's going to be ultimately a far better solution for our country. Yeah, please, go ahead.
What advice is to Fauci?
Yeah, but why don't you go back? We want her to go back to work. Thank you. Great job. Thank you, Deborah.
Can I have one more question?
Yeah. Deborah? One more. Come on. They won't let you go.
So there's still 1 week left to go and 15 days to slow the spread. Doesn't talk of reopening the government quickly undermine that? I mean, why would anyone today still social distance or not run out to see the trade line?
Reinforce it. Because if people know that we're considering and trying to understand the impact of the good work that they have done, I think it reinforces them to do good work for the next whatever it is, days, weeks in the future. Because we're looking very carefully of the impact that the work that you did, the selflessness that you brought to this, the ability to stay home with your fabulous children, your ability to social distance, the ability to give up on going to restaurants and just having takeout, all of those sacrifices, the ability of your protecting our elder generation, the greatest generation, and making sure they're safe in nursing homes but not seeing them. All of us have made sacrifices. I haven't seen my grandchildren in 3 weeks. I know other people are like that they have really made those personal sacrifices. What we're asking every American to do is to make those personal sacrifices for these next week and now, so that we can evaluate the impact of that sacrifice. So I think if anything, it strengthens the willpower to say, yes, I can do this.
Thank you.
Mr. President, so has to propose Dr. Fauci claims.
Go ahead, 1 second.
Sir, one thing some health officials have said would be helpful is to open back up the ACA exchanges so that people who are worried about perhaps getting treatment could go sign up for insurance now, even though the open enrollment period is open. That's something you can do with
Well, it is. It's something we're talking to a lot of people about. We'll see what happens, but we're talking to people about it. Go ahead, please.
Where is Dr. Fauci right now? Why is not this briefing? Will he attend future ones? And
I was just with him for a long time. And he's in the task force meeting right now. We have a task force meeting.
Does he agree with you about the need to reopen the economy soon?
Well, he did not agree. I mean, we had a long talk, and he understands this tremendous. There's a tremendous cost to our country, both in terms of lives and in terms of economics, and in terms of many, many years of rebuilding something that was a fine-tuned machine. It was nobody's fault. It just happened. This horrible virus came from wherever, and it just happened. It just happened. He fully understands that. No, he's a good man. I like Dr. Fauci a lot, just so you understand. No, he's not here because we really weren't discussing what he's best at, but he'll be back up very soon. Yeah, please. And we'll be discussing dates and times with him. And we are talking about I don't want to use the word abbreviated because so much has been gained by what we've done, but we're talking about not during the period, during the 14 or 15 days, but not too long after that. Mr. President, I think it's going to make a lot of people happy. It's going to make a lot of companies happy. It's going to make a lot of workers happy. Yeah, John?
Mr. President, so ultimately, will you take Dr. Fauci's recommendation on this, or are you thinking he's just looking at one set of...
I would certainly, he's very important to me, and I will be listening to him. I'll be listening to Deborah, who you just spoke to. I'll be listening to other experts. We have a lot of people that are very good at this, and ultimately it's a balancing act. But, the expression, we can do two things at one time. And we've got an incredible country. We have to keep it that way. And that includes not just economics, that also includes life and death. We have to keep it that way.
Mr. President, on the social distancing, you're talking about social distancing amongst us reporters, and you mentioned that one of our own has come down or potentially come down. Even if someone does come down at the White House press corps, would you pledge to the American people that you'll keep this room open? We're clearly 6 feet apart.
Well, I've gotten to like this room. This room is very convenient. Like I said, from the standpoint of being president of the United States, this has been a very convenient room for all of us. You people have set up. So I never even thought of closing it. So you're asking me a question that I never thought in terms of closing it. Can you give me a good reason to close it? We could build a larger room. I don't want to make commitments like that because it's not something I've ever really thought about. There are certain people who'd like to see a larger room built. We need a larger room. Other presidents didn't need such a large room, but we need a larger room. And there are some people, but it's not something that is really on my mind, to be honest with you. Yes, please.
Quarter two, we know it's going to be brutal. Who are you listening to? Where is the brain trust to help get us through that period? And also, has your opinion of the chair of the Fed? Quarter two, the second quarter, and JP Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, they're all predicting a pretty dire second quarter. So who are you listening to? Where's the brain trust? You have all these medical advisors.
I think we're listening to many people. I mean, that was my world. I know many of those people. I have many people that are friends of mine, some enemies also, by the way. But it's been a good world for me. I like that world. I like those people. They're tough and they're smart. But I listen to many of them. Ultimately, they all go into that computer, and I say, this is what we're going to do. I have to make a decision. This is a very important man right here to my right, our vice president, because he's got a great instinct about things too. So I'm going to be listening to Mike. He's headed up the task force, I think, brilliantly. I think he's going to go down as that because he's really done a job. He's been, not only has he been good, he's been soothing. He's really been great for the American public to watch it. And I mean that in the most positive way. There is a solidity with Mike that you don't find in many people. He's been soothing. He's been good for the American public. They have confidence in him. I think he's done an incredible job. And his advice is very, very important to me. So he's going to be he didn't come from that world, the world of finance, but he understands the world of finance. He was a great governor in Indiana. They did very well financially, too.
So you won't give us even one name of someone else you're listening to?
Well, I can give you a whole list, and we'll probably even set up committees. I'd rather not give you one because then I'm going to leave out. I have spoken to so many people, and I've
turned on the spigot today.
What?
Are you happy with the Fed now that he's turned on the spigot?
I am happy with him. Yes, I think he's. I really think he's caught up, and he's done the right thing. And I think ultimately we will be rewarded because of the decision he made over this. He's really stepped up over the last week, and I have to tell you, I called him today, and I said, Jerome, good job. You really did it. It might be. He was, a little bit slower than I would have liked in the sense of what he was doing. Other people might have liked it. But today I called up Jerome Powell and I said, Jerome, you've done a really good job. I was proud of him. That took courage. And ultimately, you're going to see the fruits. Now, he's not finished. I mean, he's got other arrows in the quiver or whatever they say. I will tell you, he's got plenty of arrows. But I'm very happy with the job he did.
Mr. President,
Mr. Vice President, you said that you'd bring the Secretary of Education here either yesterday or today. Why isn't she here today, and can we expect it this week? Also, yesterday you said you'd have some guidance for us on people who had potentially been exposed to the virus returning to work sooner. Do you still expect that guidance?
Yes, thank you for the question. I spoke to the Secretary of Education today, and we're going to have her at the podium very soon. Department of Education has created a very easy waiver application for every state. It's virtually an automatic application for states that want to be excused from national standardized testing requirements. We reviewed that with all of the governors today. And also what's called distance learning. The accreditation process for higher education, the Secretary of Education at the President's urging has loosened the rules around distance learning. You're seeing many colleges and universities embracing distance learning now, putting it into practice. We've allowed for that. but also the Department of Education is setting up a website and best practices information for K through 12 distance learning. And she actually told me that the state of Florida and New Hampshire are really setting the pace on distance learning for K-12. My wife is an elementary school teacher. Obviously, there's different challenges for distance learning for K through 12 students, particularly younger kids. But the Department of Education is determined to continue to make those best practices available. We talked about the website that's being built, and she'll be coming and making a presentation on that, because as the President reflected a little bit ago, as Dr. Burks did, we understand there's a lot of kids out of school, but parents are anxious. A lot of kids out of college and university, like my daughter, who's has been dismissed from what remains of this semester of grad school, but is still doing the work, and the Department of Education is working earnestly to make that a reality.
We'll see her this week.
I'm sorry?
We'll see her this week.
Yes, I'll have her here this week. She, given the issues that we were dealing with today with the Attorney General, we thought it might be just as timely in a few days. With regard to the guidance that you asked about, the President's Coronavirus Task Force is in the process of reviewing recommendations from CDC. We're working with the Department of Homeland Security. We'll be bringing those to the President as recommendations of approval. We're specifically looking at people that work in critical infrastructure, people in law enforcement, people in critical transportation. You can go right now to the Department of Homeland Security's website for a very useful definition of critical infrastructure. And if you look at the second page of 15 days to slow the spread, you'll see the President's recommendation for this 15 days is for people to stay home from work whenever possible, except for people working in critical infrastructure. And the guidance that we're looking forward to unpacking is how people who may have come into contact with someone that tests positive for coronavirus would be able to, if they have no symptoms, would be able to return to work, wear a mask for a certain period of time, but otherwise go back to business. It's a focus on critical infrastructure jobs. We should have that guidance before the President and before the public tomorrow.
Mr. President, we have understandably a patchwork of plans in the moment.
I just want to say, while we're thinking about it, China has very much stepped up, as you probably know, the agricultural purchases from our farmers, and some purchases too. So they have a difficult time also right now, but they very much stepped up their purchases and significantly. So we're very happy about that. The other thing, I'm standing here in this case with our Vice President, trying to let you ask anything you want having to do with the subject, which frankly is pretty much all anyone cares about right now. But because I think it's very important. I don't want to stay here for 2 hours into this, but I think it's important that, I call it, get it out of your system. Give us any question about it, because I think it's important for the public to know. So we don't want to answer 2 questions and leave. We want to answer your questions. That's why we're doing this for so long. And I think it gives our country confidence, and it gives, I think we're giving, we're all gaining knowledge. This has been an unbelievable process, but we're all getting knowledge. So I want to, stay here. Sometimes we're here for 2 hours and we're answering questions. At least you will say that I'm very transparent. I think you're going to have a hard time saying he is not transparent, but we take a lot of questions from you. Unfortunately, some of them are repetitive, and some of them are fantastic questions. Some of these questions are great. Some of the questions lead to us solving a problem. You bring up problems that people didn't know existed. But I just want to let you know, so we're doing this so that we can be transparent, so that we can get everything out. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, we have a patchwork of plans, understandably, at the moment. Are you coordinating an economic response with the leaders of the G7? You are?
We're very, very close to them. We had a couple of great talks, plus I've spoken to a number of them individually. We're very, very closely aligned. Please.
Can I ask 2 questions? One for the Vice President, really quickly, and then one for you. Vice President Pitts, we're talking about those self-swab tests. When will this be available? They said this week, but do you know which day, and do you know where they're going?
The FDA just announced that decision, and My understanding is that they'll be now going directly to market. I'll have a good estimate for you on timeline, but what the president is just to do at the task force is to promote as much creativity and as much innovation as possible. And frankly, Dr. Hahn, as the president said, at the FDA has done a remarkable job going through the review and approval process for these new methodologies really in record time. We reflected a little bit ago about the fact that we're pretty sure we set a record. I think it was 62 days to be in the phase 1 clinical trials of a vaccine that's actually in clinical trials today. But this new approval from a study done by United Health Group and the Gates Group means that now self-collected nasal swabs will become available. We're going to be working through FEMA with governors around the country to make sure and distribute those methods as well as the swabs or any other supporting material and get those into this vast array of labs that are now stood up around the country.
That's going to make a big difference too, because that really is a process that's easy, as opposed to the current process, which is not, as I've said, it's not pleasant.
Yeah, and then just my other question for you, I just want to get clarity on this. If we get to next week, we're deciding, you're deciding what to do with these guidelines, whether to ease them or reinstate them for another 15 days. Will you follow the advice of Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci if they say you should maintain them for 2 weeks?
And then ultimately I have to make a decision, but I certainly listen to them. I listen to a number of people, but I have a lot of respect for Dr. Fauci and for Dr. Birx, and I'll be listening to them and others that we have that are really doing a good job, John.
But are you worried that if you do this too quickly, if you lift these restrictions too quickly, the virus will start spreading unabated? And how can you be sure that that's not going to happen?
Well, yeah, we have now a system, and the system's in place, and we have two very, very powerful alternatives that we have to take into consideration. And as I said, one of the things that has really gotten me thinking about this, number one, I'm looking at what's going on, and life is fragile and economies are fragile, but one of the things is the mortality rate, John. When we first started this, nobody knew anything about this particular virus. Very, very little. I mean, we were hearing numbers of 5%. That's an astronomical number when the flu is 0.001 and 2 and 3, right? And so 5% would be an astronomical number. Now we're seeing numbers that may be less than 1, and that's not including the exercise that I just went through where many people don't report. So everybody getting very sick is reporting, but nobody getting, not very sick. And that should be part of that equation. So that just keeps reducing the number. So the mortality rate is that's a big, to me, that's a big factor. When we were hearing 3 and 4%, remember we had one day where we thought it was 5%, and we were getting a lot of bad numbers from countries that, I don't know why, but we're getting a lot of bad numbers. I do wish, our relationship's very good with China, but I wish they could have told us about this a little bit sooner, that. But the mortality rate's a big thing for me because I think we're very substantially under 1% now. That's it's still terrible. It's still the whole thing. The whole concept of death is terrible. But there's a tremendous difference between something under 1% and 4 or 5 or even 3%. So that's something that we're learning now. And I think the number may be lower than people think because of what I've been saying. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you instructed Secretary Mnuchin and the others working on this bill, Congress, to meet some of the demands that Democrats have made.
Well, I thought we had a deal last night and then the Democrats changed the deal. So we had a deal last night that was going to be phenomenal for the workers, which is my number one aim. I want to take care of the workers. And we had a deal. I was pretty sure we had a deal last night. If you would have told me at a certain time, like about 9 o'clock, I would have told you we pretty much have a deal. And then all of a sudden it changed. It changed fairly rapidly. And, it was unacceptable. It would have been bad for our country. And they were asking for things that would have not been good. I mean, things that bore no relationship to what we're talking about. We said, that's not the game. We can't play that game. So we'll see. Look, the Democrats do want to make a deal. But, Jeff, I thought we had a deal last night.
And if you come further into this process, weeks or months from now, decide that further stimulus is needed, Will you be able to work with Speaker Pelosi on that?
I'll work with anybody to help the American people. I will. I don't care who it is. I'll work with anybody if I feel I'm going to help the American people and the American worker. Yep.
Mr. President, some states are still reporting a shortage of materials needed to actually process the tests. So what is the administration doing to get all the states the materials that they need?
Well, you just saw the Admiral, and you just saw the FEMA people, and you just saw the Army Corps of Engineers, and we're building hospitals in New York and California, and the state of Washington, and New Jersey. I just made a commitment to Phil that we're going to help him out with some of the areas in New Jersey, which is very important. A great state. So we're doing a great job, and we're there to help the governors. But the governors are on the front line, and they can do some of it themselves. Governor Cuomo, he's been working very hard, and he worked with me on the hospitals and medical centers, because it's not just hospitals, it's called hospital, and another is medical centers, of which we're building numerous for New York. And we have it all laid out. We have the Jet Center, and then we have other locations throughout the state. And I think it's really a great plan. And we're going to have FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers involved. And I've worked with them. We're building a wall. We're up to over 150 miles of wall on our southern border, which is now turning out to be even more important than we originally thought. But I always thought it was very important having borders. And so I'm working with the Army Corps of Engineers, and I know what they do and how they do it. And that used to be my business, and I know it very well. And they're very professional. They're really good. So you're going to see a lot of good things happening in many states beyond the states I just mentioned. In many states, we're working with Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida. We're working with Governor McMaster, right, in South Carolina, where they a little bit of a breakout, not by comparison, but a little bit. We're working with many governors in many states. Actually, states where you almost would think that they have it under pretty good control. They've done a great job. But we're working with many states, and that's primarily FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers, and they're capable of doing it.
Mr. President, back to the stimulus. Can I ask a question on behalf of my Radio Pool colleague, Tamara Keith from NPR? She asked me to ask this to you. You just mentioned that there were some things last night that were unacceptable, which would have been bad for the country, that the Democrats were bringing into the stimulus conversation.
No.
Her question was, what provisions would you absolutely not support in this plan right now?
Well, a lot of the provisions that they wanted, like stock buybacks, I agree with that. That's good with me. I mean, I don't like them buying back stock. I like them spending money on airplanes and on their employees and their real business, not buying back stock. And I don't know if that provision is going to be put in one way or the other, but I'm all for it. And many Republicans, I can tell you, are for it, and I think many Democrats are for it. But they were putting that out like it was a problem last night. Not a problem for me. I can. Please.
She also want to know, how much do you want the cash relief directly for Americans? What number would you like to see?
Well, I think what you're talking about right now is at least $3,000 per family of four. Isn't that correct? It's $3,000 for a family of four, which is bold. And if this continued, we have to build this up, and if this continued, we'll do something else, and we'll do more at a later date. But that's a big number. If you remember, they were talking about $500 and $600, and we are all for that. As of this moment, it's $3,000 for a family of four. Please, go ahead.
When you're looking at some of the economic headwinds that we're facing, I'm wondering if one of the things you're concerned about is the strength of the dollar, and if there's something that we should do to address
Well, dollars in many ways, but it's also tough in many ways because it makes trade much harder. It makes it much harder for Caterpillar, Tractor, and other companies to sell their goods to Europe or China or wherever they may be sold. So having a strong dollar is good, but it really sounds good. But the truth is, it makes certain things like trade much tougher. And our dollar, I don't know if you've seen, but our dollars remain very strong, especially against the currencies, very, very strong, which again makes that trading more difficult. But there's something nice about having a strong dollar, right? No matter what, a president, it's nice to have a strong dollar, but it does make trading more difficult.
Just to go back to stimulus, you're confident you're going to get a deal?
Well, I think the Democrats want a deal, and I think we want a deal. So it would be very good if they did make a deal. The American public is demanding it. I can tell you the Republicans want to make a deal, and we want to make a deal that's good for the workers, good for the country. And I really believe the Democrats want to make a deal, but they have to stop asking for things that bear no relationship to what we're talking about.
You've had a lot of laudatory things
that
to
are
say.
actually bad, that are actually not good for the country.
You've been very laudatory to the Democratic governors. You mentioned Governor Cuomo. You mentioned some others.
Yeah.
If you get a stimulus, I'm wondering if you'll extend this bipartisan goodwill to Speaker Pelosi and invite her here for a signing ceremony.
Well, let's see what happens. I have to see what happens. Right now, I don't have a deal, but I think we're very close. I mean, when I left, which was quite a while ago now, because again, we're trying to answer every question, so there's no, it'd be nice if you were just exhausted and said, that's it, we can't do anymore, but there's always hands up. But, and maybe one of those questions is great and unique. But no, look, I want what's good for the country. And if that means meeting, I think that's great. I just want what's good for the country, great for our workers, great for the citizens of the United States. That's all it's pretty.
What's the last time you spoke with Pelosi?
Well, it's been a little while. Yeah, please.
Both you and the Vice President have been tested for the virus. Also, Mrs. Pence. Has the First Lady been tested?
Yes.
And?
She's great. She's fine.
Negative?
Negative. Okay. Negative.
We're taking points on the stimulus. Who's going to hold Treasury accountable for this $500 billion corporate rescue fund?
Well, you need that to help all of these companies that have a chance of not being companies anymore. And that's going to be a good thing for the country because deals will be made, and we're talking to certain people, some of the greatest people in the history of Wall Street, frankly, where when they do a deal, we'll have stock for America. We'll take back stock for the United States. We'll, at the same time, most importantly, we'll keep those companies healthy. But we can also make incredible deals for the country so that that number will increase exponentially. I mean, this is a great thing.
It's about the lack of oversight. For Treasury to have this unilateral authority to dole out all of this money.
I'll be the oversight. I'll be the oversight. We're going to make good deals. We make good deals, but these companies need it. Even if it was just a simple loan, which would be, but we can do better than that. And the companies are willing to do better than that. I mean, they got hit. Most of these companies, it was through no fault of their own. There are a couple where it was, they were troubled before they came in. We talked about one. It had trouble. Nobody can believe it, actually, in that one. But these companies are, through no fault of their own, they have difficulty. I mean, 2 weeks ago, these companies were among the most solid institutions in the world. You'd want to buy their bonds. Their bonds were rated AAA or whatever their highest rating is today. And now all of a sudden they have difficulty because they've been closed up. So you need something to keep them going. But that money is not going to be wasted money. That money is going to be seen, and we could multiply that number by many times coming back to the American public. That could be a phenomenal thing. But most importantly, it's going to keep these great engines of jobs and ingenuity going. Very important. Yeah, how about one or
Thank you, sir. Are there things you regret in the way you handled the crisis so far? Are there words you regret?
I don't think so. I'm looking forward. I don't look back. I guess there's always something everybody regrets. There are things in your life you regret. We all regret things, but I really like to look forward. I'm a person that looks a forward thinker, I guess they would say. No, I think that we've handled it really well. It seems to be the American public thinks that we've handled it well if you look at polling data. But I'm not interested in myself. I'm interested in the American people. We have to get this going. We have millions and millions of jobs that were solid as a rock 3 weeks ago. And today, there could be questions. And the faster we get it going, the more likely it is that those stores, little businesses, big businesses, medium-sized businesses open up. And we'll get it going very fast. I really believe this is a pent-up demand. I think that as soon as we say, let's go, and it's going to be pretty soon. It's going to be pretty soon. It's going to be sooner than people would think. We're in a position to take care of our country, but at the same time to have the country really go up like a rocket ship economically, and that's great for jobs. It's great for everything else. Yeah.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask a question for a colleague who can't be in the room because of social distancing.
For who?
A colleague who can't be in the room because of our social distancing about Florida. He wanted me to ask, should Governor DeSantis have closed all of the beaches in his state?
Well, that's really up to the governor. I mean, I think that, first of all, he's a great governor. He's done an incredible job, Governor DeSantis in Florida. And on the beaches, I guess he's recently made a decision, but you do have a lot of room on the beaches, and I think it's just a decision that he made originally, and then he's refined it, and then he's done something that a lot of people agree with what he's done. But he's done a lot of things right, and he's been truly. He cares so much about healthcare. He cares so much about the cost of prescription drugs. He's been a fantastic governor for Florida. They're very happy with him. The whole concept of the beach. It's a very interesting issue. There are a lot of open spaces that includes parks and other things, but rather than relying on social distancing, they're probably going to do that one a different way. But I would imagine when we make our decision, things like that would be opened up, and then people will remember what they're supposed to be doing. Well, I want to thank everybody very much, and we'll see you tomorrow sometime, and we'll get this going, I think, really well. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Good tomorrow.
All right, everybody. Pilar Arias here with you, one of 3 Fox News Now hosts. We are also streaming on coronavirusnow.com. I want to show you the latest numbers from Johns Hopkins University. They are reporting more than 43,000 cases right here in the U.S. And you can see on this country list here, the U.S. now number 3 for the number of cases, 533 total deaths being reported here in the U.S., majority of them, 99 in New York City alone, 75 in King County, Washington. They're kind of breaking it down by region now here, which is very good in terms for informational purposes. But the fact that the death toll keeps rising there is certainly not good at all. I remember being last week wondering when we were going to hit the 100 mark, and here we are at 533. The numbers, they just continue to grow as testing becomes more readily available. Our tests are happening across the country, and so we're learning, unfortunately, of a lot more cases. I do want to show you, Governor Gavin Newsom is speaking live in California right now, but I have been reporting since the beginning. Now, I had to do a split record because the source that we were rolling on at first switched. So you'll kind of see a little bit of a blip, but already so far about 24 minutes. So we're going to listen in to California Governor Gavin Newsom.
When you hear it, they're much better off using the existing resource and the resourcefulness within the hospital system by allowing the hospitals more flex, more capacity to provide resource facilities, looking at some buildings on the hospital campuses, looking at the parking lots, getting tents and providing emergency supplies in and around those facilities. The hospitals already came with a surge plan of anywhere from 15 to 20% of their capacity. They are doubling that surge plan now. Phase 1 that we're announcing today is a surge plan of 40% within that hospital system. So that's what the current hospital system is now working to address internally, and we feel confident in their capacity to deliver that. Externally, outside of the hospital system itself, we are looking to provide 20,000 beds throughout our system. As you know, in the last few days, we announced the acquisition of 3 major hospitals in the state of California. Seton Hospital here in Northern California, Long Beach, outstanding leadership, their mayor, community hospital, where they're moving patients much earlier than they otherwise would into that facility. And then, of course, St. Vincent's down in Los Angeles. In addition to that, we are in deep negotiations and will be soon in contract with a number of other facilities throughout the state, again, Northern California, and currently negotiating in the central part of California. All told, we've got about 3,000 beds now that we part of the 20,000 the state will be responsible for identifying. Roughly 17,000, I don't want to throw too many numbers, confuse folks, but 17,000 we need to start stacking in terms of resources throughout the state of California. And that's where we're identifying convention facilities, fairgrounds. We're identifying specific assets throughout the state, including motels and hotels. Again, not just for homeless, but potentially to provide capacity, including skilled nursing facilities and the like. So we're well on their way in terms of identifying those individual assets, and we're well underway of making sure once the assets are identified that we can resource them. And what I mean by that is staff them, and staff them with the appropriate levels of support on protective gear, PPE, as we're commonly referring to that. So let me break that down a little bit. Our staffing is going to require more flex. It's going to require more capacity as it relates to existing ratios, as it relates to existing current scope of practice. We're going to have to do more on rules and regulations well within our capacity to deliver, and I think for the system to absorb. We are in advanced negotiations on more prescriptive issues around scope of practice, and as it relates to staffing ratios, we put out an omnibus executive order that already is beginning the process of making changes to those protocols. We believe the ability to get fourth-year medical students into the system in that fourth year, getting someone that's almost finished in their nursing degree, get them licensed earlier, bringing people, annuitants back, retirees back, all of that, you start adding those resources, and we believe we can meet the moment to provide for the human resources, the staffing of those additional beds. We are, in addition to that, though, making a case, and we need to make this case very soberly. That it's one thing to provide the physical space, it's another to provide the human resources, but you got to keep people healthy. You got to keep people safe. And that's why the issue of protected gear is so healthcare workers, more broadly to our frontline workers all throughout the state, defined in many different categories. We are significantly expanding our efforts. We have been expanding them, but now significantly expanding our efforts to procure additional shields and gloves and gowns and coveralls and the like. So much so that we have formally scoped the capacity to go out on the open market across the country, for that matter around the world, to scope out, and by the way, I'm going to be rolling these numbers, 1 billion gloves to procure, 500 million N95 masks, some 200 million shields. You get the picture. We're talking in the magnitude of tens of millions, in some cases hundreds of millions of units of this personal protective gear. Let me tell you why. A 3-month surge, and let's just assume, for argument's sake, a 3-month surge capacity within our hospital system alone, which is just one part of the larger healthcare delivery system. That would require that 125,000 beds, 75,000 baseline, the 50,000 surge, would require just in 3 months 200 million sets of PPE. That's, again, gloves and gowns and masks and shields. And that would just exhaust itself in 3 months. So it puts things in perspective when you watch the news or you're reading something online about a few 100,000 N95 masks that come in, 100,000 gowns, how quickly one goes through that. For every patient, you throw that PPE off. For every room, you throw that PPE off. You can go to a specific hospital and go through hundreds of thousands just in one hospital in just a week. And so in order to procure that, it's going to take an heroic effort. And so we've identified specific asks. We have specific strategies in terms of that procurement and logistics. And we recognize that we as a nation need to reconcile the following. And that is, many of us are competing for the same limited supplies. And as a consequence of that, people are tripping over themselves to make deals that ultimately are raising the cost of these supplies. I was very pleased to just watch President Trump's press conference, and I applaud our way. That must be done, not just by the federal government, must be done by the state as it is, and also local government. I'll just give you an example. The outstanding leadership, the district attorney in San Diego, that's already been on this, filing cases, not just being aggrieved, but actually moving on this. You're seeing that with other municipalities, and obviously our outstanding Attorney General Becerra, who's on this as well. But it was wonderful to see the federal government take this seriously. But it is incumbent upon governors, not just mayors, not just county leaders, but upon all of us to start aligning our purchasing strategies to recognize that states like California that are uniquely positioned to make large purchases and the volume discounts that are necessary creates a crowding out of the market that hurts some of the smaller states. And I don't want to be in a position as a Californian, deeply committed to the people I represent, but also as an American citizen, to take advantage of our purchasing power, our market power, without addressing the legitimate anxieties of some of these smaller state leaders. It's incumbent to begin the process of centralizing the procurement. It is incumbent upon us to address this issue in a much more systemic way. We'll continue in the state of California to punch way above our weight. We're going to be sending literally chartered flights from China to the state of California. We're working with some of the largest logistics firms in the world, FedEx, UPS, to do just that. We are working all our supply chains and suppliers and brokers and dealers from around the world, subsequently though into factories into China. And we're doing our part domestically. We, by the way, have now 6 California companies, 6, that want to repurpose their facilities to manufacture gowns. We just had a conversation with 25 providers that want to start 3D printing masks in the state of California. Elon Musk, how about this? I told you a few days ago that he was likely to have 1,000 ventilators this week. It arrived in Los Angeles. And Elon Musk is already working with the Hospital Association and others to get those ventilators out in real time. It's an heroic effort. Bloom Energy, we talked about that a couple of days ago, repurposing the ventilators. Things that would take a month are taking days because people are stepping up and stepping in a meaningful and very direct way. But the magnitude of what we have to accomplish, we must do together as a nation. And in the absence of our capacity to centralize it nationally, governors, we need to start aligning ourselves to our purchasing protocols in a way where we can bring down the cost curve and also address the anxiety about access. And so I just want other governors to know we are committed to working with you collaboratively in that. We've already had a number of conversations. We'll work through the NGA, the National Governors Association, and others to really formalize that process, those protocols and procedures. So we're moving on all cylinders. We are very pleased, and I want to thank the administration. President Trump called me yesterday and told me that we already should expect, and he was right, those field medical stations to come into the state of California. 2 arrived, one in Riverside and one in Santa Clara, already now have arrived. We'll be putting them up in the convention center in Santa Clara and down in the fairgrounds in Riverside. That was part of the 8 that he committed to the state of California. We're grateful for that. Remember, that's 2,000 beds when all 8 arrived, but 2 already did arrive. And we're already in the process of beginning to resource and ultimately get those things up as we can. And I say as we can, but I also mean as we should, which is we don't rush to do everything overnight to have assets sitting there waiting for the surge. This is done in a very sequential way, in a very methodical way, in a very deliberative way. Again, all what we're referring to now is phase 1 in terms of our acquisition and procurement planning as we bring these units, these numbers to life so that we could keep people healthy and address the anxiety that many of us are fearing or feeling. Let me speak to that. I had a little anxiety, as all of you did, watching the news of all those folks and crowds on our parks out there on beautiful California coast. Normally, that would light up my heart to see tens of thousands of people congregating down in Malibu and other parts of our beautiful state. And it's understandable people's desire, their first weekend now with the new stay-at-home order. Some folks testing it.
All right, I'm done listening to this piece of shit.
One
Hold
cannot
on.
condemn that, but one can criticize it. We need to.
Yeah, I'm done with that guy. I'm not going to pay attention to that shit no more. Hey, come on up, man. Let's grab a link here, and I'll get it out there. Man, come join the conversation. There we go. All right. All right. Yeah, this hey hey Florida, grab a link, brother. Come on up. Oh man. Yeah, that guy I heard news reports that Governor Newsom had been involved with some of the people that were buying up all the shit from the stores, trying to create the shortage and shit like that. He was the one that tipped them off. It was coming back in police reports and stuff. They were trying, and all that. But yeah, he's a real. I'm not gonna, hey, hold on a second. I got that. There we go. Yeah. Hold on a second. I'm missing something. There, no, I'm not naked. Yeah. So what's up? Come on up, join the channel. Let's get this party started. Yeah, fire in the bowl. Oh my Lord. Thank you, Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms. Don T. Ron. How you doing? Yeah. Hey, I got a whole bunch of stuff done outside today. Well, I say a whole bunch. Just me, but for me, it was a whole bunch. Got the area cleared up from the pallets. Got them all piled up and stacked up. Come on up, battery. Shit. Yep, ain't gonna be naked. Yeah. Hey, I just want to say I wear the hat because that's just what I do. But I wear it generally so don't see this part. Because get a little thin up there. But I'm not embarrassed about it. Just keeps the sun off my head. Heck, it sucks getting a sunburn on top of your head. So I ain't doing that again. You added lights to your battery box. Oh, okay. I was thinking about that. And you should have just like a test light, something you could press and it comes on, and just so you could test it rather than having it stay on all the time and drain the batteries of your pack. What's up, Florida? What's happening, brother?
Chilling.
Another beautiful day.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it sucks outside. It didn't even get up to 47 degrees, and it's been cloudy all day.
Whew, it's been hot here.
Shut up. Fuck you.
Yeah, I got the fans going now. I just shut them off. So.
Oh, yeah. Kiss my ass, too.
Yeah.
I tell you what, man, if I were just like you, I'd already have a garden growing, dude. That would be full of fucking plants, man.
Yeah, the gardens work.
Do what?
That's work.
Damn right. It's damn worth it. It's damn well worth it. Well, yeah, bro. I tell you what, there ain't no better feeling than having a good hard day's work done.
Yeah.
And when you get done, starts getting dark. You clean up your tools, you get cleaned up, and get back, get something to eat. Sit back, smoke a bowl with some friends, and there ain't no better day than that.
Yeah, hell yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Back to the simple, less the bullshit. Fuck all the drama and all the crap going on. You know, I ain't playing none of that game. We're here to have a good time. We're here to talk about shit that matters. And, spend time with friends. That's what it's all about. Rest of this shit's all just bullshit.
Well,
Yeah. Check you
I'm
out.
beginning to wonder if there's even. I'm beginning to wonder if there's even a virus.
Well, there is a virus, dude. It's called the flu.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Malaria, the Spanish flu, all these other H1N1, all the whatever the fuck they want to call them. They're all coronaviruses, dude.
Yeah.
They're all coronaviruses. And guess
Yeah.
what? They've had this cure for a long time.
So I'm thinking it's a big pile of bullshit.
Right, but they don't want to let anybody know about it.
I think there is a, I think there is a coronavirus. There is a number 19, and people are catching it, but I don't think people are dying from it.
Well, I think that I don't know if there are people dying from it or not, or if it's other flus and they're making it up saying it's corona. But I have a feeling that's part of what's going on here.
Yeah,
because
I think it's not as serious.
They're classifying the normal flu stuff now as coronavirus. Okay, now we've had 12,000 people die of the flu already this year, not the corona fucking shit they're fucking trying to say is. We've had 12,000 people or more die from the regular fucking flu around here.
Yeah.
In this country. Yeah. Nobody's fucking up in arms about that. But
right,
sure,
I know.
A couple hundred people are dead from some shit from China, and next thing you know, oh my God, we got to lock down the whole fucking country.
Yeah.
I think what Trump's doing is perfect. I think what he is doing is absolutely perfect because what's going to come out of this, Trump's going to fucking Trump them again, dude. He's going to kick all their fucking asses. He's going to turn around. He's going to expose all their frauds, all this bullshit, especially with the insider trading bullshit that just went down with all these people selling, all the senators. They get these intel briefings and then they turn around and then sell off their stock before anybody even fucking knows about this shit.
Right.
Okay. That's just insider trading. That's called bullshit. That's fraud. It's a manipulation of the markets, and it's a crime. Okay. And I don't give a fuck what kind of law they put in order to let them do this, because they did.
Dang right.
They wrote an exception for them, just like they did with the fucking Obamacare and all. They wrote an exception for them.
Yeah.
They wrote their own fucking rules. Quorum rules and floor rules and House rules and Senate rules. And, they think they're going to get away with this shit. Well, they got to get past the American people. And there are term limits, people. It's called a fucking election.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm beginning to wonder, though, man, if this is just a big nothing burger. You know what I mean?
Well, it is pretty much. It is. It's a
like.
reason for their propaganda, dude. They can't bring up something that happened 10 years ago, like the H1N1, and bring it back. Oh my God, no. They have to have something new. They have to have a new boogeyman.
Yep.
And that's exactly what they're doing. Now, I'm not saying that people ain't dying. I ain't saying that people ain't sick from the shit.
Right.
I'm just saying they're using it, hyping it up, and trying to blame it on all this stuff. And then, it's the end of the world. That's what they'd like you to think. That's what they're fearing. That's what they run on fear. The more people the more power they get, and that's just fucking sick, wrong, and everything else. But there's not much we can do about it because there's too many stupid fucking people out there that won't use their, and just get off the fucking couch and stop looking at the bullshit on TV programming for nothing. Just for real, man. Yeah, and that cell phone ain't no damn better. It's ruined more relationships than a TV ever had.
These people on TV are talking about how they had to spend this whole week cooped up in their house, and they're going crazy.
Well, Don, I'm telling you,
where the hell else do they live? What do they do whenever they're home the rest of the time?
You know what they're going to do? They're going to start realizing family and the importance of somebody in their family died. A lot of people are going to do that. There's those that are so dysfunctional, they're going to kill each other. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, How's that make sense?
Selection of the strong shall survive, right?
You know, maybe if you feel like you're cooped up at the house, maybe you need another house. Maybe you need to change that situation.
Hold on a second, Florida. Don, yeah, Trump's going to flip the script on this. You know what he's going to fucking do? He's going to put out that they have a cure for the common cold and the flu. This is what's going to come out of this. Not only are they going to they have a cure for this coronavirus bullshit, it's going to cure all the rest of the corona shit too. H1N1, all the fucking flus and colds are gone. Okay? It's going to wipe out a lot of those too.
Yeah, battery, I'm okay, man. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah. Hey, Huck.
Right. Well, guess what? There is not a single virus out there that can get past silver. Okay? Colloidal silver, I'm telling you guys. And I've had every fucking argument come back to me. It'll turn you blue. I've been taking it for 6 years, dude. I'm not blue, okay? Right.
Nothing wrong with blue.
Right. A buddy of mine come back and says, dude, I was told that shit'll make you blue. I was like, well, I am Indian. I'm red skinned basically. When I get tan, I turn red. And I says I was hoping for purple.
Yeah, oh yeah. Hey.
I was just being ignorant and messing with him. I was like, dude, I was actually hoping if I took it and turned blue, I'd have a shade of purple. It'd be badass, right?
Oh.
He started laughing. I said, dude, I've been taking it for 6 years. I have no luck on purple.
I got to put my stuff back together.
I'm 54 in a couple months here. And I got most all my teeth. They let me know they're there too.
I missed
What's up, Huckleberry? There she is. There's my Huckleberry. Good thing. Hey, you people on crack. What's up?
You people are on crack.
Welcome into the show.
Yeah.
For God's sakes. Yeah, but that's what's going to come out of this. They're going to end up with a cure for the common cold. Trump's going to turn this around as bad as it is, and he's going to bring it out that they've got a cure for the common cold. Period. Done.
Which is a coronavirus.
Yeah, just like the Spanish flu, just like the malaria, just like all the H1N1 and the bird flu and MERS and SARS and everything else. These bastards are all going down. Their epidemiology bullshit's gone. And if they ever let out the fact that they don't need a vaccine, as long as everybody does like the colloidal silver stuff, you don't need a vaccine because guess what? You can't catch a virus. A virus. It doesn't matter if it's a flu virus, a cold virus, or some other kind of virus, or a cancer virus. Guess what? You can't get it either. If silver's in your system and you're using it properly, it's not going to fuck you up, and it's going to protect you from all that shit. And I'm not kidding. I'm not even going to play games and boil around the sides anymore. Straight out, full blast out the pan. So it comes off to be fear. Oh, people are dying.
See, I think opposite. I think people or a person would be better off to catch some of these colds and build their immunity to it. That's what I think.
I've had two.
And I only say that because I caught a whole shitload of them. Not on purpose.
Hey, dude, I've had
happened.
Yeah.
But after a while, you quit catching them. I mean, you do. You really do. And then when you do get it, every once in a while, you might catch one that's like a bad cold. But it's not. I don't know. That's just what I think, man. That's just what I think.
Hey, Don Martineau, as far as the silver goes, the only cases I've been going through medical journals and stuff like that to research this, just so I can just find out the absolute truth about this blue shit.
Yeah, I wouldn't give a shit about an airplane. Fuck it,
airplane. Florida, what?
I'm answering the chat. That's all.
Oh, okay, yeah. The only thing that I've ever seen. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, okay. The only thing I've ever seen, the case studies that I've seen, the only thing that I've ever that I've come across that anybody had any permanent color inflection or skin change stuff was people that were working in industrial service. They were working in an industrial process where they were exposed to silver oxide and silver dust. They worked at it. They figured, what the hell? Industrial exposure is the only time I've ever seen anybody ever have any problems with this stuff, or somebody that just mass dosed on it stupidly. And I don't understand if they're taking it in their mouth. You know what? It's an antibiotic. Guess what antibiotics do? They wipe out your gut flora. Okay, if you take too much of it, you're going to be wishing you didn't. You're going to be shitting yourself to death. Okay, just like the antibiotics. So it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. You just in moderation. Did you do it in colloidal service? You're not swallow coins and shit, because coins ain't gonna give you the kind of silver you want anyway, because it's got nickel and brass and tin in some of them, maybe aluminum. You don't want that. All that. But then even silver coins are not pure silver unless you're getting bullion rounds, is what they call them, or bars. Okay, then you're talking about real silver. Check you out.
I don't know, man. My mom got back on January 12th, man. I think she had it. I do.
Yep, but it's still a virus, Don. And if you got silver, it can't get you. It can't get in there. It says now.
We're going to start making ventilator parts.
Oh, yeah. Oh, are you?
Yep.
Yay, Trump.
That's cool. That'll keep you in work. That'll be awesome.
We're also making IV, metallizing IV parts.
Yeah.
We make medical stuff. And our governor.
Oh, no, it don't seem like to me that if it's killing all these people, they don't act like it's that serious.
Yeah. Well, don't anybody get upset with me for not putting up links about the silver stuff, because you know what? There's articles out there that say anything you want. Do your research.
Yeah. Right.
Do your research.
Yep. That's right. Yeah.
You do your own research, because you're not going to believe me if you don't trust me to tell you the truth, then you're not going to trust me to tell you the truth. Okay? Doesn't matter what I say.
I haven't seen anything positive about it. Not yet.
No.
But all of it was put out by doctors.
I want to know people.
If you never
ask a doctor why they have silver silverdine. Hey, ask it. Here's what you could do. You could trick your doctor and telling you the truth. Ask him about silver silverdine. Well, silver silverdine, if I put it on a burn, will it stop the infections from happening? They're gonna tell you, yeah. Silver silverdine is what they use on burns. It's a burn cream. It's really one of the few topical friendly open sore. The reason we use is because it's got colloidal. And if you have open sores on your body, you can't use topical style antibiotics.
I have burn cream. I use
peroxide, alcohol, all these burn. And on a burn victim, the last thing you want to do is feel like you're burning up. So it works.
Oh shit, man! It's 80 degrees in here. Hey, what's up, Zoom? Look at that, 80 degrees.
How come you ain't got some 4-foot tomatoes next to you?
Yeah.
4-foot tomato plants, man.
I can grow some out of my shoe.
Dude, I would have a friggin' garden of everything.
My neighbors are planting.
Man.
I
I got a lot of sand around here. It's real sandy.
You got trees? You got trees?
Yeah.
Okay. Then and you have roads around there, cuts trees back around the roads, right?
Sort of, yeah. I could sort of do that.
Okay, well, I'm sure they take those wood chips and stack them somewhere publicly available. Most places do. Go get you and you create a bed 10 by 10, a foot thick of wood chips. And then just start throwing dirt in it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that might work. That might work out there.
It will work. You can go get hay bales. You can stack it, make a whole field, make a whole square of hay bales and work right out of the damn hay bales. You don't even need good soil. You can plant them right in the hay bales.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't need, I don't need enough tomatoes to fuck with it, man. You know?
Tomatoes, zucchini, okra. Come on, man. You eat vegetables.
Yeah, but I don't need enough of that shit to fuck with it.
If it was around, you would. If it was around, you'd eat it.
Yeah, but.
Yeah, but don't stick your butt in it. You're sticking your butt in it again.
Hey, I ain't trying to work, man. That's work. I'm not trying to.
Not hard.
Wow, that's worth it, man. It's worth it.
Actually, very relaxing.
That's just me. That's just me. I'm not gonna stop you. You know.
I hear you, but yeah, you ain't
gonna stop you. You know, I help you. I can give you advice, but I won't get in your way. I have to be.
If I have a rough day,
hold on.
I have to be motivated.
I might be having an issue here.
if I have a rough day, I go out in the garden and it all goes away.
You go out in the garden and it all goes away. What do you mean?
Dude, I can tell you what I'd be growing. If I was battery, I tell you what I'd be growing out there.
What, in Portland?
Yeah, he can do it out there legally.
Oh, we can grow it here too. 6 plants per.
You mean pot?
Yeah.
I think he can legally grow 2.
Yeah.
Well, here
that's all you need.
We can have 6 plants.
You are net, and that's quite a bit.
I don't have to go get a permit or nothing. It's decriminalized too.
Really?
Yep.
I'm moving.
Same here.
I'm moving.
You just can't buy it or sell it. So we have to grow it.
I ain't trying to do either one of those.
Well, you can buy it here. Just can't.
But now, if you want to get it,
you have to have a permit to sell.
Now, if you want to go get it from from one of their authorized distributors or whatever, right? Well, you're going to need a medical card and all that shit, or you can just grab seeds and
no medical card required.
Yeah, no medical registration. No, you see, yeah, you don't have to do none of that shit, and you get to keep your veterans benefits.
My black neighbors have a shop.
Yeah, and as soon as you get that shit, let me tell you something. If you have any hope of keeping your veterans benefits, and you get that medical card, they'll take it. You won't get. They'll refuse you all service.
Huh?
You know, there is something about getting your hands in the dirt and messing with all that shit that does feel good.
Yeah, yes, I love it.
It gives me more energy, man. I tell you what, I feel better today
Same here.
A long time. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't have much
Got
sleep
something.
last night, but I am so awake.
What'd you say, Battery?
I didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night, but I worked in the garden, and my energy level's through the roof.
Yeah. Yeah. No, right?
Yeah, I got to get motivated like that.
Well, that's why you do it, bro. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. So I used to tell my boys all the time, ain't nothing to it but to do it.
Put you a couple
Actually, I
marijuana
don't
plants
get
on the
started.
side.
I got to start mowing and stuff, man. It's getting where I have to start mowing.
You know what you need? You know what you need? You need get you some chickens and rabbits. You can feed all. You don't even have to.
No, I
wait.
got to start mowing.
You go mow the grass, right? And you feed it to the rabbits. Feed it to the chickens. That's what they.
Yeah.
Shoot, where's my charger?
Give it 6 months and you
No
got
wonder.
food.
I can't find my cables.
Got line on 2 Flemish Giant, a breeding pair of Flemish Giants. I've already committed for purchase on 3 hens and a rooster of Jersey Black Giants. Have the big brown eggs. Yeah.
There it is.
Huh? Say what?
Couldn't find my charge cable. I found it. It was in my pocket. I checked there first.
Oh,
I couldn't find it.
But yeah, Florida.
I used to go barefoot everywhere I went, man.
And my battery
20 years ago.
You think about it. I see you thinking, oh man, I got your brain working. Holy shit, I'm sorry.
Find you a good garden of vegetables, and then on the sunny side of it, put you a couple of marijuana plants. You're good.
Battery, you're floating in and out. I can't even make out what you're saying.
Oh, sour D. Man, that's what I got right now, sour diesel. I'm smoking the last of it right here.
Yeah, that's what I got.
This was the last of mine right there, man.
Tell you what.
I got to press them tomorrow. I got to put my press back together.
All right. Yeah, it is good for you, man. Cromania, what's up?
Am I getting an echo here, or is everything okay?
Dude, the sour diesel is jamming. Okay. Damn it. Battery just, I think he had to go. He'd probably break over. But let me refresh, man. I can't see your picture. I'm freaking out.
Okay. All right. Don't freak out. Just refresh. Oh, shit. Who the hell's that ugly dude, man? They ought to charge extra to show his ugly face.
Dude, I'm just glad you're not putting dreadlocks in your hair. Shit. I just thought that would be so fun.
Can't hear you yet, I don't think.
Can't hear me?
All right. Because I can't turn in the hallway. I can turn that off.
It's like okay.
I turn it off.
Well, it's not echoing. I can't hear it.
How about now? Is that a little bit better? Should be quieter in here.
Yep, same here.
It's the Florida show.
I'm gonna start calling him Poke because the name's just too long. You people on crack just drive me crazy.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you there, Battery.
Dude, I love sour diesel, man. I love it, man. You gotta try the oil. The oil is freaking the best. I think it's right up there, one of my favorites, man.
Yeah.
I'm
Sour
beginning.
diesel's damn good.
Yeah, beginning because it's that's the last bit I got, dude, man. Whew.
Yeah. Just, like I said, I don't need much. It's potent. It's pretty damn potent. I only need like, one baddie. I'm good.
And
I
you
don't
got
have
to
to
see the
go
oil that comes out of it. The oil is just freaking. I mean, I get a lot out of it too. I get a lot out of it. When I mash that, I get a lot, which is good.
Sorry, battery. Go ahead.
My machine's down, so I'm prepping stuff.
Oh, for your job?
Yeah.
Well, you got maintenance coming in to fix it?
Actually, my supervisor's working on it.
As long as you're on the clock.
Yeah.
And I don't have to work tomorrow. And I still get paid.
Well, damn. Can I borrow some money?
They ran out of parts. So they're splitting up the shifts. Day shift works tomorrow.
He fell off the wagon. He just fell. That's Florida, though. He'll be right back. Yeah, he'll be right back.
I'm trying to think what else I can add to my box.
Well, you got your USB set, right? You got a light on it, so I guess you could make it as emergency. You have a 12-volt cigarette lighter jack on it?
No, but I could, because the lights are 12 volts.
Well, that'll give you the option. That was one other thing.
I put that converter that I bought a while back. It's kind of low wattage. That's powering the light.
Oh, the inverter?
Yeah, no, the converter. DC to DC.
Oh, okay. So you're going AC back to DC? Okay, yeah, so reach control.
I'm going from DC to DC.
Well, you're set. Yeah, you have to go. Oh, it's 24 volt to 12. Right.
Right. So these are LED lights that don't need a lot of power. I figured I'd use it.
But you know, if they're LED lights, they use only 5 volts at most, and you can use the USB circuits to power those lights.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I'd have to take it open. I'd have to take it apart.
Yeah, you would have to
if I plug it into the back of it, I get 24 volts.
Correct. Now, yeah, you have to go through the inversion set, but you could put one inside.
It does have a converter inside it.
Yeah, inside those little USB things that go into 12 volt. Yeah, it's got the 5 volt. It's got 2 of those outlets on it. Yeah, you can just connect one up inside and actually power those lights on. Use it as a circuit.
Those lights are super bright. They're meant to go on the front of a car.
Yeah, I got a bunch of those. Oh, yeah, it's really cool. Hold on a second. I've been on and I've missed. I got to go take my dog out to go potty. Put him in bed. I'll be right back. So keep the show going. Florida, look at you.
Gotta go to the little boy's room.
I have to take the dog out, go potty, put him to bed. He's ready to fall asleep on the floor next to me.
You say to his dog, bathroom. Bathroom.
He's such a kick-ass dog. He's 8 weeks old and he's already potty training. He's doing great, So
I'm gonna take right to it.
But yeah, He's already acclimated. He's great now. You know, it's like
I had some Sheltie puppies and they potty trained real quick.
yeah. I'll be right.
Barely walking, and they were already potty trained.
Yeah. I don't think Canoes gets off work until 9:00 his time.
His
or
time.
Like my time. But either way, he's going to be working later tonight. So I'm going to be gone for just a few minutes. If anybody comes up, just let them know that I'll be back as soon as possible. And I'll get them. All right. Buffalo Bill. Come on. Go. Come on. Have a link, brother.
Change it to Bison Bill. More accurate.
Yep. Huckleberry. Grab a link yourself. Come on up. Yeah. Yeah. Now she's thinking about it. She's got to go fix her hair or something. She's thinking about it.
Yeah.
Hey, Zube, come on up.
I got a funny conversation between two rednecks.
Oh, yeah?
Hey, Bill, eat yet? No. You? Got to? Aye.
All right. Okay, what was the problem with that?
It's just funny. That was Bill Engvall that told that one. Bill Engvall's funny.
All right. Wait for him so I can go. He fell off the wagon again. How you doing, Bill?
Good. No echo?
No echo.
Good.
You're fine.
It's really good. Echo.
So
echo.
take us out and let's see your fence.
My little fence?
Yeah, you said you used some of the pallets to make a fence or something. Go take your fence out. Show us the fence.
Okay. Still working on it though.
I got to get a fence built. She repaired. Been down for 2 years.
Let's see here.
I'm thinking I'm going to get this working on my phone. I'm thinking I'm going to try it. See about getting it working on my phone so I can maybe do this. And oh, here you is. There you are.
Keep prepping.
There you go.
Holy moly.
Okay, just a shorty fence.
Yeah, just to keep the dog.
Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's just,
and it was easy.
Yeah, I had to call them.
I got a neighbor whose cat keeps sitting on our patio chairs, leaving hair. So I'm gonna put some tinfoil on the chair. Cat jumps up there to get scared. From the sound of the tinfoil.
Foil. Yeah. Put foil on the chairs. Yeah, it works. They'll freak out.
I saw a video. Guy's training his cat. He put tinfoil on the counter. Cat walks in the kitchen, looks up at the counter, and he crouches down, and then poof, he's up, and he hits that tinfoil, and he goes flying across the room and hits the fridge.
Yep. Right. They will. They freak out on it.
I could probably train him a little faster. Shine the laser.
Welcome in.
And the cat would go up chasing the laser, hit that tinfoil.
Oh, well, yeah, now you're just... All right, I got to go. I'm going to go ahead and take my puppy out. I'll be right back. Ranger, potty.
Yep, pet him for me.
president. Let's not go potty. Alrighty, here we go. Let's see. Come on, buddy. Come on. What's that? Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, Mickey. Come on. Okay, I'll take it. You want me to pick you up? Okay.
I'm happy. Talking to supervisor. These chambers that we put our stuff in, they take the pressure out through the vacuum. And the pressure is setting too high. It's got a vacuum boost. The chamber pressure needs to be lower, actually higher than the diffusion pump, where they send oil into the chamber. Where'd everybody go? Hello, everybody. Everybody's talking on the screen here. I'm looking at the chat. Get what? I can't have pie, thanks. Unless it's sugar-free. Guess I should get used to apple pie. It's the only one that's sugar-free. It doesn't matter. Yeah, put my machine down. Template. Somebody coming. Well, that don't look right. Right.
There you go. Good boy. All right. Battery, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys.
You left and everybody else
Nature
left.
calls. There's Wild Bill.
Talking to myself.
Hey, what's up, Wild Bill?
Sorry, I got a phone call and it got me discombobulated in the chat here.
Yeah, it's all good. Dude, Ranger's such a good dog. Lay down. No, no drinking and no eating.
Don't teach that dog. Inside, boys.
You really never know how they're gonna grow up until they grow up.
Yeah, I know.
Mother taught her dog to
Well, Florida.
inside, boys.
Get back up here.
Florida,
yeah,
what?
phone. Turn off your
Come
phone
out.
and restart your phone from scratch and grab a link and come on up. Absolutely. All right. Let's see here.
Look at Florida. Aren't we all?
It is building up the snow cycle.
Don says it's fluffer nutter time.
We're saying we're going to get some spring snow, but they keep saying it.
This one I'm flying now?
Well, I think we got ours the other day. There was a little bit of snow and ice on the ground.
Our snow's gone.
But
it has snowed before.
It was gone.
We've had snow in July before. We've had it in June.
I've seen it in June. Yeah, it's a bit bizarre, but yeah.
Yeah, it's weird, but it does happen sometimes.
I've seen snow all as far as April.
But it's not the June snows that freak everything out. It's the late spring ones that kill the plants.
For the past 2
Knock
years,
out the oranges and the fruits.
we still
Like
had
peaches.
snow in April.
Freeze happens at the wrong time with peaches. You ain't getting none.
Yeah,
We've had back in Wyoming. We've had snow the past 2 years.
What?
As far as April.
And you cut off.
We had snow as far as April.
Oh shit! Battery, you there?
Yeah. Can you not hear me?
Can you guys hear me? Huckleberry, can you hear me?
I
can hear you.
Oh, okay. I just wondered if I locked up.
Yeah, battery's a little difficult to hear right now.
I can't hear anything coming from. Not even background noise.
He just dropped out. Maybe he's gonna try and refresh. Yeah, we've had snow a few years ago. I was going over a pass and it was July and it was snowing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it does snow around here in the summer.
Yeah, but you're talking about Upper Utah, Hawk Pass. Yeah, the mountains. Hello. You guys get snow damn near till July, and then starts up in September again.
That was up around the 12 or 13,000 foot elevation.
Oh yeah, Vail, Colorado. By the time October rolls around, it's under about 6 feet of snow.
Yeah.
Yeah. That kind of shit. Yeah, you didn't play games with that. I blew up a 72 Cougar XR7 convertible in Vail, Colorado, just trying to get there. Climbing the damn mountain and blew the engine.
Yeah, I used to go up there. I used to go through their Steamboat Springs and all that up there.
Thank you, Huckleberry.
I did the Wolf Creek Pass Challenge. Coming up out of Durango, Colorado.
Oh, really?
You ever done that one?
No.
Remember that song? That song, Wolf Creek Pass, way up on the Great Divide. truck it on down the other side. I've done it. I've done it a few times.
Well, I
Yeah.
did the Highway 70 goes over to 58, I think it is, on the other side. The Highway 70 turns into 58 or 72, and then it goes 58 from there out into the desert kind of thing. I've been there.
I wanted to see what would happen when I got up there, if my brakes were going to fail on me. And so I lit a cigar like in the song.
Oh, right. I've been over Hawk Pass in November. Okay. It was snowing, chains, shit like that.
Man, that was work.
Headed out to Fresno.
Now there's one really good pass that I've got caught in some of the worst blizzards ever, multiple times, and a lot of drivers out there, they know about this one. Is going up over I was going to say Cheyenne Mountain, but it's on the way going to Cheyenne.
Yeah, where the giant truck stop is.
What the hell's the name of that place?
The giant truck stop.
No, it's not a truck stop. It's where there's a Lincoln State Park or something up there.
Oh, I don't know about that. But like saying, I know what the truck stop is because I was there for 3 days.
It's on Interstate 80, close to Rawlins, Wyoming. Elk Mountain Pass. That Elk Mountain Pass, man, I've got caught in so many blizzards and icy roads on that freaking road.
Yeah, no, Hawk Pass, Loveland Pass, and that's it. Otherwise, you're going to Highway 40 down south, across Arizona, New Mexico.
That's a treacherous pass going over Elk Mountain. Almost,
yeah.
I mean, you could have snow in the summertime up there, and it'd be blowing across the road, snow drifts blowing across the road.
Right.
Trucks going half a mile an hour, nowhere to pull over to chain up or nothing.
Right. Right. Yeah, it sucks putting chains on in the snow. Okay, just to tell you.
It's scary because you don't know if another truck or somebody's going to slide into you.
Exactly. I've been going. I went across Pennsylvania on 76 one time. Had a cop chase me. Didn't even know it. I was just driving across the country, just hauling ass, right? All the difference was it went from rain to snow, and I was like, okay, I wasn't having a problem. I was damn near 79.8, and up on 80 and on weight, so I wasn't feeling no slide, no nothing, no problems, no drag on hills, no nothing. And this guy was trying to catch me. He's like, how the hell you keep going? I finally pulled over. I realized the cop was back there. Every time he got up some speed, he'd spin out. And I saw this boy do that like 6 or 7 times. I was like, you know what? I think I'm just going to pull over here and make sure I'll fill out my logs and everything. Because he's going to take him a while to give me. To get to me. So I pull over and I start filling out my logs and he pulls up behind me. He's like, he comes over to my door and then falls on his ass right outside my door. I was like, you all right? I opened up my door, offered him a hand up. He's like, how the hell are you going? I was like, what do you mean, how the hell am I going? I was driving down the road. He goes, you ain't have. I says, no, I'm down there full load and I'm well balanced load, so I ain't feeling a damn thing. He goes, well, holy shit, dude, this highway's kind of shut down because of the weather, and I've been trying to catch you for the last 12 miles.
So we're all going. Everybody's going about 4 miles an hour on this road up there near Cheyenne Mountain. Or not Cheyenne Mountain, I said it again. Elk Mountain, up at Elk Mountain Pass. So all of a sudden, I see this big wall of white go across the road, going from my passenger side to the driver's side, went all the way across the median. It was just a big wall of white. I had no idea what it was. And I look over to the side of the road. The snow kind of cleared up a little bit, and I could see it. There was a car upside down with a guy and a girl climbing out of the car. The car was upside down.
Oh my God.
And there was nothing I could do. I couldn't stop because I knew if I stopped that I wouldn't that I would lose my momentum. I would have been stuck.
Yeah.
And they were on the other side of the interstate, upside down in their car in a snowbank. I swear they must have been going over 100 miles an hour. I don't know how they did it. And it was
What they
on an
did.
uphill.
All right. Oh shit. Yeah.
And they just spun right out in the snowbank.
Yeah, but it was like that, with the truck, 18 wheels, I'm going up and down these hills like nothing, nobody's business. Hold on a second. There's Florida. And I say, when you're fully loaded, you really don't feel it that bad unless you're going downhill really hard. But if you're fully loaded and you got your weight right on your wheels, and like I said, I was damn near max weight. I was like 200 pounds shy of max weight.
Okay, Florida caustic sofa. Okay, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of iffy on my signal here. I guess I don't know.
It's all good. It's all good. As long as you're coming back, man. It's all good.
Sorry.
Just keep coming back. Don't give in to it.
Yeah, I think this is about the best place I can get a signal right here. So this might be the best. I like to be able to read the chat though. I can't see you. How you doing, Wild Bill?
Doing good. How you doing?
Good.
See all your art out there in the background.
That's only part of it. I got a shitload, man. I got so much I need to start giving it away.
Start listing on eBay, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I got some finished right there actually that are ready to go.
Take a picture and put it on eBay, bro. Get you a PayPal account. And people will start sending you money for your art, dude.
That's ready.
Oh, he dropped out.
He fell off the wagon again. But anyway, but yeah, this so that was a pretty quick little video about your fence.
Yeah.
Now you got to find another pallet now to match that fences so you can finish it, right?
I've got 2 more.
Oh, do you? The same spacing and all that?
Yeah, I get 2 of them. 2 of them out of 1 pallet. So that little section I showed you there was actually 1 pallet. That was 1 pallet. Gave me 2 sections of fence.
And
it's
half
cool.
Around, yeah.
That's where I've got my. I'm trying to see if my beets are going to come up this year. Because I planted a bunch of beets and they never grew last year. I only got like 2 beet plants.
Wait till you see what I gotta work with the ground out here. I'll try and take video of it and stuff. But we got little trees, we've got sticker bushes, we've got blackberry plants and stuff like that just gone crazy in this garden, right?
Yeah.
So it's a pain in the ass to actually, to till it up is going to be crazy. So
beets really grow good here, though.
do what?
The beets are a natural crop around here.
Are they an alkaline or an acid lover?
I'm not sure, but they do. They love the soil in the Salt Lake Valley.
Lots of
We used to
sand.
have.
Yeah.
Well, we used to be a major sugar producer. We're not anymore, but we were before everything went to sugarcane. And actually, beet sugar is better for you than sugarcane.
Well, that's the standard in Germany is beet sugar.
Oh yeah, makes good liquor too.
It makes excellent chocolate.
Yeah, they're sugar beet. They grow good in Ohio.
Yeah.
They'll probably grow good there.
Yeah.
I don't know. Your soil might be too rocky. I'm not sure.
I just have to bring in more sand. That's all.
Sand
and gypsum. Dude, I got a shitload of sand.
Yeah, you do.
I got a whole ass load of sand. How much sand you need?
Well, that's good. You need sandbags now.
Yeah, come fill up your pockets.
Get some sandbags for part of your preps. Use them to barricade your doors. Keep the local booties out.
Oh man, I got something better than that to keep them out.
Well, I've got sand. I can go get sand at the river base right there. You know what I'm saying? Right at the base of the river. There's plenty of places I can get from.
You don't need sand to put in sandbags. You just fill them up with dirt. It doesn't matter. Dirt bags. They're just.
Well, I need sand in the gardens. What I'm trying to say.
Oh man, I got a shitload of it, dude. Come get all you need.
No, I got places I can get sand right up the road.
Yeah. Probably a lot closer than here, huh?
Right. Right.
I'm thinking if you've got a lot of limestone out there, you probably do have a lot of sand.
Yep. A lot of
we do. In fact, we have one of the we have a volcano too nearby.
Yeah,
and it's a sand volcano. It shows that it's erupted. It erupted in the last major earthquake bash in 1817.
Yeah.
The last time the New Madrid went off hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a sand volcano went off in this area. Dude.
You know what pumice stone is, right?
It came down. Get this. After it went off, it came back down. It was still molten, most of it. Okay.
Wow.
A lot of it was molten, and they get that glass out of it.
Obsidian? Is it black obsidian?
Yes.
That's good stuff for making arrowheads.
And when they were using glass for the soda bottles and stuff like that, there used to be huge glass manufacturing systems down there. I don't think it's there anymore.
Well, silica actually be molted into glass.
Right, exactly. Sand becomes glass in plasma form. It's a liquid form of sand. Yeah.
That's why we say nuke them till we make them into a sea of glass.
Right. Yep. Pave that parking lot. You're damn right.
But up in Idaho, just north of us here, we get that black pumice sand, and that stuff is like very, very abrasive.
Oh,
It's a really good abrasive to use on metal and stuff. If you want to give the metal some tooth, so it'll hold. Just mainly, when you Cerakote firearms and stuff. You run
Right.
them through the bead blaster, or you can use that sand, and it'll
Right.
bead blast it, and it'll get a real matte finish. Be awesome.
No, you know what? The other thing you can do is you can take down. You know how you have a deck, right? You lay out, you mask it out, right? You turn around, you lay down your polymer acrylic, and then push all that sand into it. Guess what? Auto tread.
Oh wow.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I carry a bag of kitty litter around in the wintertime because salt will actually melt it and then freeze it again. So you throw a little kitty litter down there and it'll get you traction so you can get out of when you get stuck.
Oh yeah. Kitty litter is the best.
Kitty litter.
Even in mud.
Or oil dry, I don't know what the stuff is, but man, it works good.
Yep. Yep, that stuff's good.
In fact, a lot of times
off the floor in a shop. That's we just went and bought kitty litter. You know, and it doesn't matter what it is; it'll absorb it. Oil, transmission fluid, hydraulic fluids, brake fluid. It doesn't care. Gasoline.
Plus, it'll get you unstuck in the wintertime.
It's got that skeeter.
Yeah. But you know what? When you light it on fire after it absorbs all that shit, it burns forever.
Never tried that.
Dude, I used to freak people out. Like I told you, I ran that shop out in California after I got out of the service. Old cars and Corvette. Right? We were restoring all these old cars. We used to keep a coffee can about a third of the way full of gasoline so we could throw parts in it and shit like that. We had to clean them up anyway. So we'd take them off the cars and we just throw them in there. And as we're working on them, I turned around and I was standing in the shop one day smoking my cigarette, and the guy walks in and, oh shit, he fell off the wagon again. Guy walks into the shop. He says, well, damn, don't you think you probably should smoke that somewhere else? I was like standing right next to the can, a parts can. I was almost finished smoking, and I was like, yeah, maybe you're right. I pulled the cigarette out of my mouth, and I threw it in the gas can and went out. He was like jumping backwards like it was going to blow up. I threw my cigarette into that gas can. It went out like normal. He was all freaked out about it. I was like, nope, don't believe everything you're told. Yeah, no shit.
Huckleberry's asking where everybody is. She's going la la la, sitting there all by herself. It's kind of funny. La la la.
I know Battery and Bill are trying to come in and out Florida. He's doing his best to come in and out and stay in when he can. But yeah, is Aaron on? Hold on a second. Let me check to see if Aaron's on. Maybe that's where everybody is.
What's the entire show?
I know, right? We'll see. Yeah, he's live. It's all good.
Florida is just going to hang out and chat.
Oh no, he's not. He's not live.
No?
No. Yeah, I tried to call Bruce Wayne. I'm fighting coronavirus. Don't call me back again. I'll get a hold of you when I'm able to. I was like, oh God. God love you. Yeah.
Well, Israel donated 6 million doses of chloroquine. They donated 6 million doses of it.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be a big help. And I was listening to a guy who had it and on Sean Hannity, and he said he was just talking about everything what he went through, and he was telling his wife and kids goodbye, and thought he was going to die and everything, and he said he came out. Somebody had told him about chloroquine, and so he tells his doctor, and his doctor had to get some uh, special pandemic disease guy or something to give approval to him so that he could get the chloroquine treatment. And in a very short period of time, he was completely cured. And he said he felt like he could have just went on his boat and gone fishing after he woke up, and he was running a really high fever. But apparently he had some other health problems that caused the virus to go that bad.
Right.
So he had other underlying problems, which he didn't comment on Hannity's show. But Hannity told him, he says, you don't need to tell us what the underlying problems are. He says, I'm just wondering if you had some underlying problems. And he said, yeah, I did have some underlying problems, some other health issues, which is the reason why the virus kicked my ass as bad as it did, and it almost killed me. So there's hope. I mean, there is hope because, like I said, that 6 million doses is going to really help a lot. Now, here's the bad news. The bad news is Mormon missionaries are coming back from all over the world.
Okay, and why is that news?
Well, we don't know if they're actually, carriers that are not manifesting any of the stuff. So, and
what?
I still haven't found out for sure if they're making them go in quarantine after or before the plane. And I know you said it was before they get on the plane, but
international protocol is that anyone traveling back into the country has to be clear through INS. Number one. Number two, they have to go through a self-quarantine and health check. And then once they get here, they're asked to self-quarantine for 2 weeks. Yes. That's it. But they do go through the health checks before they are able to get on the plane to come here. So I know that.
Yeah. So it's you don't know for sure. I mean, if there's people bringing it in the country or not. I mean, even so, you know what I mean?
Right. But you know what? Like I said,
because all the quarantine does is it gives them time to wait out to see if it incubates or whatever, and it might not go active until after the quarantine is over. They don't really know for sure what the incubation time is.
Okay, hold on a second. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll tell you what. You got your Sensor Wars thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna.
When is handling the coronavirus?
Hold on a second. Yeah. Right. Okay. Did you join the live chat Rally Point group? The live chat Rally Point group I created. Look at groups. Look at groups. Look at groups. Look at the groups. No, at the top it says search for people or groups. People, pages, or groups, and flash tags. Click in there where it says search for people, pages, groups at the very top of your page. No. Over to the left, that blue bar. Where it says Sensor Wars on the left, and then right after it says search for people, pages, groups, and hashtags. I'm live. Hold on a second. Let me send you a link on the phone. Okay. Bye. Good grief. All right. Yeah. Come on. Oh, great. That's right. Good Lord. Hey, Bill.
Yeah.
You there? Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Because I'm not used to doing stuff on my phone. And damn it.
Wizard, are you doing stuff again?
I'm doing stuff. I'm doing stuff again. Goodness gracious. Yeah, I'm sorry. That light, the screen was dark. So here, I'm coming back. All right. Trying to figure out how.
Did I see what video? I didn't see a video.
Did you see a video?
I don't know. Bubba's talking about stuff. Florida's talking about stuff. And you're doing stuff.
And a beard. Well, with a beard. Yeah.
Something about stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to get a YouTube link into my phone somehow. And because I can't pull up the page for the experience on my phone. So get out of search.
Oh yeah, friggin' millennials on their phones.
I don't know how to. Yeah, because it's like, good grief. Okay. T-H-E.
Florida, what video was I supposed to have seen? What are you asking me? A music video fabrication by E. Malkay. No, I'm not familiar with it. Mm.
Dun, dun, dun. Oh, there we go. Gotcha.
Yeah, I look like a lot of people. Florida, you look like a young Johnny Cash. He's a dead ringer for the early versions of Johnny Cash.
Yeah, right. Okay, and wow, I wondered why it wouldn't let me pull it back up because that's stupid. Huh? All right.
He even kind of talks like Johnny Cash used to.
Who's that?
Florida.
Oh yeah.
He sounds like how Johnny Cash's voice even used to sound like.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, back when he was young, absolutely. He could have played a Johnny Cash.
I don't know. Maybe.
If he could play the guitar. See if he can get on screen and play I Walk the Line.
Yeah, I could see that.
I fell into a burning ring of fire. Went down, 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 and the flames got higher. And it burns, 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 that ring of fire. Fire in the bowl.
I heard the ball. I was just looking for the lighter. Yep. Yeah.
I could see him singing Fire in the Bowl. I'm just kidding. No, Florida looks like Florida.
Florida is just such a cool cat. Starving artist looking guy. Gotta love it.
Down in Key West, Florida, they used to have people airbrush T-shirts, and they'd set up easels right out on the beach and airbrush the T-shirts and sell them to people.
Yeah.
They were pretty cool. Yeah.
They would sit there. I know I've watched a few of them, man. Some of them are really cool, good at it, right? They just sit out there with the airbrush set and they turn around, they paint the sky they paint the beach in the sky, and then they put a shape on it, you know what I'm saying, and paint it black. Stenciling kind of thing, kind of deal.
Yeah, yeah.
And I put palm trees on it and shit, like all in black, and then your name. Yeah.
I hear that train a coming. She's a coming round the bend. Yep.
So I don't know when, and I'm just, yep.
Stuck in Folsom Prison. And time keeps dragging on.
Maybe you need to get the guitar there, Bill. Definitely could use some practice. I ain't gonna lie to you. But yeah, you almost got it there. Yep. Yeah. This is
He does weird things that are constructive, he thinks. Yeah. Everybody's got their own. Everybody's got their own thing. Everybody's got their own talents. Everybody's a genius in their own way.
I always wanted to play a saxophone, but my mom got me an accordion.
Really?
Yeah.
Accordion. Those are cool.
That was the most obnoxious thing I ever saw in my life when I seen it. I was just like, I played it and I did okay with it. It's just, I gave it up as soon as I could.
Well, you remember the guy that used to play on Night Court, the lawyer, Dan Fielding, and he goes, "That's not my real name." my real name is such and such. I can't remember what it was. And they showed pictures of him with accordion and lederhosen.
Right. Right. I was like, that's not my idea of cool, you know.
With accordion and lederhosen.
Yeah, yeah. It's not something, you know. I mean, yeah, it's kind of fun for the moment, like role playing kind of thing, but yeah, that's not something I'm.
So
my time in Germany, tell me, you know, you go to the beer tents and there's always got a accordion band playing, you know.
Yeah,
but
he didn't want at first he was trying to hide his real identity, you know, because he was like the ladies' man and all that, and then something came out and he had to talk about it, about him and his accordion and lederhosen and everything. It was pretty funny. And the guy that played Bull,
it was just staged.
the guy that played Bull, he's actually from this area, from the town I'm in.
Oh yeah.
In reality, yeah, the bald-headed big bailiff. Yeah, he's from here.
Yeah. Well, I went, and then I went to trumpet. I never did get a saxophone, but I did get back to keyboard, so I was pretty
Miriam
good.
got it. Miriam got it. His name was Heinhold Reinhold. That was his name. That was his real name. In the show, he was saying what his real name was, Heinhold Reinhold, and he changed it to Dan Fielding.
Right.
Which kind of went along with the kind of guy he was. Like he was always grabbing women and stuff like that, you know, Heinhold.
Right. Heinhold.
Reinhold Heinhold or something like that.
Yep.
He reminds me of the guy that did the Toyota commercials. Remember the Toyota commercials? Oh, probably not.
Maybe not.
I don't know. It could have been regional. I'm not sure.
Toyota commercials. What was those? Which one did you talk?
There was a guy that looked a lot like Dan Fielding, who used to do Toyota commercials. He was a comedian. It'll come to me, and then we had another guy. We had another guy named T Buff, and he used to do carpet commercials. I swear the guy was exactly like Boss Hogg.
I could see Uncle Bubba do a French horn or a tuba. Sorry, man. I just had to put it out there. But I play a little guitar. I do keyboards here and there. It's been a long time, but yeah.
I actually play accordion.
Trumpet.
I have a
trumpet. I've done the trumpet. I actually played trumpet in band at high school.
But I play a lot of bluegrass music. I do play bluegrass. I do play banjo, mandolin.
Do you?
I play. Yes, I do. I play guitar. I play mountain dulcimer.
Oh yeah.
Yes, sir. Yep, I do. Yep. And I appreciate any kind of acoustic type instruments. I think it takes talent and skill to play acoustic instruments and make it sound good.
I play a radio or an internet thing. Anymore, it's all saved music and stuff. I play these track. I mean, I download the files and play them over my Bluetooth speaker off my phone. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Turn them into MP3s so they don't take up much space, and I just play the music.
but there's a whole world of music out there. I mean, a lot of people, if they just dive into it, I started coming up with some really good music that I'd never heard before. Going on SoundCloud, and then they start doing these suggestions, and you go into whole genres of music you didn't even know existed. So I'm always exploring new stuff. Oh, by the way, what's his name? Last name is Young. It's not Neil Young. I don't know. I must be having a Joe Biden moment. I've lost my train of thought about 5 times already.
Oh shit. Oh hey, here somebody's coming in. Oh, hold on. There we go. There's battery back. Do I? Oh, okay. What's his name? Hey, Florida, welcome back.
There he goes. Hi, in Florida.
Bill, he was asking what's his name. You were saying you were talking.
It just blew it off. I mean, he's a famous guy.
Check you out.
Huh. Yeah.
What is it?
Now that's solid right there.
I don't know what it is.
It's the barrel
crankshaft.
What is it?
It's a crankshaft with a hole drilled down the middle of it. He got it cut off. Yep.
Yeah.
Going full blown gun, huh?
Oh no. This no, not no, no, nothing like that. No.
Yeah, no, nothing like that.
No way, man. It's my BB gun.
Oh, okay. Full blown BB gunsmith.
Yeah. Yep. It shoots them like a slingshot. That's all.
Will it go full auto?
No way. Hell no.
At the hand on a Bible and a black powder rifle.
I'm about to finish.
And a hunger for being free.
This. And I'm ready. I'm about ready to test pop something off here. That's how close I am with it. Yeah. Yeah. I even made a little thing.
I'm kind of wanting.
I even made like a little thing, but I don't know if I'll be able to
thinking you ought to
use it.
be on that show.
Let's see.
He's over there fabricating everything, man. Check it out.
Yeah, that looks pretty good too, don't it?
Yeah, it does.
But
what is it?
Just like if you can see that center screw.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
You making a gun?
No. I can't do that. I couldn't do that, battery. I'm a convicted felon. I'm not allowed to do that.
My father has a gun that looks like a Bolt.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I got it where you can. I'm about ready to
pull the head back and let it go.
Yeah, I'm about ready to try it. I don't know if I want to hold it or what. I don't know if I'm brave enough to hold it in my hand or what.
Put it in a vice.
It'll be all right. I think it'll be all right.
You gotta put it in a vice. Oh shit! You fell off the wagon again. Hey Ryan, welcome back. Zoom. So what is that?
No idea. I'll work with you.
Oh, okay. But yeah, no doubt. Oh shit!
We
Right.
metalize medical equipment, and I guess we're adding a new line for respirators.
Oh, really?
Big need for it.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Lebanon is about to shut the state down. She's got the letter, the executive order written out. She hasn't submitted yet.
Oh, really?
I don't think she wants to.
Who's that?
Kate Brown.
The what rep?
Governor Kate Brown. She took over for the disgraced Kitsap.
Oh, yeah. Jeez. Wow. Sorry to hear that.
She's just as bad. But for some reason they elected her.
Yeah, she was. I heard her when she. Oh, the Florida's back. Hold on. I heard her on the governor's call talking to Trump, and then she lost connection. She was right. Well, she was complaining about. She had put in a complaint about yeah.
See, I got to finish boring it out. That's the drill bit I use. Look how centered that hole is, though. I mean, that's right in the center, right there.
She's a lathe.
No, I just use this. I got these bigger ones, but they're too big, you know. So.
Yeah. Wow.
Can you guys see me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely see you. Here you just.
I don't know how long I'm gonna last.
That's okay. You keep falling off the wagon. Just keep it's all good.
I don't have any facial features. I can see you.
Right.
Now, well, you remember that aluminum trigger mechanism I was working on? Well, I was working on that.
Yeah.
And, also learning some of what these parts are, you know, while watching videos, and realizing that I had to do something different. So I had to rethink what, I was doing, and I had to first get the right material. So I got this, and I got a way to cut it, and that's what I've been working on. I kind of got sidetracked with something else, and then got back. That's how I got
Pennsylvania.
Scare his co-workers over there is what he's trying to do. Are you trying to get some time off, battery?
No. I'm not working tomorrow.
Oh, you're not working tomorrow?
Not working Tuesday.
I was just saying, he's coughing loud. All that.
Yeah.
I like you trying to get an extra day off, right?
Yeah. Just start to cough and tell me you might need an extra day.
A couple weeks, huh? You're gonna need a couple weeks.
Oh,
you gotta
that happens, I'm good because I got Aflac.
You got Aflac.
Yeah. I'm so glad I got that.
Yeah. No shit. Aflac. Yeah. But yeah, no shit, man. So, are you got a garden going, battery?
I was tilling over the weekend. My electric rototiller quit working well. It works, but half the tines fell off.
Oh shit!
Still works though.
Right.
So I'm using the garden weasel thing. Just
Oh my lord. Okay.
my soil's loosen up. It works.
and it's a hell of a workout too.
Yeah, dude. I got cut here, cut here, cut here.
But I mean, yeah, it builds you up though, man. That's some good upper body workout. Yeah, hell yeah.
My neighbors were getting a really big area compared to mine, ready to get over the weekend with a shovel and a rake. They dug out a section of the yard.
I spent most of the day moving around 150-pound, 12-foot pallets.
Whoa, what pallets?
Yeah.
I have a couple of those.
Oh, I'm building the greenhouse with them.
Now, I'm collecting 4x4 pallets to put to use for a wall.
Yeah, there you go. Yep, well, I'm building a greenhouse.
I'm not sure what I'm going to do on the roof. I'm probably going to have to buy wood for that.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to make the greenhouse as big at the moment as I wanted to, but I'm going to build it big enough to encompass that tree and get all of our plant starts. It's going to be the heart of the building, and I'll add on to it later. You know what I'm saying?
I got a spot marked out. Actually, the scrap wood from our tear down of our old deck.
Yeah.
It's now covering the spot where I'm going to put the shed.
Oh well.
Got a little deck there, but
yeah.
I got to take that apart because the part against the fence is pretty jerry rigged.
Right.
I got to put a shed on top of that. I need to have some proper support.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to go get some white paint, because I want the greenhouse, everything interior to be white, so I got as much light refraction as possible.
I have two raised beds. I have two raised beds that are 4x6.
Ours will be 4x8. Yeah.
And I got four. One of them I have 4x4 posts attached to the corners.
Correct.
I'm gonna put the same thing on the other side and put a roof over the top, and put screw on some panels.
Right. That's what I figured we'd have to do. I'd have to build the ladder and a 4x4 because I got 4x4s. I got plenty of 4x4s.
I already have a door.
Yeah. Oh, really? I'm gonna have to build a door. Yep.
Our old French door. I'm gonna take the one side that opens and take it off and move the hinge, put it on the entry to the greenhouse.
There you go. Right. There you go. Hell yeah. Well, I'm gonna have a peach tree in the middle of the greenhouse.
I'll have tomatoes into the winter.
There you go. There you go. That'll be badass. Yeah, I got to get it up. I'm not going to be doing all the big one, the whole thing right now. But I'm going to get started with this one section so we can get our seeds in. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to be 24 by 24.
I also had leftover roofing, clear roofing from our deck. So yeah, contractor bought too much.
Roofing for greenhouse?
Yeah, I'm going to use it on the greenhouse. It's corrugated.
Is it transparent or opaque or something?
It's transparent.
Oh, really? Badass. Badass. That's good. I was thinking about eventually finding. I got a bunch of friends in the windows and doors businesses. You know what I'm saying? And they get the old sliding glass doors out of places all the time. If I ask them, I'd probably get a bunch of them, and I would use those to glass in my greenhouse. Eventually, you know what I'm saying? As it become available.
Looks like I'm going to be here for a while because they need people for these medical equipment. Everybody else is going back to Wyoming.
Oh, really?
Kids are already there.
Oh, wow. So You were going to go to Wyoming?
Yeah, but I'm needed here.
Oh, wow.
Somebody else can run things.
I don't get it. Was it family that was going to go? You got family that's going to Wyoming, or was that with a work thing, or the people with? I don't understand. Were they going to send you to Washington? Or?
Got a little
Huh?
ranch there.
Oh, you got a ranch? Oh, shit.
The house is off grid. Got wind power and solar power. Tesla Model S batteries.
Oh, yeah.
That cost a lot.
How much did it cost you?
The battery was 17,000.
Shit. Holy shit.
Got it out of a wrecked Tesla Model S. It had low miles.
They had a low pass?
Low miles.
Oh, low
So the
miles. Okay.
pretty cheap.
Oh, wow.
They replaced some old lead acid.
Well, yeah. I mean, how many amp hours is that thing? What, 10K?
Gosh, I forgot. I have to look it up.
But it's probably like 10K or something, I would imagine.
My memory's not too good lately.
Didn't smoke so much dope. I know you don't. I know you don't, but holy shit. But well, man. Hold on a second.
Probably think maybe I should have.
Right.
I should probably
It's
get
the
some cheap.
engine for all this shit, man. I'll tell you what. Seems to be. How long will that battery last? Do you know?
Good 25 years, I think.
No, I mean for hours or more usage, stuff like that.
It's never gone empty on me. Runs the whole house.
Your fridge
But
and everything.
it's the room it's in is separated from the house because it had lead acid batteries. Need to build a new one on the house. This event.
So, but I thought they had the lithium ion batteries in the S.
This is 18650s. Huge packs.
18650s. You're serious?
Panasonic.
What the hell? Are you serious?
Yeah. Model 3 has them too.
Ridiculous. That's just ridiculous.
But
You figure
Tesla
they
that.
have a lot better technology than that stuck in the damn car with Tesla's name on it.
They're working on it. They bought that capacitor company, Maxwell. Maxell.
Yeah, Maxell.
They make capacitors.
Yeah.
So he's going to incorporate capacitors in it somehow.
I don't have any faith in him pulling off anything Tesla-like.
You know what?
No. He's more
Elon
like
Musk
Von
doing right
Braun.
now?
He's more like
Elon
Von
Musk.
Braun than he is Tesla.
Elon Musk is making ventilators for California.
Yeah, he's already delivered off 1,000 of them.
Michelle just went live.
Did she? Yeah.
Yep.
No, we'll put her up. Yeah. Check it out. Oh, man.
You can have two chats open, right?
Do what?
You can do two channels at the same time, right?
Yeah, I can just add her up. I can go here. Hold on a second. I'll do it right here. And then go there.
Yeah, these batteries I'm making here, I'm just toying around with trying to make something portable. Powerwall is not portable.
Not saying she's live.
I just got notification.
I'm just logged into her channel and there's nothing else live. Nope. I'll keep checking. But yeah.
6 minutes.
Lady Liberty. What's up, Dow?
Hey, Liberty in the house. Yeah, if I could somehow get a water source, I can also add hydro. We built a methane collector in the pig pen. They give you a lot of methane. We cook with gas.
Right? So you cook with gas. Yeah, well.
I saw a documentary about the people in the high country in China and how they live. They live pretty simply, and their pigs are built. Their pig pen is right inside the house, next to the kitchen, and they collect methane from that pigs and use that for their stove.
Yeah, right.
Well, I designed something similar.
Right. Okay.
And I got a Dodge truck there that runs on biodiesel.
So you got to get the hell out of Dodge House.
Yeah.
Right. Good deal. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that.
Survival food here in boxes that I can just load up and head out.
Right. Disappear. Nope.
And I got 2 bug out bags put together.
Good to go.
I can make a third one.
I have a bug out bag. It's a 40-foot container. And it's already here. A 40-foot container.
That's a huge bug out bag. Got it on wheels?
Okay. I guess I will if I ever have to move it again.
You can find one if you need to.
But yeah, I've got a 40-foot container fully shelved out, fully loaded. Locked and loaded. Locked and loaded, I should say. So, and I've got a 5-ton backhoe.
Gosh, I wish I had one more.
Well, I got one more hose I got to fix on it. Then it's running again.
I got 12 hired hands and a bunch of shovels.
They hard to come by these days, bro. Even just an extra set of hands with I could get 3 times done what I could do by myself if I had just one other person help me. You know what I'm saying? But at least I got a 5-ton backhoe. I'm gonna take advantage of it. I just got to be able to get it to stop fucking raining around here so I can get underneath it. You know what I'm saying?
Make any sense to move dirt that's wet.
Do what?
Doesn't make any sense to move dirt that's wet. It just flow right back in.
Well, right. Well, you can't really. It's not a track. It's a 5-ton backhoe. It's 4-wheel. Yeah, I'm saying. But no, it don't go well in wet stuff. It doesn't go well with wet stuff. You want to tear
Keep
something
checking,
up, maybe, but
keep checking those military auctions.
that thing is like it's a 5-ton backhoe, dude. It's like driving a boulder. You feel like you're riding one of those monstrous dinosaurs in Fred Flintstone.
Is it military surplus?
That's a case 580 SE,
Oh,
but
I'll
it
be
still
checking
feels
military
like
surplus, see what I can find there. Hopefully get a
it
Hummer.
drives like a boulder, dude. It like a tank. It's like driving a tank. Really, honestly, it's got a steering wheel, but it's like driving a tank. You got to really think about slowing this thing down and where your edges are and where your gun turret is, stuff like that. You really got to mind your P's and Q's with it. But or you're going to destroy something, man. It'll destroy a building pretty quick, right? So you got to be careful with it.
1 minute left. Set the timer this time. Apparently,
You got
I got showed how I can check to see when I went to break.
Oh, so you got 1 minute left.
If I forget the timer, then at least I can check.
So
I probably shorted myself a lot of break time because I forgot to set the timer.
Oh wow! But you said your machine's down right now.
I look at the timer and oh man, it's not set.
Oh shit! Right.
I went to lunch, so I would go back. Hopefully, I didn't go over on my lunch, but I guess I didn't because I have a little overtime.
Oh wow!
I have about 15 minutes overtime.
No,
So
there
I
you
must
go.
have been that early.
Well, that haven't been that bad, right? You say you only got a minute?
Yeah. Or less now.
Right.
Yeah, 5 seconds.
All right, bro. You have a good one. I'll see you when you're done with work, I guess. Rock on. Yo, hey, Tanya, come up the screen, dude. Come on, Tanya. Grab a link. Come on the screen. Talk to me. Throw a moose at me. Whatever. How you doing? I promise I won't ask for any hand sanitizer or flour or anything else. I promise. You can throw mooses at me. You don't know what a bluegill even is. It's a fish. Early morning for fishing. I don't know, Ryan. I like campfire fishing. Cat fishing. That's what I call it. We do cat fishing. Just camp out all night. Kids get up in the morning when the sun comes up and send them out with the poles, go get the bluegill. Right? Right around that bush, yeah. Take the extra hooks with you because you have to restring your rod. We need food. We need fish for breakfast. What National Guard go to? I don't know. What do you National Guard come? Hold on. Oh. I fish for chips. Oh, shit. Oh, man. But puppy update. I got a video from earlier today if you want to see it. Of the puppy. Hold on a second. And there. And that.
What's he doing, Ranger? We will see a repeat. What's he doing, Ranger? Of that Spanish. You're loving on that tree. So we have to shut down that tree. Economic activity. We're doing that. Ranger danger. Ranger danger. What's up, Ranger? This weekend, a huge effort to move our homeless populations out of the crowded shelters into the shutdown sports arena and hockey arena. So that we can put them in an area and a place. You don't care about nothing else. Hopefully, sufficient 6-foot distancing. The hotels around the state, I listened to our colleagues, we're all in the same situation. The impact that is happening to our businesses as we are shutting down.
Come on. Come on. Click the link. Zoom, you ain't got nothing to worry about with the National Guard, brother. Because guess what? They're your neighbors, uncles, cousins, nephews, friends of friends, family, neighbors. They're the fathers and sons of the men around you. So you ain't going to have much to worry about from the National Guard. Not under President Trump. This is bad for the brain. Hey, Canoes. Thank goodness you're here. I was just getting ready to go into a spiel. I don't know. I was just going to pull something out of my head.
It is that time.
Kick that goat.
Fire it up.
There we go. I tell you what. It's the only way I can do that. is in the one hitter. The pipe was just too much. The one hitter's just about right. I can dose it out pretty good. And I'm all good with that. I can still think and move and do. But yeah, I was just getting too much in me. Like I said, I have little or no tolerances. I've been getting, I've been smoking dirt weed, and as long as it was available, and then I had to go to mids because nobody could find dirt weed anymore, so I had to go to mids, and I was buying mids, and everybody's doing all this gourmet shit, right, with weed or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? And I'm like, I don't give a shit, man. I just want just give me whatever. So I'll take the plant. You got plant leaves. My tolerances are so low. Just a little goes a long way with this stuff. Yeah. And I'll be starting some plants here soon, I think. Maybe. Potentially. I want to check into the laws just a little bit more and make sure I'm okay. How was your day, bro?
It sucked.
Really?
Nothing better than standing in line for 3 hours to buy something, to pick something up that I bought online. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You kind of knew that was coming with the lower, though.
I know, but I got it.
I was going to say, you knew that was coming. There you go. You say it's stripped out. It doesn't have the trigger mechanism or nothing in it.
No, completely stripped. I got a parts kit in the mail.
Oh,
it should be here in the next couple of days.
Oh, okay.
All the parts that I need, I either have or they'll show up in the mail this week. So.
Oh, okay. Cool.
No battery. You can't have it delivered. It's an FFL item. You have to pick it up in the store and do the ATF paperwork at the store.
Yeah.
It's the actual firearm component.
It is the pistol. It is the pistol. It is the.
Yeah, I'm getting an echo of me through your audio.
Oh, let me reboot. I'll refresh. Be right back.
Yes, Huckleberry, I did shut down the store early tonight. I closed it up at 8 o'clock.
Yeah. Is that better?
Check. Yeah.
All right. Good deal. Yeah, it does that every time I share a screen out sometimes. Almost every.
Yeah, and the sad thing is there was probably 50 people ahead of me in line. Probably 40 of them had absolutely no business buying guns because they're complete idiots. They have no knowledge whatsoever. And then you get the people that, let's just shop. I want to look at this one and that one and that one and that one. They take a whole freaking hour and then they don't buy anything. They just wasted, everybody's hour. Then you get the idiots that fuck up their paperwork, and you only get one chance to do the paperwork correctly. If you fuck it up, they turn you away and say, come back tomorrow. And there was probably 10 people that had that happen to. It's like, can't you read?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, most everything I've been getting just been direct shipment kind of stuff. I don't. I mean, if I do go at the store, like I said, it doesn't bother me. You know what I'm saying? I know I'm protected, and I don't get sick. I haven't gotten sick for 6 years. We had twice a year. You have flu season come through, and it's always badass. And go get your vaccine and fuck yourself up, kind of thing. Everybody around me
Yeah,
will
there's
get
quite a
sick.
few people wearing masks and gloves in there today.
Even my ex, she wouldn't listen to me, and she'd get sick. And she'd be sick, and I wouldn't get sick. She's like, I hate you. I will take your fucking silver, and you won't get sick. Yeah.
Yeah, so I got up to Cabela's at about a quarter after 1. I didn't get out of there until about a quarter after 5. Ended up being late to work, but no big deal.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, I just called the boss. I'm like, look, I'm stuck and I'm in line and I'm not giving up my space, so you can come in for 2 hours and cover for me.
Right. Oh, wow. Oh, shit.
I'm going to refresh, dude. My microphone's acting up. I'll be right back.
Okay, all right. No shit, man. Just call my boss and be like, I don't think there's any boss I've worked for I could do that with, though. I was just thinking about that. Not for a personal reason. But, right. No. So my next project is getting that damn greenhouse done. There you are. There you go.
Okay, that's
Is that better?
a little bit. The levels on my mic, they will not stay constant. They're just bound.
Oh well, you lost sound. You there? I can't hear you. it's that stupid headset thing again. Oh shit. Yeah, it was buffering pretty bad. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
There you go.
Stay.
Stay. I know, right? It's like Florida. He comes on, he just keeps falling off the wagon. He's getting pissed off at the damn thing, just trying to stay on, you know. But yeah,
So
right.
I got new numbers for Ohio here. We now have 442 cases confirmed and 6 dead.
You know
the
what?
Confirmed cases, like just a few days ago, was only like 14.
Hey! Wait a minute. Protocols have changed. You know what they're doing, don't you? They're going by UN standards, and then all coronaviruses will be reported.
Oh,
all
really?
Flus are being reported now. They're going to let the. You realize we've had 12,000 people this year already die of just regular flu.
Yep.
What they're doing is the UN standard come in and says, we're going to count it like this. All coronavirus-based viruses are going to be included in the numbers because they can't scare anybody enough with the individual pieces. It's all propaganda. It's the same shit, and it's okay. But those are the real numbers of all the flus. Guarantee you.
I'm still getting some feedback echo on your end.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Let me refresh. I'll try and refresh again.
Yeah. I'd stay away from Mena, Arkansas. It's just got bad vibes, dude.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, right? So, but I tell you, and I'm telling you, this is just what I feel and what I think. This, may or may not be true, or but to the best of my knowledge and the way I see things, I see the big deception being this. Yeah, I see it happening. They've got to push this agenda. It's their last chance effort to make it happen. Okay, they've been busted. They've been exposed. Their money systems are over. Their books ended years ago. Okay, years ago. Yeah. Right. Trump's giving it back to the people. Literally. One of the reasons the Democrats didn't want to pass that bill is because they weren't even going to know how much needed to be lended out until it happens. Because it's like, okay, whatever it takes to recover that problem from that damage. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it takes to recover that damage is what that loan's going to be. We don't know what that number is just right now, so we're not going to put a price tag on it. And that's what the Democrats are like, no, you're not going to do that. And then the shit that they're pulling up now, you know what the money they're bitching about now? The reason they didn't vote that bill in for the American people? Because
Planned
it didn't
Parenthood.
have money in it for Planned
Parenthood. Yep.
It didn't have money for the LGBTQ community project that they've got going on. It didn't have any money going overseas to the people that don't need it. It that did the kickback bullshit on a future guarantee they needed to get in. So they're going to try and use use the American people to fund their fucking backstage special interest bullshit.
Yeah, and you see the new House bill that they're trying to push for gun control. Iraq veteran 8888 put a video out about it today. Let me see if I can find it.
So this coronavirus numbers and all this shit going on, I'm telling you, it's all still that now you're seeing all the flus. And what's going to come out of this is going to be glorious. As much pain and suffering and thing people are going through with or without the virus, it just need to be done anyway. Okay, but what beautiful thing is going to come out of this is we're going to have a cure for the common cold.
Hope so.
No, we will. Corona-based viruses will have a cure. You get it? You take a pill. You're good a day or two later. You know what I'm saying? Done. That's what I'm talking about. And for people who are healthy and really don't, even if they're asymptomatic, they can take it. They'll be done with it in 3 days. Everybody, there you go. So that's the kind of thing that's getting ready to happen. Out of all this craziness, all this is getting exposed. Tanya, where you going?
Take care, Tanya.
You didn't even throw a moose at me.
Her arms are probably too sore.
I know, from stocking the shelves and fighting the customers. God bless you. Get well, Patriot.
She might be back.
Your thumbs are too sore for what? Hit the thumbs up. Oh, okay, I get you. He says my thumbs are too sore. Oh, really? Oh, that reminds me. I need to keep an eye out for when the trees first hit the market. Yep. I'm gonna be getting some fruit trees. I need cherries. I need at least 3 Bing and 3 Tartarian.
Well, keep your eye out for the annual Arbor Day sale. You can usually get them cheap through the Arbor Day Foundation.
I won't buy them. I won't get them through them no more. I got trees from them. Half of them died before they even started growing.
Okay.
The other half were stunted. They sent bare root plants wrapped in paper.
Okay.
Okay. And I don't know when these things were done or what was going on, but when I got them, I mean, the day I got them, I wetted them and potted them and set them. You know what I'm saying? And but yeah, still half of them died. And because I had apricot and peach and cherries. I had all the cherry trees except one. Well, that one died too, but it managed to grab us one of its bigger branches that took over and grew. But it was stunted. You know what I'm saying? And the apricot tree lasted 2 years and died. And I fed it. I had spikes and everything. They were just poor quality plants. I mean, I'd rather pay the $20 and get the damn things from the store. You know?
Yeah, we actually out here, our county has a soil and water conservation district, and they run a couple sales per year. They do tree sales and they do fish sales for people that want to stock their ponds.
I might
And
check with the conservation department.
I've never bought trees from them personally, but I've seen the photos. They're not bare root trees. They're actually good 2-year-old saplings and stuff.
Right.
Nice potted.
I might talk to them. Yeah, I'll give them a call. Find out if they got anything for fruit trees for the conservation. What I'm doing because we got everything grows here. Cherries, shit. We can even grow oranges and lemons. You know what I'm saying? If we're lucky, we can get them in. But because I'm grow zone 6, almost 7. I'm right at the edge of 6, away from 7.
I'm on the edge of zones 4 and 5 because we get this weird microclimate from being close to Lake Erie. So sometimes it's 10 degrees warmer than 10 miles south of here, and then it fluctuates back and forth.
Okay. So, yeah. All right. But yeah, this is well, that lake effect stuff is like coastal. It's basically coastal kind of conditions.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've lived out in California, Monterey, Laguna Seca, stuff like that. Big Sur, stuff like that.
Fort Worth. Did you ever go to the Hearst Mansion out there?
Where?
Out by Fort Worth.
Fort Worth?
Yeah, it's that. The Hearsts. That was that big newspaper magnate family.
Oh, okay, right.
William Randolph Hearst. He has a huge mansion out there.
No, I never did. No, I never got into that stuff.
Because I heard it was pretty close to Fort Worth.
It probably is. It probably is. But I just wasn't into that. I was too much into hot rods and kick-ass cars and shit like that.
Well, don't they have a really kick-ass car show in Monterey? Like old classic cars?
Yeah.
Like real fancy, rich European cars and shit like that. I've heard about that.
And if old Mel's still alive, they still got a shitload of Corvairs floating around everywhere out there too. Yeah, because he'll lay out a whole line, a production line, Class A everything done to it, kind of restored. We restored. I've restored every multiples of every single car come off the production line in Corvairs. I know because he has one of every one of them, including the pickups, rampside, and the van, the Greenbrier wagons. You know, the 300, 600, the 900s. And
I had a friend in high school who's he was a carhead, and his dad was literally addicted to cars. He had this obsession. He had an obsession for Dodges. He had, I think, one of every production Dodge model car and truck that was ever made. He had like 90 cars. It was ridiculous.
Well, that's how I apprenticed with him, and for mechanics and stuff like that. He was old Mel was he was a chief warrant officer over a motor pool. Okay, so he was, kind of like the captain of the motor pool kind of thing, and he was my mentor for becoming knowing about. Wow, what the hell is that? Is that a fan or something?
I don't have anything going here.
Oh, okay. That was weird. But that wasn't for me either. But no, he was a cool guy, man. He taught me almost everything I know about building engines and working on cars and doing everything. We had a customer come in with a '53 Metro. You know what those are? They're like bathtub cars. Those bathtub cars.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about back in the 50s, right?
Yep.
Okay, well, we had to rebuild because nobody had the parts for it. So we had to rebuild the stuff that was there. I mean, replace line. I had to rebuild the cylinder that goes with because of that. They work out. What the hell? That was weird. Like a fan or something blowing across the mic or something. Yeah.
Let's check my settings here. No, I ain't got nothing running.
Okay. All right. This just seems weird. But no, like whereas I was saying,
yeah, you know what? It might be me breathing out through my nose and the mic picking it up.
Oh, that might be too. Sorry about that.
I need to get a real microphone, maybe in a couple weeks.
But anyway, he was my mentor for everything mechanic. He even helped me build my Harley that I talked about. Stuff like that. We built some badass cars out of his shop, dude. We built some awesome shit. And we worked on some incredible stuff. We had 34 Chevy, 57 Vets, 55 Vets that came in, had to be reworked, front bearings and stuff like that, all back to factory kind of stuff, kind of deal for clients. And the guy out back, Willie Kruger was his name. He was badass at auto body. He was kind of like the zen of auto body. He could do anything, right? He had the contracts with local Maserati and Jaguar dealers and Ferrari and stuff. So he was always pulling in these really badass high dollar cars, right? Started working with him about body work and stuff. He's one dude. Yeah. And we put that shop together, man. We turned out some badass cars. But I forgot what the point I was trying to make. Damn. That was like another lifetime for me, man. It's just like, man, that was so long ago. That was before I even got married. First time. Damn. Only if you resuscitate me. Is that what you're trying to put in there?
Yeah. She told me to stop breathing.
Oh, rock on. Oh man.
Yeah, so here's the game store now. I got a text this morning from my sister. She's like, call the manager. He needs to talk to you. So I call the manager. He's like, well, we hardly have anybody able to work, so I'm going to stick you and this one other girl, and I'm going to help out, and we're going to run the store. We're going to keep it open reduced hours, because normally we're open 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. We're going to keep it open 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., and it's just going to be me and this other chick and the manager helping out a little bit. I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me.
Oh, really?
Everybody else who works there either left a note saying they don't feel safe working there. And then we have one elderly lady who really shouldn't be working at all. She's well past retirement age. They told her not to come in. So,
right.
I don't know when I'm going to have a day off. I think me and this other girl are just going to give this thing a try tomorrow and maybe for another day. And then we're just going to flat out tell them, look, we're not staying open. Shut it down.
Wow.
Because they can claim that we're an essential service because we're technically a grocery store. But the people that are coming in, it's just the locals coming in for their beer and their cigarettes, and then the lottery junkies buying lottery. That's all we're seeing. We're not going to be doing any of our hot food lunch, none of the prepared sandwiches or anything. We're not going to make enough money to justify, staying open to cover the overhead and paying me and the other chick to work.
So what about a reduced service offering that they just run the register kind of thing?
Well, that's basically what we're going to be doing. The only thing we're going to have open is like the coffee counter and the deli, but we're not going to be making sandwiches or anything. We'll just be selling lunch meat and cheese, and we don't even really sell that much of that stuff anyway.
Right.
Our big business has always been the hot lunch and the sandwiches. So I'm going to give it a day or two, and me and her will probably just tell them, shut it down.
Right. Damn it.
I need some time off. I got shit to do around the farm.
Yeah, I get you. I was out dragging 150-pound pallets around today. Got them all stacked up. I had them all spread out and got them all stacked up so I can get the brush hog in there. And it's going to be storming tomorrow. So I can't do that tomorrow. I don't want to be running around in a thunderstorm on the ridge. Right. On a big ass piece of metal.
Yeah. Wizard, the human lightning rod.
No shit. I can see it now. Like, oh crap.
There's nothing much more scarier in this world, to me at least, than being attacked by lightning. Like when an actual storm wants to kill you and it's like trying its best. I've been there a couple of times. It's not fun.
Dude, I got blinded by lightning one time.
Oh yeah, if it hits close enough, that shit's bright.
My stepdad was in the CB radio stuff, right? And they put a 60-foot tower on the side of our house and you anchored. I had the basement room, okay, with the little window, the little window thing. And That was my room. Well, the fucking tower was like 2 feet away from my window. They used it. They used the house to prop up. You know, they anchored it well and everything, but they used the house to secure that damn tower. Well, that 60-foot tower with a big box antenna on top of it. You know, the big box wire. You know,
yeah, we got a lot of amateur radio guys in my area. We got a dude that's got like it's probably a good 500-foot tower in his backyard.
That son of a bitch got struck by lightning. I was asleep in my room. Well, yeah, obviously it jolted me immediately out of bed, and couldn't hear anything. I couldn't see anything. I even tried to, turn on a light thing, and I could feel the heat off the bulb, but I couldn't see it. You know, I'm sitting there propping my eyes over, and I'm
flash
like,
blind.
there's whole shit. I'm blind. I can't see nothing. It was lasted almost half a day. I was kind of worried I might not get my vision back. I mean, I did get hit by lightning, you know. I was like, holy shit! The hearing came back after a couple hours, but my vision didn't. It took almost a day for it to come back. I was really freaking out, and but yeah. Like, what the fuck? I'm not a friend of lightning. I don't take chances if I don't have to. Yeah.
Yeah, when I was working up north in Ontario, on a couple of occasions, we had lightning attack us. Once when we were in camp, and once when we were on the water. About 4 miles offshore in aluminum canoes with a bunch of young Boy Scouts. They're all screaming, "We're gonna die!" They're all pissing their pants. Like literally, the lightning was striking the water 50, 60 feet away from us. I'm just like, paddle faster. That's all you can do. Because you would set out for the day, and the weather would be perfect, and an hour later when you're offshore, like a storm comes out of nowhere, like you have no warning.
You're done.
And then when the storm that hit us in the campsite, it was hitting the trees all around our campsite. So you got like trees exploding 40 feet up, and everything's falling to the ground, and kids are running away in this direction and that direction, and tripping and falling and whacking their heads and shit. It was a nightmare.
Yeah, I can imagine. We had a float trip from hell. we had to tie off canoes and escape with our lives, kind of shit. This float trip was just, oh my god! There was one person ended up in the hospital.
Did you hear banjos playing in the distance?
This idiot woman that was a girlfriend to a friend of my brother's. Don't even ask. Anyway, I don't know who the hell she was. I'm kind of glad I don't. She gets out one of these rafts like you have in a swimming pool, right? A swimming pool raft thing, dude. And she throws it out of the water. She climbs on it. She lays on it, and she's kind of a big girl, but it did hold her up. And she just went floating down the river, fell asleep on the raft, and they pulled her out of the river down at one of the resorts. And the reason they did because she was like screaming. She didn't put any suntan protection on or none of that. And she came out she was baked bad.
That happened to me one time up there. I fell asleep for about 3 hours on a lazy afternoon. Just, set my sleeping bag out on the rock and took a nap, and I woke up and I felt all warm and tingly, the rest of that evening. When I woke up the next morning, oh my God, it felt like my entire body was being like eaten alive by fire ants.
Yeah.
Just that sensation. I hated it.
Yeah. Well,
It
no,
was
she ended
terrible.
up with third degree. She ended up with third-degree sunburn.
Yeah, I think mine was borderline 1 to 2. My skin was peeling for probably 3 months after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We didn't fight
And
that.
I didn't have to tan or anything. I had kind of a permanent tan for about 10 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't even know about that day. She jumped in the river ahead of everybody else and just floated on down, fell asleep on the raft. We didn't have it. We never seen her again until we got the report she was in the hospital the next day. Okay. We were kind of freaking out. But we're going down the river. And I'm talking, I got all my kids with me, my girlfriend, her kids, my brother and his kids and his wife, and we got several friends hanging out too. We had about 12, 15 people. And we had a couple canoes, we had a couple big rafts, we had inner tubes and coolers floating, just the old hillbilly kind of bunch of looking people you ever saw. Right? we took and tied the canoes together with with big 6x6 raft kind of air raft thing, right? Made a so we could keep it all together and made a catamaran out of it. Kind of.
Yep. Yeah, we did similar things. We'd lash 2 or 3 canoes together with spare paddles, like as the spars, and then we would rig up some more paddles and tent poles to make a sail, and we use like the rain fly for the main camp, as the sail. But you can only do it if the wind was cooperating, because it's a canoe. You can't tack in and out of the wind. You can only go the way it's going. So we had a group one time who they were out on the open water area where the mouth of the river is, and it empties into Lake Huron, and they decided, hey, it's nice, it's windy, let's do some sailing. They got blown off course by about 40 miles, and they were 3 days late back to camp.
Oh, wow.
Needless to say, that guy didn't get invited back the next year.
Right. Oh, shit. Right. But yeah, we ended up going down the river, and well, these friends that were along, another pair of the friends that were along was a husband and wife, and it was my kids' friends' parents, right? It was just because my kids and their kids were all friends, so we all just family get nightmare kind of thing, right? Well, they decided to have a big fight in the middle of the float trip. They got into him and her got into a huge fight. So we're waited around for about an hour or two before they figure it out. They need to get their ass going, right? That's halfway through because we had stopped to fix food for everybody, build a fire, cook some burgers and brats and stuff like that we brought along. And turn around. They got in a big fight. We all got in the canoes. We're like, we're taking off. See you later. They still had their canoes though too, right? So it was like, okay. And I said, you can fight while you're going down the damn river. We're out of here. We packed everything up. Everything's good to go. We're gone. Just waiting for you guys to get done with your damn fight and come on. But we turned around and we took off, right? Well, they caught up with us and stuff, but turn around. So it gets late. It's getting dark. So we figured, we'll just stop and camp for the night right here. We're good to go. We can, it looked like it was, might start raining. So I go up to the bank and I'm checking out the bank and I'm like, we're going to go over here. And they were like, no, we're doing it right here. I was like, oh, okay. But they had picked a rock barge in the middle of the river. because it was down. It was kind of low where in that section of the river where we were, and guess what? They made their camp there. I was like, okay. Sure enough, we can roll some thunderstorms, dude. And when you're down in the Merrimack River, especially in the hilly parts, it's all canyon, heavy canyon on either side of the river, right? It's cut its way in, and yeah, that thunderstorm starts coming in, and it rolls the whole damn river. Whoa, it doesn't matter if it's 3 to 5 miles away or 10 miles away or 20 miles away. It rolls all the way down that canyon, and you're on that in the middle. So it was like, oh my God, this is going to be bad, right? And I'm like, I didn't even think. I was like, holy shit! I'm thinking we should have gone up on the bank. Well, let's just hope for the. Well, by this point, the water started rising, and it was getting deeper. And he's like, I don't think we're going to get the ladies across that because it started moving pretty good. And he's like, oh, this will be fine. They already had a fire built and all this stuff. And so we stayed there, and then it just kept coming up. Eventually, we're holding canoes and tarps over our heads, trying to keep the rain off of us, right? We're just waiting for the storm to pass. The river came up, put out the damn fire. We start grabbing up everything, putting them back on the canoes and stuff. And the tree came down the river and tore the shit out of our big 6x6 raft. So we're sitting here going, we don't have enough room for everybody. Because two of the canoes got the ones they came in, they got washed down the river. They got it back. I don't know how, but they got it back.
Yeah, we had a group of kids that we took out one week up there. We were about halfway through our week, and we were offshore about 4 miles on some islands, and one of the canoes broke loose, and I saw it, and the other guide saw it, and we made it into a learning experience because the kids are supposed to be responsible for their equipment. So we waited about an hour, and we're keeping an eye on this thing. It's drifting. It got about 4 or 5 miles away, and we finally said something to the senior kid in the group. We're like, yeah, you may want to do like an inventory, on your boats. Sure enough, he didn't tie the knot, the way he was supposed to, and off it went. So he had to go paddle with two other guys, 5 miles to go grab the boat and bring it back.
Right.
Like he's like, we have to do it. It's like, well, do you want to pay us $1,200 for a new canoe?
Right. Yeah, they ain't cheap. They aren't cheap. I need to get some canoes though. Seriously. So
we were using mostly Grumman aluminum ones, 17 footers.
Yeah,
they were heavy, because you needed something that you could run around on the rocks without putting a hole in the bottom of it. So
exactly. Yep, Missouri's the Merrimack's. You want a medal if you're going to put one on. Yeah. There are those guys that use those Teflon rafts. The aired up rafts.
Yep.
Pretty durable. So they use those out there. But
hey, Grace is in the chat. How you doing, Grace?
Hey, Grace. Welcome in. There you go. Doing good.
Yeah, the other thing that's going to be falling out from this, my situation at work, I basically told the other girl that's going to be working with me, her name's Holly, I told her, I'm like, if we end up having to stay open, throughout this entire thing, I will do everything in my power to make sure that we get a raise out of this, because no one else is stepping up to do anything. So.
Yeah, that would be.
And I'm overdue for a raise too, so.
But you won't, that's true too. But if you get that growth process squared away,
I don't think that's going to happen this year.
yeah, with all this, yeah.
Yep. And so far, the weather's not cooperating. It is still pretty wet out here.
Thunderstorms are supposed to be tomorrow. All day. I'm not going to be able to tell. I might be able to run a brush hog next day, but it's going to take me 2 days at least, maybe 3 before I can tell.
I wouldn't even want to try and take my tractor out for at least another month. It's that wet.
Well, I'll get some brush hogging in. I get a lot of woods, dude. I get some brush hogging in. It starts getting, if I don't let the ground dry out somewhat, that tractor gets slippery pretty quick. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
So, yes, but I got 2 nice rear tine tillers, pretty big deals, walk behinds, and one's Craftsman, one's Troy built, and yeah.
One of my coworkers has a huge one that I can borrow whenever I need. My aunt next door has one of those tiny little mantis ones. The tiny little, yeah. They're like maybe good for doing like a 10 square foot plot.
Right.
I'm like, no, not for what I'm doing.
I used to use those to clean up the rose garden areas, the ground cover, because it always gets all skanky with little weird weeds and shit. But I always thought about trying to plant strawberries around them, but it never worked really well. Different kind of soil, different acid.
I miss the wild strawberries that used to grow around here. When I was a little kid, they were all over the place, but I haven't seen them in probably 10 years.
Yeah. Well, I want to plant a bunch of strawberries too. I'm about to do that. But I'm going to buy starts on that.
I got wild black raspberries all over my place, but usually by the time they're ready for them, the birds get to them before I can.
Right. And that's what I was thinking about, incorporating some of them into my landscape. Once I can identify them, you got to identify them too, because I got sticker bushes out here that don't do shit but just be sticker bushes. Some of them are blackberry bushes, so I wanted to try and figure out the blackberries and then incorporate them in between my cedar trees out front. I want a barrier. Nobody's going to want to walk through, kind of thing.
You need those trees that have those long spiky thorns on them. Locust trees.
No,
man. If you go walking around in the woods at night and you're not watching what you're doing, and you run into one of them trees, you could seriously hurt yourself. Like you could put an eye. You could put an eye out.
Oh yeah, you'll rip yourself up. I mean, even raspberry bushes, man. You rip the shit out of you. They'll rip your clothes right off your body. You go through it fast enough, that's like a saw, literally, and it will saw the shit out of you. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Now, how bad do you guys get poison ivy and poison oak and shit like that out there?
It can get kind of drastic. Yeah, it can get drastic.
I'm very careful when I go into the woods because I'm very sensitive to poison ivy. Poison oak doesn't really do all that much to me, but if I get poison ivy, it gets bad.
Yeah.
I have scars from it from when I was a kid.
The only thing that really helps me with it, if I get it bad, is what I've learned though is wash with cold water immediately afterwards. Whatever you do, came in contact with it, wash with cold water, and don't take a hot shower, and wash yourself well. Disinfecting stuff helps a little bit more too, neutralize the acids. But as the whelps themselves are not what spreads it, it's
the fluid.
The fluid on the skin, residues on the skin.
Yeah,
that's what spreads it. It comes out of it is just your white blood cells coming out of your body. It's trying to fight the poisons that are entering it. Okay, so it's just so people know.
We had
the the smaller your scar will be.
We had a kid in my scout troop who was a little pyromaniac bastard. He was always going and setting little fires for himself in the middle of the woods, just stupid shit. And we caught him one time at summer camp doing it because he came running back to the campsite, crying his eyes out. He was burning poison ivy, and he got it in his eyes, the smoke. And he got it in his throat and his lungs and everything. We had to take him to the fucking emergency room.
That's one thing I don't have is I should have some prednisone. I usually try to keep prednisone around at least one set of dosaging for that.
Yeah.
For that reason. But you have to scale it per body weight. My size is like 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But you have to descending no more than 7 days. You know what I'm saying? And less body weight, the faster they'll go. They'll remove it. So
I kind of use prednisone to treat infections if I don't have antibiotics. It works in a similar manner.
Yeah, it's more meant.
It's better than nothing at all.
Well, yeah, but it's a steroid, not necessarily an antibiotic. It's a steroid.
It works for me when I get what I was dealing with the last 2 weeks, that aggravated toothache when I had a small abscess.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I finally took my last dose of it today. So,
but yeah,
how's your tooth doing? Any better?
It's doing fine. Like I said, it was the weather dipping really hard into the cold, and I've already taken. Just in case it started acting a little weird tonight, so I was like, yeah, I'm taking it now before it starts hurting, just to make sure it don't get to hurting, because I don't want to deal with it. I mean, it doesn't matter how much I brush or anything. It's not that. It's a damage that's already been done years and years ago. But yeah, it acts up real bad sometimes when the weather changes back and forth. I tell you what, in the fall, it's my shoulder, my arm, my hand. I'm saying my fingers.
For me, it's my sinuses. Spring and fall are the worst because of the constant pressure changes.
Yeah, but I never get sick. You can say that. Yeah, I keep up with my fluids and my silver, and I just keep on chugging. I can't afford to get sick. I don't know how that ever changed. I can't afford to get sick. You're a swamp Yankee.
Well, that's kind of what they called people in my area back during the first expansion into the Midwest, because the whole southern shore of Lake Erie going inland for probably 20, 30 miles was nothing but a huge swamp.
Oh, wow.
My mic's fucking up again.
Oh, shit.
I shall be back.
But, so what's on your mind, Buffalo Bill? What do you mean? A Yankee spy? What the? What? Rock on. Sorry, guys. I was just going through some stuff. But, what's on your mind, Ryan? What's worrying you, man? Yeah, Ryan, why don't you join the show? Come on up, man. Ain't nobody watching. Well, a few. So, come on, guys. This ain't the Wizard of Oz show. Come on. You guys can come up here, too. This is your show. Zoom has a bass boat. Yes, he does. That's a pretty badass boat, too. He's got a nice truck, too. Badass truck. Nope, just Texan. You're from Texas? Or you're in Texas? There's a big difference. You're cutting metal. What? He's determined. I just got a notification. Pro-life warrior. What, she just went going live. Hold on. Refresh. It's not giving me option for. Her page isn't saying she's live. What the hell? Anybody else go over there and see if she's up or not? I'm not seeing it. Nope. Damn. Refresh again. Nope. Oh, these bastards. Check this out. I can't put it up on screen, but maybe it'll be decent. Yeah.
Basically make some minor changes and just stamp it. But as Nancy Peter McCarthy, I thought that you guys were going to take the Senate bill and just basically make some minor changes and just stamp it. But is Nancy Pelosi going to start from scratch?
No, she's not. She's playing political games, and she never should have said that. There is nobody in the House here but Nancy and I, myself. She cannot craft another bill. Time is of the essence. People will lose their job today because of what Schumer and the others are portraying and doing. We are closer than we had been. I was in the meeting yesterday with the 4 leaders. This is a different process. You know what Mitch McConnell did? He did from the bottom up. He had Democrats and Republican senators together actually working out the bill. It was the leaders who came in and stopped this process. And what Senator Schumer is complaining about is resources provided to companies to keep employees hired. To me, this is the lowest level. Look at the difference of what we just saw a couple weeks ago in the House. When we didn't get to work with Nancy Pelosi, our own members, and craft a bill, but when we finally got the bill, we were able to make the changes to it. Even the language was not correct late into the night, but I moved the bill forward because I wanted America to see us working together, to give us hope that we can do this. And on a handshake, we said we would fix that bill on Monday, the technical changes. What the senators did last night, it wasn't even voting on the bill. They had 30 more hours. They were simply moving the process forward to give this country hope, to show that they can work together. This is uncalled for. This is going to do damage to us, and it is unacceptable. The country does not want us to be partisan. They want us to be productive. And that is what we did in the minority over on this side, and that is what we expect to happen over there. But they had more input than any other time. I wish we had that type of input when we would craft a bill.
Oh, shit. Damn it. Hold on a second. Okay. Out of that. Huck's making pies. Uh-oh. Pies. Yes, it's time for pie. Oh, yes. Thank you for reminding me. It's time for pie. Oh, man. Nobody's coming back to save me, huh? Nobody's going to come up screen. That's okay. Oh, man. It's time for a puppy video. That's what it is. I'm just messing with it. Let's see here. Yep. So you guys are just gonna just leave me up here hanging. Okay. So there you are. Hey, Canoes. Welcome back. You got it. Sounds good, man. I was just getting my pie. Hey, Bill. What's up? There you are. No blue man, you, huh?
Nerf alert.
Mm-hmm.
So you were at Cabela's too today, Wild Bill? What's the talking in the background I'm hearing?
Do what?
I'm hearing talking in the background.
I'm not hearing anything.
Nope.
There's nobody here to talk to. Except Ranger. He's sleeping.
Yeah. Well,
where are the other voices in your head?
Yeah, that's the world of being a ghost.
There's a difference. You can actually see us.
Yeah. My back was hurting today. Freaking worked my butt off.
Those pallets ain't light, huh?
No. I had I think one of them was like about 10 foot high. It was 10 foot long.
Yeah.
The other one was 8 feet. Pretty large pallet, I'd say.
Right.
With the full length truck bed, they actually had to fold down my tailgate, and they were sticking out the back of the tailgate. That's how big they were. And they were wet. They were damp. They've been getting rained on and everything. So part of the reason.
Did you see my tree video?
I saw all those peach trees you had. Is that what you're talking about?
Yep. If you look off into the right, when I'm showing you the peach trees, you'll see that damn trailer I got loaded. It's still loaded from last time I went and got pallets.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. Well, so they grow wild there?
Oh, yeah. Peach trees, plum trees.
Really?
Mm-hmm. We got strawberries and all kinds of crazy stuff going on around here.
Everything we got here had to be imported.
I don't know. I know we got blackberries everywhere. Sassafras trees. We got.
In fact, I'll tell you a little story. When my great grandfather came over here from England, of course, they started the first irrigation. Before they irrigated, the first while that they lived here, they had to go to a river with wagons and fill up barrels just to water their crops, just so they could live. They had to go to a river, draw water from the river before they got the irrigation in, and when they were establishing, their crops and everything, they had to bring it in on barrels, on horse-drawn wagons. We think
Thank God we got
it hard here nowadays. Imagine what it would be like having to live like that.
Yeah.
And they've had wars over water out here. Wars, literal wars, shootings, people getting killed and stuff over irrigation and water rights and all of that.
Yep.
And you've got like natural water coming down all the time. You don't even have to irrigate, I don't think.
Well, we're gonna have to manage a few of the the creeks around here. And what we're gonna do is we're going to be setting up a ram pump that'll push the water up and feed the water tanks on top of the hill.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll run off and feed the water tanks for the non-potable, and then for the potable we got the well. So
when I lived in Illinois for a short stint, I know the people I met there, they didn't even have hoses for their lawns, and I was like, I can't imagine not even needing a hose or a sprinkler
Well, you
to
need
water.
stuff. That's ridiculous. Yeah.
No, they didn't. They didn't. They got enough rainfall. They don't. They don't even water their lawns.
Well, a lot of times we do too, but I mean, there's still those times where you're going to have weeks at a time. You're going to need to water something.
Yeah. Well, this is up in Illinois, so it might be different. I don't know.
Well, you got a plains action over there, and I'm not exactly sure where they were, what you're talking about, because you get up further north, like around Springfield, it gets kind of foresty kind of stuff. But you get away from the city there, north and south, it's pretty big plains. It's nothing but looks like Kansas. You know what I'm saying? Kind of flat and just gets blown over most of the time. I've watched trucks get blown over on that Highway 55 going from St. Louis to Chicago. I seen a truck get blown off the damn road. I was like, I'm not going there. I stopped under the bridge. I wasn't an asshole. I'm not going to go. I'm waiting for this. Next truck that gets through, I'll go. But damn it. I want to see one or two at least get through it before I go.
Well, I was about 70 miles southwest of Chicago, down in I-80 is down there, Interstate 80.
Right.
Little town called LaSalle, Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
Same place where J.C. Whitney, the car parts company, is from.
Yeah.
And then not far from there is Moline, Illinois, where they have the Moline tractor show, biggest tractor show in the world.
Yeah, I'm used to Peoria. I'm used to hearing names like Joliet, Peoria.
You used to Peoria? Yeah, that's not far. Peoria, that wasn't far from us. Yeah.
Springfield, Peoria, stuff like that. But yeah, Joliet was a little too close. It got a little stupid after a while.
Joliet, yep. I know the whole hood out there.
Peoria is now
I worked
a liberal hotbed too.
I was working. Well, I was in the painters union. I was working all the nuclear plants in that area.
Yeah. I was on the tech team that laid the fiber optics for Edwards, SIU Edwardsville. Fiber optic network they put in there for the entire school district and the university. Yeah. I laid in all their computer labs. I've laid in all the classroom computers and all the fiber optics throughout the buildings and all that connection set and all that, dude.
So Rockford, Illinois, the Rockford plant, the LaSalle plant, out there, or nuclear facilities. So yeah, I glow. Not just that, but I worked at a nuclear facility in Florida also. But that wasn't in the painters union. That was in the laborers union.
Right.
I was a deconner, and yeah, yep. I got radiated pretty good. The one in Florida, it's down in South Florida. We actually made news in the nuclear industry. We got this boric acid leak on the reactor head, and my job was to go in there in a suit, plastic suit, really, really hot, over 100 degrees, and chip stalactites off the reactor head. And of course, we wore dosimetry. I had dosimetry on all my extremities and on my head and everything. And I got an extension on my NRC dosage allowability. So I got pretty nuked. I got nuked pretty good out there.
Yep, I have a steady diet of iodine all the time.
Well, there's one reason why to this day I still take brown kelp because of the iodine. Icelandic brown kelp. I don't know if it did any permanent damage to me. I've only had skin cancers.
Was that the
So-
big nuclear plant south of Miami?
What's
I
that?
heard that.
Was that the big nuclear plant south of Miami?
Yes, Homestead, Florida.
Yeah.
Turkey Point Nuclear Plant.
Turkey Point, that's the name of it, yeah.
Yep.
They got fucked
Well-
up pretty bad from Hurricane Andrew back in the 90s.
Yeah, I did. Then I moved back up here and tried to get a job in the nuclear industry because it pays good and they pay you per diem and that's non-taxable. So it made it so I was making really good money and put in a lot of hours, man. I was working 7 days a week, 15 hours a day, and some of the time I even had a second job. And there was one time down there I had 3 jobs. So, and I had little kids, I had babies to feed. So, I just never turned down any overtime and I just worked all the freaking time. And yeah, I've wound up going under the knife for back surgeries and stuff like that, running a jackhammer, chipping hammers and stuff like that all day long, and throwing concrete on big freaking conveyor belts. That was work I did in the labor union, and we did, yeah, that kind of work. So.
Oh wow. Yeah.
See, I got this cool dosimeter. It screams.
Yeah.
It just got irradiated.
All right, you got it. Yep. No problem.
So there, at that time, there was 2 different types of dosimeters, and when I was in the Army, I wore dosimeters also. And the one is when it looks like a little telescope, and you tape it on your sleeves and all that. That one is called a self-reading pocket dosimeter, an SRD. And then the other one is a TLD, and the TLD is a thermoluminescent, and that's the one they take the reading off that every month, and they store it in their computer for the NRC. So that's the official one, and that's the one that goes to the NRC. Well, they give you 300 millirem, a 300 millirem dosage for the week. And if you exceed that, then you have to go do something else outside of the radiation areas. And I was in the high radiation areas. Well, when the boric acid leak, when we had that, they had to give me an extension on that. And I went way over my dosage because of that extension to where it's not really humanly safe. So it was critical, though. It was just a critical type of thing that had to be done.
Ryan, be careful. You can overdose on those, man. They can mess you up, man.
So, but thermoluminescent, I don't really understand the dynamics and how they work and everything. But what it does is it monitors your whole month. When you go into the plant, you pick up your thermoluminescent dosimeter and wear it the whole entire day. And the other ones, they're just for your own knowledge, to know if you might have hit a hot spot or something with one of your hands or one of your extremities or something like that. And that's what we used in the Army too. We used pocket dosimeters. Probably boring talk for a lot of people out here, but anyway, I moved out here, Hurricane Andrew. We got out of here we got out of Florida before Hurricane Andrew hit. And when I moved back up here, I went all over the place trying to find a job in we had the Intermountain Power Project, and that was a coal-fired unit. And I drove up to Arco, Idaho, where that big
experimental reactor is.
Yeah, and tried to get on in there. And that is, if you're not from Idaho and you don't know people, you're not going to get a job in there. They're really good paying jobs.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're going to kill you. They're going to save your life, you know? That kind of...
At that time, well, I didn't have a lot of education, Wizard. You know, I wasn't, I didn't have a lot of education.
That's why they pay well. I mean, that's why those jobs pay well, though. They have a way of burning you up.
Yeah. But do burn you up. That's the thing.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah. It's not something we'll want to do.
Right. I get it.
This is what I say to a lot of people that are out there saying, I can't get a good paying job and all that. Well, there are jobs out there, but you've got to make some sacrifices for those jobs. Like driving a truck. Driving a truck, you give up your whole freaking life, man. Hey, my phone's about to take a dump on me. I'm gonna have to get off of here and get some power back. So
We'll see you.
Go plug in. Rock on. Good grief, man. Yeah, no shit. But yeah, that was an interesting little garden fence. I was kind of, yeah. But yeah, I got this one. This is going to be badass. This is going to go up pretty quick too.
Hey, Wiz, you ever been to Graf?
Huh?
You ever been to Grafenwehr?
Grafenwehr, Germany, yeah. Yeah, we did exercise.
We were out there one time. We were setting up for a show for Helmut Kohl and George Bush.
Oh, really?
And
we were out. We were on
loading
the
up. We were unpackaging rockets for the Cobras.
Yeah.
And two guys dropped the rocket, and everybody scattered. And the sergeant comes over. They're not armed. Oh, it was funny. It was like turning on the light and the roaches scatter.
Right. It's not going to blow up. It takes a little more than that.
Yeah, well, aren't they electronically fired? You know, there's
yes.
They use solid fuel, so there's no real risk of them, you know, exploding or igniting on contact. You know, at least as far as I understand.
Well, yeah, but it's the warhead that everybody's scared of.
Yeah. Propellants can be nasty too, though.
Well,
we had a bunch of Abrams tanks flying past us, our site, and we're going up and up over the bumps, down in the dips, and that gun is staying the same level.
Yep.
Yeah. They're doing about 50 miles an hour.
Now, Grafenwehr had, the range area out there is huge.
Yeah, it is.
That's where the MRLSs were launching. The Cobras would come out and do their qualification runs. And
we put
what?
We put on a pretty good show. I turn around and I could see Bush.
Right. Those MRLSs would fire for miles, and
we had
that
a
was
Kiowas out there. They're showing how the Kiowas would spot the target. We could spot it with our eyes, but showing them how everything works.
Exactly.
And the Cobra, the Hueys would come in and they would have guns mounted on, and they'd fire at the targets. And here comes the Cobras with their 20 mics. Yeah. And then to top off the show, the Air Force came in with an A-10. We look up at that A-10, we see a puff of smoke, and then we hear, target's gone.
Right. That's got a no, it's bigger. It's a growl. You ain't never heard a noise like
when Bush came in, I was on guard duty. And he came into our post just outside of Nuremberg. And they told us when we go out there to expect 3 black Mercedes, and that will be Bush's entourage and Bush, and just to wave them in. And when the next shift comes, if they haven't showed up yet, you tell them. Okay. I was on an early morning shift, and when our replacements showed up and said, we told them exactly what's going on. They failed to tell the next shift. So this guy's standing out there. He sees these cars speeding towards the gate, and he stands out there with his empty M16 and tries to stop them. They hit the gas. He flies out of the way, lands on the ground on the side of the road in pain. And they fly past him. He calls it in. Man, 3 Mercedes just blew the gate. And he said, that was Bush. Nobody told you? So they woke us up out of our sleep and brought us down there and said, all right, who didn't tell him? It was pretty funny.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And they had this big spread of food set up in the building, the control tower.
Right.
He didn't even go in. He drove in, got in a helicopter, and flew out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we had Marine One there. That was cool. That was an exciting day.
Ohio's is shutting down in about 12 minutes, huh?
Yep.
What's shutting down?
My state, Ohio.
Oh. Well, the governor here gave the order. Well, she didn't release it yet. I think she's being a little reluctant. My job should be fine because what we're doing here is medical, and so we're essential. But my wife's at home working from home. For now.
Right.
She's gonna finish out the school year. And then she goes south.
But she can do the school from anywhere, right?
Yeah. She's got a school computer, so she does her work from the bedroom.
Or Montana. Or Montana, right?
Why Montana?
I thought you said, or Wyoming. You were going to Wyoming. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she's going to finish the school year, then probably go visit her family in Chile.
Oh, right. Oh, wow. Wow. I heard Chile's not doing so good down there.
Their death toll is lower than ours.
Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about politically.
Oh, yeah. They're having a lot of protests by students.
Yeah.
And it started because they raised the transit fee by 25 cents. Her nephew was here, told us all about it. And it was mostly in Santiago, and it has spread. It's like the communists that we have here, but those guys are violent. They had very nice bus system in Santiago, very much like ours. That's trashed. They burned all the buses, and their subway is the best I've ever been on. You get on that thing, grab a hold of something because it starts moving right away, and it moves fast. You can go clear across town in about 10 minutes. And they trash that too.
Well, that sucks.
And it's not a good. And they're communists.
Well, so they're trying to take over the government or something?
Yeah. My wife's father was the chief of police in Viña del Mar when Pinochet took control. And our Hollywood anyway, made a movie about it, and they showed like death squads, people disappearing, military and police attacking people, raping women. My wife's father was the chief of police, and none of that went on. None of it. And she has a huge family. Nobody disappeared. Nobody was abused. So Hollywood is really embellishing it. They don't like Pinochet because he did not want to be a dictator. So they make up lies about him.
Right. Yeah. They did that on several people down in South America.
The people in Chile that were alive at the time love him.
Well, look what they tried to kill Bolsonaro.
Who?
The Trump of Brazil.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they tried to kill him, dude. He was up in the hospital, had a knife in his chest.
Amazing anybody get that close.
Well, yeah, but turn around, he lived and won, and
Good.
now he's the president.
Kind of like they from Ukraine, huh? They tried to poison him.
Yeah. Like I said, there's a lot of good battles being won you don't hear about out there. Normal.
The media don't want us to know.
Mm-mm. Not at all. They don't want you to know there's been more deaths, 10 times more deaths over the older flus that are still floating around than there ever was with the coronavirus in any of its worst cases.
Well, I'm expecting most of this to subside when the summer gets here, but it'll be back. So they better keep working on it.
Oh, they're gonna have a cure for it. If you get it, then you'll have a series of pills you take, and probably combination of steroids and antivirals designed to.
Vaccine.
Yeah.
This is they're working on cures. They need a vaccine.
No, you get the cure. You don't need a vaccine. If you know how to protect yourself and you can keep it, you don't need it. You don't need a stinking vaccine. You don't need to
come up with a vaccine. All these anti-vaxxers will not get it.
Nope, they won't get it. I guarantee you. I damn sure guarantee you nobody's getting that fucking vaccine. I know. Okay. Nobody wants nanites. Thank you very much.
Think we have that technology yet?
I am not doing shit.
Oh my battery.
Any of that technology stuff until after the election when we own the House, the Senate, and the presidency. Then halfway through there, maybe. You know what I'm saying? But
Bill Gates is working on?
You gotta get this swamp out the fucking way before shit like that can be good for us, man.
He's working on the a medical chip that goes underneath your skin.
In an ideal situation, that might not be such a bad idea, but when we know there's bad people at the controls where there's no way.
They're testing it in Bangladesh.
Oh yeah, well they'll get away with that. All they got to do is offer those people a year's worth of wage, and that's only like $200.
I'm not getting any chip under my skin. No, that sounds too much like the mark of the beast.
It is. It is.
Gotta go.
Rock and roll.
That was nice.
But yeah. What? In order for her husband to be attend the birth?
Yeah, hospitals aren't letting fathers in certain areas to the
Oh,
delivery
because
room.
yeah, because of the yeah. Okay, I get you.
Yeah, Huckleberry. The plan right now, for me at least, is to see what happens if we can turn the farm into a money-making operation in the next 5 years. And then if it doesn't happen, we'll start looking for buyers for the property, whether or not it's a housing developer or, you know, a real estate developer for, commercial property. That's a possibility too, because we can do a couple different types of zoning here.
Wow. That's big money right there.
Yeah.
That's very tempting. But
Well, the family, like 20 years ago, had the idea of selling it when all the other developments were going in around here. But they were going to actually semi-develop it themselves, build their own road and put the utilities in and everything. Because apparently you could get a lot more money if you went that route.
right. Set divided up into lots, make subdivision lots.
Yeah.
Right. You put in the infrastructure, the sewer, the electric access, gas access, if that's what you're going to do. You run all that in, and you set up the streets with driveways and entryways anyway. Streets with driveways. And boom. Then you bring in a developer and they build the houses. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm going to pop off for a minute. I got to open the window and see if the hillbillies are shooting.
Uh-oh. All right.
I'll be right back.
All right. But yeah, no doubt. She wants the epidural. Well, I can't say as I blame her. Yeah. But just be careful that they don't give, at a few of my grandchildren's births, there was a couple situations where they had actually given the woman drugs to encourage the birth to happen sooner, and ended up having to give them a C-section in order to give birth because the contractions came too fast for the passage to open properly, and they ended up having to go with C-section on these. And I'm sitting there going, "This is ridiculous." They didn't let it happen naturally. They wanted to speed up the process and get her out. What a bunch of ignorant bastards they are.
Yeah. Nothing going on. It's all quiet.
Yeah. What's true? Hold on a second. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. All right. I'll mark your words. I'll put it on the calendar. I'm gonna be yelling at you on the next day. It will be. You guys, I'm telling you, man. Yeah. I just been thinking about this. I need to go get in about 5 gallons of exterior latex.
I got some in my basement you could have. I've got
Really?
cans and dude, I've got so much old cans of paint and sealant and all different kind of chemicals, that have been around here for 40 years. I really need to get the shit cleaned out of my house because God knows,
How much white latex you got? Exterior, semi-gloss.
I might have something like 20 cans of it. I'd have to take a look.
20 gallons.
My sister knows a painter, and he brought over probably 20 cans of exterior and interior stuff last year. And then there's all the stuff that's been sitting in my basement for 30 years. So I'll have to check.
Yeah. Yeah. No shit. I was gonna say 20 gallons. That's badass. I'm thinking it might be worth it. Split the gas with you coming down. Bring it down. That's like shit. It ain't but about 500-600 miles. I'm thinking that might not be too bad right about now.
Do you know any truckers that come through the area?
That industry is kind of toasted. I mean, I got my son's in the delivery business, and my brother, my youngest half brother, he used to deal with state to state stuff, doing delivery, special deliveries and shit like that. Sub 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 cargo kind of stuff. But yeah, that stuff is. I don't have anybody I really.
Well, I'll tell you what. The newer stuff that my sister brought over last year. It's in my garage. I'll take some pictures of it and message them to you in the next day or so.
I'm not kidding. It might be worth looking up to how much it cost me to get it shipped.
Yeah.
Seriously. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool as shit, dude. Because I've got a lot of stuff that's gonna have to be painted white. I'm going for the old country state look kind of stuff going on the property. So I'm gonna put a pavilion in the front yard in the middle of the orchard. Semi-pagoda kind of deal. You know what I'm saying?
It's a little too civilized for my taste.
Well, I'm not. Only the center of it's going to have the roof. The rest of it's all going to be grape lattice with grapes growing on it. You know what I'm saying? Literally, real grapes growing on it.
I want my rustic cabin in the woods.
Yeah. Well, hey, I got the house in the hill. Okay, literally. But this up here is all going to be the main entry estate. So, kind of thing. So this is where the headquarters for everything's going to be, right? I mean, because we got the mill right there, we got the automotive shop, then we're going to have the forge, and then the big craft barn. You know what I'm saying? Where we do a lot of the other crafts and stuff like that, materials management. That one's going to be one we could drive a tractor trailer through if we wanted to. But yeah, like I said, I ain't thinking small, bro. I'm building a city. I don't know how long it's going to take me to get to that point, but but we are. That's where things are. I'm establishing food supply and stuff like that now. I found 4 Jersey Black Giant chickens, 3 hens, and a.
You said you had a line on some Flemish rabbits too.
Yeah, I've called the lady twice, but I'm not sure. I've left messages, so and it's not like I'm trying to bust her door down, you know. But I do want those. She's got I think she's got 3 Flemish rabbits for sale. $2 and a dame, and I'll buy all 3 of those. Yeah, and she's got a mixed Flemish that I'm gonna get from her, so that's a male, and but he's a smaller one too. But I don't have a problem with it because it's I'm breeding into Flemish Giant primarily, so. But yeah, that's getting those rabbits and chickens going. Get the greenhouse built. Start bringing in my own food. I can't wait.
All talking about baloney. Lebanese baloney.
The first name it's LSBAR. My baloney has a second name. It's MEYER. If you ask me, then I'll say, I swear every way would be melody. I remember Grandma frying up bologna sandwiches and throwing it on bread with ketchup. There you go.
Ooh, ketchup?
Ketchup.
Man, bologna is a mustard meat.
That's brown swagger. I put ketchup on everything when I was a kid.
Well, I used to do that with A1 steak sauce. Literally, one of my favorite. I would put it on my mashed potatoes. Love it on my fucking potatoes.
She'd cut a slab off the roll, throw it in the skillet, then cut a square off the cheese, off the end of the big old pack of cheese she had, and then turn around. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, the bologna that we sell at the deli is an Amish, one of the local Amish companies. They do some of our lunch meat, and it's a all beef bologna, and it's all right. It's 10 times better fried, but I started deep frying it at work. Oh, baby.
It gets crunchy. I've done that.
Just like not even a real thick slice. You like your standard deli slice. You just roll it up and put a toothpick in it to hold it together and throw it in the tank for like 2 minutes. Oh man, nice snack.
Comes out like a Tostito.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah.
Black and crispy on the outside and a little bit of pink juicy on the inside.
Wrap a piece of bacon around it, and you got a badass little snacker there.
Well, my invention there that I made a couple years ago. We get these big ass jumbo deli Frank's hot dogs, and I'll take a knife and slice them lengthwise, about maybe a half of the way through, and I'll stuff some cheese in it, and I'll take 2 strips of bacon, wrap it around the hot dog, a couple toothpicks to hold it together, and throw it in the deep fryer. Delicious.
Right. I'm still thinking about your fried little bologna idea there too, and you could actually, once it's fried, you can have the bacon wrapped around it and fry it up, right? Then turn around and once you get it out, it's a tube, right? You inject it with like a meat or a sauce or a cream cheese mix or
cream
something.
cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah. one of the snacks that we sell, they're cream cheese stuffed battered jalapeno peppers.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. I do the same thing with okra. Right. You open them, you stuff them, you freeze them, then you bread them and fry them. Yeah. Yeah. Love that shit. And I like doing those in coconut oil.
Never used it.
Oh, dude. It's the shit, dude. Try frying up some shrimp in coconut oil. You'll know what I'm talking about.
I don't like shrimp.
You don't like shrimp?
I'm not a seafood person.
Fry up some donuts in coconut oil. Hell yeah. It's badass, dude. I use peanut oil and coconut oils for that. And I cook with olive oil most of the time. I like using olive oil instead of butter. Yeah. But I want to just grow the shit myself, man. I want to look into getting some olive trees too. I think they do pretty good around here. But I'd like to get some, set them up. You can get several gallons of oil out of a single season on a single tree. So I'm thinking that might be a pretty little good deal. Have 4 or 5 of those trees. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Like I said, I want this land to be able to be self-sufficient in so many ways and so many possibilities. The main hall is going to have a huge stock kitchen in it. You know what I'm saying? To where we can not only, feed a lot of people, but we could actually bring in the harvests and process them, can them, dry them, whatever we're going to do with that kind of thing for storage. And and be able to process harvest sets like when fruit comes in, you know what I'm saying? Or when tomatoes come in and zucchinis or, you know what I'm saying, whatever. We can get all that stuff taken care of and stored and properly distributed. And, you know what I'm saying? Get it all taken care of. Make it like community kitchen should be. You know what I'm saying? All right. It's going to be able to do wine and beer and have a still as well. They'll be in separate rooms, but you know what I'm saying, separate, section of the building. But we're gonna have that too. The problem with the only thing I see that's going to make it difficult to build this thing is because the storage area, I got to cut it out of the hill.
Always something.
Right, I got to cut that sumbitch out of the hill, and then I got to put a cistern above all that because that's going to be in the hill above, further up the spur, above the facility. So we got it all covered. I mean, it's not going to be, difficult. It's going to be a lot of work. But once it's all set up, 100 self-sufficiency, 100%. Because I've got Tesla technology too. I want to get into that. I've already got enough to make about 75 of those air circuits for collecting the. And I've got all the copper tubing. I have the mylar ball. I've got everything I need to do that, including digging the ditch for the grounding plates. I got a 5-ton backhoe. I just really, this is that kind of stuff I just keep thinking about. I'm going to put all this ramjets on the creek sets, the ponds and the overflows with the generators and the hydro capacity stuff. Like I said, there's several places we can put creek runners, what I call creek runners, because basically we'll set like a micro pond as a building point for one of the hydro generators, and we can build the spoon fins, man, so we can, you know what I'm talking about. Set for the yeah, and we got 50 to 100 foot of fall.
Well, you're all set then. That's more than you'll ever probably need.
I know, right? We got easy 100 foot of fall from where the creek starts running to where it ends up at down easy, about maybe 200 feet down all the way down. But yeah, so I have a feeling, they're runoffs basically, but we're going to put the ponds up top and let them fill. And when it rains, we got energy coming out, you know what I'm saying? But it's one of those things. And like I said, it has to be built up. We got the high tension power lines over there, and I want to put those radiant antennas up over there near the lines. It's my property. I'm not going to put it on the easement. I'm just going to strip the top of one of those damn trees off, put that coil up on top of that son of a bitch. You know what I mean? Yeah, I thought about taking a piece of, if I can find PVC pipe big enough to fit that over that antenna, I think I can do that. Because I don't think it interferes with radioactivity. I know it's got a heavy static charge on it too, which will be allowed to actually probably help collect static surface.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure most commercial grade PVC is RF transparent. It shouldn't be an issue.
Right. Well, okay. Schedule 40s?
Say what?
Schedule 40s?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. But yeah, I was thinking about that. Then at least
that shit'll kill you.
Right. That way, at least I could dirty it up and make it look like it could be the top of the tree. You see what I'm coming from? I want to camouflage this a little bit. If I can make that work, and I can get the radiant energy off of those power lines alone, would power our whole facility, dude. You see where I'm coming from? Yeah, because then it's over, Jack. I'm good. No problems with no energy no more until the power lines go down. The power lines go down might be a little bit of a thing, but then I'll just run a laser over to the wires. If you know what I'm talking about. Because dead power lines, those are exposed cable.
Yeah.
Okay. Those are all dead power line. So if they're dead and there's no current running through them, they're collecting current. Guaranteed they have a magnetic force of their own. And we run a laser up there, just run a wire basically up there and then attach it to your radiant energy collector. It'll collect all that energy off the line. But they ever turn that bitch back on, you're going to blow up your shit. But yeah. You there? Or did you freeze up?
No, I'm here. I'm just going through chat.
Oh yeah,
We're making sandwiches.
We're making sandwiches. Fried bologna cheese sandwich. No blue cheese. Horseradish, and I don't eat raw onions. My bologna has a first name. Provolone is good. Good grief.
Oh, 1 minute late. And that's going to have to be my last one for the night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to crash early since I'm gonna have to go into work at 8 o'clock.
Oh shit. Yeah.
I haven't done a first shift job in over 20 years.
Well, tomorrow's supposed to be a nice day here tomorrow. Hold on a second. Let me see what's going on here because I am just. Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. Freaking ridiculous. I was hoping it was going to be a nice day.
Nope.
Nope. Rain.
Rain moving in from Kansas.
49. Rain. Shit. What's the hourly on this?
It might pass north of you.
It's 7 a.m. till about 2 p.m. Hold on, next 8 hours. Yeah, now this is the next wave of it that's coming through. So
yeah, I will definitely be drinking some coffee in a few hours, and I haven't drank coffee in quite a while. So probably about 9 o'clock in the morning, I'm gonna be bouncing off the fucking walls up there.
No, it's going to be raining. Nice. It'll be raining from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Supposedly. Great. What a bunch of shit. Well, hopefully it's not heavy rains. Let me see what. Well, you were saying it might miss me or something, huh?
That damn button.
Well, my connection is such that I'm going to be waiting for a little while for the map to populate. Fuck. So, am I coming through?
Yeah. Yeah.
Good deal. Good deal. Pickled pig knuckles and beer.
Yeah, my grandpa used to like them pickled and jellied pig's feet. No thanks.
Yeah, I remember as a kid, Grandma making me brains and eggs. Yeah, that was one of my favorite things, man. I loved it.
I remember my mother was a nurse. She was retired as an RN. And when she was still in nursing school, I was probably about, 6 or 7 years old. Came home from school one day, opened up the refrigerator for a snack. There's this big glass jar in there with a brain. I don't know what animal it was from, if it was like, a sheep or something like that. And like, Mom, what is that doing in there? Oh, that's your dinner. Man, me and my sister, we freaked out. We're like, we're not eating brains. You can't make us eat brains. Don't make us eat. Please, Mom, don't make us eat brains. She let us think that we were going to have brains for dinner for about an hour. Then she told us, nope, it's just for, anatomy class at school.
Oh, shit. My mother literally baked a cow's tongue.
Tongue is a popular thing over in Europe.
Wait, she didn't make any sauce or spice it up or nothing. She just stuck it in the damn oven and baked it and brought it out.
I remember my grandfather tried to get us to eat tripe one time, and I took one look at it and smelled it. I'm like, nope, I'm not putting that in my mouth.
She cut it up. My baby sister at the time, my little sister, She was like, I'm not eating that. I was like, no, it's, and this is a family joke. I was like, no, it's just chicken. Because if you called it chicken, you would eat it.
Mm-hmm.
I said, it's just another part of the chicken. And she just started eating it, and she liked it. And I was like, oh, okay, that's all the piece. It wasn't bad, but I mean, it could have been like, just like, good grief, Ma, you could have like, cut it up so we didn't see it or some shit, As you get older, you realize these things could have been done a little more tactfully, Yeah, the meat's actually fairly good, but it's just, the presentation sucked. Yeah, rock and roll. I'm gonna have to get off here at midnight too. Yeah, I gotta get a bunch of shit done tomorrow. I'm gonna work with the soldering station tomorrow and the silver and get that going again. I got some made, and well, I want to try it a little differently. And tomorrow's a great day to do it. It's gonna be raining all friggin' day, so.
Well, if you want somebody to experiment on, I'll send you an empty bottle. I'll test it out for you.
Oh, okay. Well, you don't have to send me bottles. I got lots of bottles. I'm repurposing everything. You know what I'm saying?
All the Infowars bottles that I get, I'm saving.
Yeah. If you want me to, just send them to me, and then I can fill them up and send them back to you. I was just thinking about. I think I can do it through PayPal as a mail service thing that I've used before, and
I could throw you a $20 bill in the mail.
Well, I was just saying, make it quick. So I don't have to
No.
even go to the post office. I just set it in my mailbox and put the flag up, and a mailman takes it away. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It goes out right away.
Colonel Shaw's in the house.
Hey, Colonel Shaw, how you doing? But yeah, I have to go up to the post office and get some boxes as well, because I like shipping in the boxes rather than the envelopes. And the small stuff, the small box, it's actually pretty reasonable to send those. And I think it's like a max 3 pounds or something. But we shouldn't even be coming close to that I would think.
Yeah, Colonel, YouTube's acting up. A lot of people aren't getting notifications. Same with Twitch.
Yeah, it's gonna be
just the way things are.
We come on at 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern every night. We try to take Sundays off and give them to other people. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, we'll restream Aaron or Tanya, whoever's doing a special, or we'll definitely put them on a Sunday night. Yeah, happy to do it. But hey, Colonel, grab a link and come on up, brother. Top of the day to you. Florida Explorers back. Hey, Florida. This thing. You're wasted. Then you just wake up. Oh shit. Uh, oh, okay. All right. There you go. All right. I guess Saturday. It's the Saturday night show, right? Friday, Saturday night. So what's the word from the Netherlands over there, brother? That's what I want to know. That's why I want you to come up. I want you to tell me what's going on. It's always good to hear your perspective, bro. That's what I was wanting to hear. It's 5:30 in the morning. I know. That's what I'm saying. You're still wasted from last night, I guess, right? That's what I figured.
One Heineken, two Heineken, three Heineken floor.
It's a shithole. Don't worry about it. It's fucked up like everything else. It's always great to get. I want you to come back up. That was awesome. I enjoyed you on the screen, man. Well, have you heard from Hagar?
Oh, I saw Hagar on Ben's chat like maybe 3 weeks ago or something.
Yeah, I did too. I was like, caught him. I think even maybe 2 weeks ago. Yeah, it was about 3 weeks ago. But I haven't heard from him since. Yeah, everything's been going crazy.
Yeah.
Everybody's going crazy. The whole world's going crazy, one step at a time.
Well, did you hear Boris Johnson's shutting the UK down finally?
I wonder what that means. I really wonder what that means. Yeah, I don't know that means what everybody thinks it means. I don't. It's just. Well, I really don't know what to think about that. Because people not following rules really means that their rights have been violated, or they have been violated by them at one juncture of the road. That's usually why people get pissed off, because they start destroying their life one way or another. That's usually why people get pissed off, because people would most likely rather just live their life and be left alone to do it. But when those processes get violated, you got their attention, all of a sudden you wish you didn't. A lot of time, you know what I'm saying? That's the way it works. People get pissed off and then they do something about it. That's literally, that's the human way. Oh, it's going to be great in 2 months. This will be done. It'll be done. I'm telling you. They're going to come out with the cure, and they're going to go give the cure to everybody who wants it or needs it. They're going to come out with a cure for common cold. It's going to get rid of all the viruses. All the coronaviruses. I don't care what kind it is. If it's remnants from the fucking Spanish flu or some shit, who cares? There's gonna be a cure for that. We live in the time of miracles. Yes. You got him? Florida's in the house.
Hey.
Oh, what's up, brother?
Let's see if I can look a little bit less dark there. Oops. Whoops. I don't know. I don't want to mess with it too much.
Right. So you were, yeah. You're gonna need a crane to hold this damn thing up.
Yeah.
They always say the first one's a little rough around the edges, anyway, right?
You guys can hang out while I tap some holes.
Uh-oh.
This is a G-rated stream.
Huh?
This is a G-rated stream. None of that X-rated shit. Tapping holes. Yes.
Welcome back, Grace. Glad to have you back. Good luck.
Now, Florida, I'm glad you dropped in because I didn't want to leave Liz all alone, but I got to crash.
Right on.
Yeah,
that's cool. Let me turn you up.
Kick that goat for the road.
Right.
Oh man.
Oh shit. I was like, damn, he always waits a couple minutes. He's in a rush to get out. Hold on. All right, there we go.
Oh man, where's my breaker bar?
Oh shit. Oh hell yeah. Oh, that felt good. That one felt good.
This shit's hard, man. I don't know why it's so hard. I don't think I got the right size here or something.
I was just thinking, I was like, oh, we're gonna hear a bunch of drill noise.
I already drilled it and cut it. So.
Oh, okay.
But actually, I think I need to go up a size here because this. Seems like it's the right size.
But anyway, yeah. So.
No, I got to get this thing done, or else I ain't gonna have nothing to smoke tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, God bless you, Canoes. Thank you for all you do, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Dream well, Patriot. Brother.
Peace out.
Where's Michelle? That's right. Where is Michelle? I just wore her out. She's probably sleeping. Right. I've been checking her channel. It doesn't look. I can't. It doesn't show me that she's going live. I get notifications, but I go to her channel and I don't see any live links. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Oh yeah, this is good. Cool. I actually do got 2 more holes to drill though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but you guys don't want to hear that shit.
Yeah. Only thing on my brain right now is I gotta get this damn greenhouse built. I gotta get this garden thing going, man. Get it done.
Yeah,
So,
that's like me, man. I got to get this thing back together, or else I ain't gonna be smoking tomorrow. And that ain't gonna happen.
right.
Yeah, it's just some hard steel. It's like 3/16 angle iron right there.
Yeah,
that's what I'm tapping. Tapping right there.
Right.
But I'm just tapping it enough to where I can thread a bolt to the end of it. That's it.
I've been thinking about just doing something with the log.
With a what?
With a log splitter.
Well, I mean, you could. You technically could.
Yeah.
But,
25-ton log splitter.
You know, the thing is, you got to have it. If it's, well, see, my plates, I don't have my plates in here right now.
Yeah,
but but once they're in there and they're to get, you know, and you got them set.
Yeah.
If they're not aligned, you won't be able to put that like 20 or 30 tons to it. You know what I mean? Because your paper will tear.
Okay.
And once it tears inside there, you know, when it's in between there, it'll like all the oil will go to the other side of the paper. You know what I mean? It's weird. It's weird like that. So, you will have alignment issues, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
You know, that's all. You know, but once you work that out, man, then you can put some tons to it. I know. Because that's what I went through, you know, where
I'll make new header and footer blocks that spindle together.
Yeah,
and
you'll have to make them to where you can like adjust it and set it, you know, like lock it in place.
No, once you get it close enough, it simply just slide bars together.
Well, I mean, you'll see once you get it.
Well, I'm saying when you build it, like I'm saying, what you're saying, when I build it, it's going to. Never mind. Yeah, but
depending on your whatever frame how you build your frame, you know, basically. Because
I just need to build the housing so that it features on the head block and the footer block.
I'm not sure what that is.
Well, the part where the wood gets split, and the part where the wood gets pushed.
Oh, okay.
You see where I'm coming from?
All
Because
right.
one side's just a block, the other
Are you
side's
going to make
the
your
width.
plates?
I can make a header plate. Yeah.
No, I mean the aluminum plates that you heat up. You going to make those?
Oh no, I was gonna. I don't know if I ever do that. I'd probably
Because you could.
Yeah.
You can make them. You can. But when they come, they have like a. Let me go get them. I'll show you.
I know what you're talking about.
I'll show you. Okay. I wrapped mine with paper, but see, one of them looks like this.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. All right. And this one, I had to drill it and tap it so I could hold it to the top of my frame. So that sucked.
Right.
And to drill a brand new, you know what I mean? I was like, oh Lord, you know. But that's the only way you can attach it and hold it, you know. But I gotta get this thing together, or else I ain't gonna be smoking tomorrow.
Oh shit. Night. Is Buffalo Bill leaving? Bring him up, Patriot.
Everybody leaving?
No, I think Buffalo Bill took off. But Colonel Shaw, Uncle Bubba, Huckleberry. I think Miriam's in the background out there somewhere too. She's usually lurking. She's lurking. Miriam!
Need my breaker bar, man. Where the fuck is that thing?
I know, right? Never find it when you want it. It's always in your way when you don't.
I think actually it's at my other house.
Right. Figures.
That's all right. I can use this.
Want to go to Walmart and watch the Panic and Chaos. What the hell? Take video. Just the important stuff, not the boring shit. I did see one guy in a mask the other day. I saw one guy wearing a painter's mask. It wasn't even for face fitting. It was just a cover. Like, I'm laughing at these people with the masks. This just kills me. There is something I might be able to get done tomorrow. I'm trying to dig out my one of my tillers. Change the oil on it. See if I can get her fired up.
Whew. Damn it, man. I think this tap sucks dick. That's what it is.
You need a bit more progression.
Yeah, no, it's this tap because
I know, that's what I'm saying. It needs a bit longer progression.
yeah, well, I'm going through 2 pieces of metal and it's got a gap in it. So
Oh, yeah. That's gonna suck. Wait a minute. Why are you tapping both pieces? The top one should be shaved out and the bottom one should be
this is for my feet.
threaded.
I'm gonna put feet on it, like.
Oh, okay. I thought you were trying to draw the two together.
No,
Okay.
Actually, after I do this, I could put it all back together. That's all I need to do is put some feet on it. That way I can attach the jack. I was gonna paint it.
No, Huckleberry, I'm not signing up for any unemployment.
Let's see. Let me turn you around here.
But I am gonna eat me some get me some rabbit. Eat me some rabbit. But did you see my puppy video?
I seen part of it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. That you played on there? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a quick video.
Can you even see what I'm doing?
Hey, Uncle Bubba, I was a second edition dungeon master. Oh man, I love these things, man. I got 5 of them. I got 5 £1 bunnies, $4 each. So, dude, I was moving around 150-pound pallets all day, or most of the day.
Oh, well, that's nice.
Well, we had them laid out around the edges where we were going to build the greenhouse. But that was a year ago. You know what I'm saying? So I had to pick them up and drag them off so we could get the brush hog in there so I can clear away the small trees and briars. And then turn around and once that's done, then I go in there with a tiller. I also got to take the mower and blow all the leaves in there. But I want to get the till out of it first because it's like we're going to be pulling up a lot of a lot of roots and crap.
Yeah. Yeah.
Miriam, I told you she was out there. You just woke up. And pulled an all-nighter, huh? I'm giving Miriam trouble. Rabbit. Silly rabbit.
There it goes.
I'm watching Florida Explorer build his press. No, actually. Rabbit butts up here. This is cool. Chocolate. That's a piece of Easter bunny chocolate. 1 pound bunnies. 1 pound of chocolate. Oh, man, it's so good. It's just the cheap bunnies from Walmart. Still tastes like I remember them when I was a kid. Oh, that's addictive. That was good. I needed that. Yeah, I got 5 of them, girl. I picked up 5 of them the other day at the store. $4 a piece. Pound of chocolate. Bagged 5 rabbits. But yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna dig out tiller. That's gonna be a drag. It's buried way back in the back of our garage. So, what are you doing now? Did you get it fixed?
Yeah, I'm gonna run a couple of bolts through it, and then I'm ready to attach it. That might be too long. Let's see if I can find a shorter one. I'll be right back. I'm gonna try to find a shorter one.
I want it. Yeah. Yup. Oh, I need to. Oh, never mind. That right. So, what are you thinking? What do you think about what I'm doing up here, Florida?
I think it's good. I think it's real good. I think it's cool as shit.
You don't think I'm crazy?
Nope. You don't think I'm crazy, do you? I ain't seen no dead bodies.
I know, right? Not yet.
I haven't seen any evidence.
Right.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Right, just saying. Right. That's always a good sign, right? But yeah, no shit, man. If I can get these, get this stuff going, get it done. Damn. Hey, battery. What's up?
There we go. Nice bright light here.
I was gonna say, can you see?
I look towards that light. I'm blind.
I was like, you're not driving, are you?
No.
Right.
I'm sitting in the parking lot, warming up the truck.
Right. Okay. My oldest is.
I should have made this light with a 3 position switch so that
My oldest child is
have
32
1
years
or
old.
2.
Huh? What'd you say? Battery?
What's Florida doing?
He's rebuilding his press.
I'm putting some feet on my. Put some bolts in there.
I need somebody to build me a spot welder.
Build you a what?
Actually, I can build one. I got a 12-volt battery, one of those jump starters.
Yeah.
I'm turn that into a spot welder.
There you go.
Caps. Have it
Yeah.
have it charge up some 12-volt caps.
Yeah. There you go.
And then put a timing circuit on there. Have me a pretty good spot welder.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. Put my hat over the light. Oh, much better. I think it's bright.
Yeah, it does.
Man, I wish you guys could see what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's just the light.
Right.
I mean.
Right. Wow.
I think what else I could cram in that little box. I put the charger jack in the back, a 7-cell 24-volt battery.
You could get a hotspot. You could put a hotspot in it.
A USB and 2 lights. And
You could put a Wi-Fi hotspot in it.
That it's got room for it.
Good.
But I turned my phone into a hotspot.
Or
I got to buy another line to do a hotspot.
Right.
I want to put a holder on the outside for my phone.
But I mean, it would be badass if everybody didn't have. You could keep that box like a repeater. You know what I'm saying? because I got areas of my property down in the valley that don't get signal. And I can keep that boxed up on the hill where I can read it Wi-Fi, but I can't get signal from the cell phone company.
Just build a waterproof one that you can put on the ground permanently.
Yeah. Something like that, yeah. Powered by the sun, never got to worry about it. You bet. Damn straight. But yeah.
Wiz,
Yeah, what's up?
You should check out Jehu Garcia on YouTube. He's a battery guy. You know, he educated himself, dropped out of school in the 6th grade to help out the family.
Yeah.
And he came to the United States and taught himself everything he needed to know.
Right.
Now he's a battery engineer. And he builds power walls. And he's got a shop and it's rental. And he's got he put up power walls and built through the years.
Oh wow.
You can't really do anything with them because it's not his house. But he's gonna, when he finally buys a house, he's gonna take all that with him.
Of course. Yeah. Yeah, just a second. I'm gonna give me a pack of cigarettes.
Those lights don't take up much power. I unplugged the battery hours ago, and I've had the light on for about 15 minutes, and it's only lost 1 volt.
Oh, nice. Well, you just have to watch your amp draw. That's all.
LEDs, I don't think they pull a lot of amps.
Right.
But they're high intensity LEDs.
Right.
See,
generally about 3 volts, and like
All right, I'll be right back. I got to drill some holes here real quick.
All right, brother.
C-clamp. Not supposed to touch my face.
But
are you in Missouri?
Huh?
Are you in Missouri?
Yeah.
Glad you're not closer, man. Your ideas, my ideas, we could build some stuff.
Do what? Sorry.
Your ideas and my ideas, we could build some stuff.
Well, I'll tell you what, we sure could. I'm gonna put up those. Wait till I break out the hydrogen generators. Oh my god, I can't wait, dude.
Don't make a mushroom cloud.
No, I can generate. I can turn water into hydrogen fuel, hydrogen gas. It splits out the water.
I've seen some guys do that. They try a lot of things, and most of the stuff doesn't. Half the stuff doesn't work. But one of the things they did was separate hydrogen from water.
Yeah, it works. It really works. I know how to do it. I've converted a couple cars.
After hours of trying this, they said it's not working.
It's all in the application. It's all in the application.
Well, they studied up on it first before they attempted it. And they filled up a balloon.
Yeah.
And they really didn't get the amount of time they spent in it. They got maybe an ounce of hydrogen. Worked at it all day long.
What?
They get enough to use.
Wow. Well, they weren't doing something right because I can get 2 liters
They
per
figured
minute.
they were doing something wrong.
My hydrogen generators get 2 liters per minute. And they're not even. Do what?
They need to talk to you.
I could show them what to do. I got a website. I was selling this shit back in 2007, 2008. I was converting vehicles. I got an example up on my Greater Technologies website. It's still up there.
Wait, there's a semi truck in that they're working on. It's called Nikola. You ever heard of it?
No.
It's a hydrogen hybrid. They fill that truck up, the tank, in California. They drive it to New York
Okay.
on a tank of fuel.
Okay.
It charges
How big-
battery.
And all it does is charge the battery?
Yep. Just like the trains.
Right. Right. Like the trains would. But yeah. Makes sense. And those are the ones that are also talking about making it autonomous too.
The Tesla has to keep stopping for electricity.
Well, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Because if he's going to build the trucks, he can build the trailers. If he's building the trailers, he can line the solar collector on the trailer. It doesn't make any sense why he wouldn't do that.
Fit 30, maybe 35, maybe 36 solar panels on the top of the trailer.
At least they're 53 feet long. Okay, 53 foot, and I think what is it? 109 is max.
Tesla battery behind the front wall. That could run the truck.
Yeah. The whole back of the cab could be a Tesla battery behind the cab. Absolutely.
A mobile power wall.
Yeah. Why not? I mean, the motor isn't going to take up even as much room as a cat and a drivetrain. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because it's going to have independent drive. It's going to have independent drives on those things. He's going to be able to shut down
motors.
Huh?
Each axle. They could probably put a motor on each axle. Actually, that'd be two. The front axle is different. Pivots.
Yeah, but they still do. They put motors on them. You should see the front wheel for my brother's trike. He's building. The front hub is the motor.
Yeah, that's the only way I could think to do that. But then
they change out the wheel, they change the motor. You know, they change out a rim, they change the motor.
The motor in the Teslas goes between the wheels.
Yeah, between the wheels and the drive. Yeah. But yeah. But to call his company to call the car company Tesla is just fraudulent.
Well, he didn't name it. Elon Musk didn't name it.
I know it was originally built by those other people, and then he took it and did an electric car with it. Just known as the name.
He put $70 million into that company.
Yeah, he pretty much just took it away from him.
Well, it was failing.
Right.
The only car they had was the Sportster.
Yeah, and the S comes nowhere near it. You know that, right?
Yeah. But
the S comes nowhere near its range, its capabilities, its power.
The new Sportster is even more.
Yeah, and the next ones are absurd.
People are
the pickup truck with the
$25,000 for a down payment.
Right, exactly. What kind of bullshit is that?
Okay, I got to turn this light off now.
Yeah,
I can't see.
Right. I mean, with the pickup truck with the broken brakeless window.
Huh?
Right.
That's one thing I would like to put on my truck is one of those windows that drops down. You push the button.
In the back?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I can't turn the camera on.
Nah, I just.
There we go. I don't need the camera on while I'm driving. Good to see me anyway.
Well,
I took off without my lights.
I've got a Jeep Laredo.
Right back.
Cherokee Laredo. I got a Jeep Cherokee Laredo here. I need to turn into a property mule. It's got the big 5.7 engine in it. Oh. I want to put the big old mutters on it and all that stuff, and then convert it over to hydrogen.
I
Run it around the property all I want.
I gave my 15-year-old Jeep that my father had. It's a military Bantam, and it didn't have a running motor, and the body was starting to rust. She's not 16 yet. She's been rebuilding the Jeep, and she decided to make it electric. She's got she's got one motor. Got out of one of those forklifts, electric forklifts that would go down the road.
Yeah.
It's not going to be super fast, but it'll be a rock crawler.
Right. That's what I need. And that's what I'm saying. And this Jeep Laredo, I mean, it's 4-wheel drive. So, I mean, I put the big mutters on it, put a nice push bar with a blade attachment on the front, and winches all over it. It's going to be a property mule. You know what I'm saying?
She had the motor in it and tried out the motor with some lead acid batteries. It ran. It was the motor was seized. Got it for like $25, and took it apart and cleaned it up, put it back together, added power to it, and it ran.
Yeah.
She was excited.
I bet. Nice.
But it's still not drivable. It doesn't have good batteries for it. That was just a test run.
Yeah.
I'm going to start working on it again as soon as the weather gets warmer.
Yeah.
She's not at school anymore.
There you go. There you go. That's the way to do it. Get the hands on. That's absolutely right. But yeah, I just good grief. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get off here soon myself. I'm falling out. I know the puppy's gonna get me up about 7:30. Puppy's get me up around 7:30, and I it's supposed to be rainy and shitty tomorrow though, so but I can still get a bunch of stuff done on my soldering station. Start getting that working. I can't find my Dremel, so I'm gonna have to buy another Dremel. I'll find it eventually. It's got all my attachments and everything, dude. I'm like pissed off I can't find it.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know, You're not getting sick, are you?
Allergies.
Yeah. All right.
Really bad.
But the turn around and we like we were talking about with the backhoe and stuff. Dude, that thing's like driving a boulder, dude. I mean, really, it's like move a lever and it starts to do something, you know? Including the brake pedal. Yeah, she's a beast. But yeah, you gotta be real careful because that thing, yeah, whatever it touches, it's going to destroy. Huh? I couldn't make out what you.
It's good for demo.
I didn't hear what you said there, battery. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Your voice keeps going to robot. But yeah, but the energy stuff I'm looking at is the hydrogen from water and the Tesla radiant energy, as well as the hydro generation from the creeks, stuff like that. But we can't count on that full time though. Oh shit. Oh, hey, well. Hey guys, I think I'm gonna bring this down. We'll wait for battery to come back on. But yeah, I think we should bring it down. I'm out. I can't hang on anymore. I'm gonna fall asleep right here. Wake up with QWERTY on my forehead. Here we go. Hey, bud.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. I was just telling everybody I'm gonna go ahead and bring it down. I was just thanking everybody for showing up, and thank you, Huckleberry, and Ryan, and Miriam, and all of our mods. Thank you very much, Colonel Shaw. Thank you for coming and showing up. Huckleberry, God bless you. Uncle Bubba, you too. Even you. Yeah, right. So, hey, just remember this: as much bad stuff that you hear about, there's good stuff happening too, and it's going to turn around and be like, oh, well, kick ass. You know? Is exactly right. You keep hearing them talk about heal our land. You hear that? You keep hearing that. Next time, and think about it. Yeah. There's no place like this on the planet. And we ain't Democrats. 90% of us ain't. Oh, shit. Here comes.
Sorry.
I'm getting off. I was trying to close down the channel. Y'all coming back.
Now I can go now. I can go.
I gotta hit the hay, man. I'm just like, I'm out of it. I got a puppy that's gonna wake me up by 7:30. I guarantee it.
Yeah. Pets are great alarm.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a good boy though. He's a really good dog. I'm really happy with this one. He's already following me around, pacing me and everything else without a leash. You know, he's acclimated to his crate. He does good with the potty. He's getting, he doesn't go potty in the house.
Oh, the gas station's closed. They're usually open.
Yeah, there's a lot of that unnecessary stuff's going to be closing early, and yeah, there's a lot of that stuff.
24 hour. At least it was.
Dude, you're in friggin' demo land. You know that.
Huh?
You know you're in Portland, okay?
Yeah.
It's a port for yeah. The middle of the USSR.
You watch Oregon, it's going to go red.
Yeah. You think so?
Well, I believe they passed that bill to give all electoral votes to the popular candidate. That's going to be Trump. Trying to work with the echo.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I hope so. I really do. I know there's going to be a lot of stuff going on like that too. I mean, you're going to see a lot of these states that like on the East Coast, they're just going to be like, sorry, I'm not going to do that. You know what I'm saying? With the way things have gone with the Democrats and all that. No, nobody's thinking about shit for Democrats, especially now. They're trying to shut down the everyday guy, trying to stop the everyday person from getting a bailout like they did their buddy banks, and they're trying to make sure their buddy special interests are getting their fucking money so they get their kickbacks out of it. That pisses me off. Sorry. Yeah. Good grief.
I guess past the bunker. Got that symbol.
A bunker.
Yeah. The underground bunkers or shelters. They have a ground sign that's got a U. They're all over here.
Oh wow.
Man, I'm hearing an echo. Is that me?
No. I don't hear anything, so it's probably me.
Yeah. I went out, came back in, and it's still here.
Okay, that's me. Guys, I'm gonna have to call it tonight. Thank you for showing up. I'm gonna go ahead and call it, and we'll pick it up tomorrow night. Okay?
Don't be wussing out on us, man.
No, dude, I got too much to do. I got too much to do, bro. And I do it when the daylight's hitting me. So, you know.
I can't sleep under light.
Yeah. Well, I can, but it's like I don't want to because I got too much to do. I got too much I got to get done. So, God bless you all. I really appreciate you.
If I wake up and there's light.
Huh?
If I wake up, there is light. I can't go back.
I'm just too grateful and happy there's light. At this point, we've been under so many gray sky days. I'm stretching energy from, every 3 days I get 5 hours of sun or some shit. So
yeah, sun today?
No. No, wasn't today. It ain't gonna be tomorrow either. So I cut this one short. I'll get tomorrow night on my power systems. But yeah.
But the weekend would definitely recharge your battery.
Yeah, definitely.
It was bright and warm.
Right. Rock and roll, guys. I will. You
All right,
guys have a great night. God
See you
bless
later.
you. Dream well, Patriots.
Good seeing you again.
You know it. Good night.